Answer is no. So the idea that gravity forms things into balls actually doesn't have any evidence. It's purely an idea. It's an idea people made up in their freaking heads.
Mhm.
I mean, nobody's ever seen a planet form, right? And even if they did simply see it, they would have no idea how it formed. They would not know what caused it to form. You would need to do an experiment, right? That's what science does. You'd have to actually go out and do an experiment and form a ball from gravity, which nobody has ever done.
Yeah.
Because that's how, if you want to claim you have a scientific certainty of something, the only way to do that, to say that, is to do an experiment. That's the only way. That's how we decide. We decide with the experiment.
Like experiments is like example of gravity.
Do you have an experiment where gravity forms things into a ball?
Yeah, like when we throw the ball and when we put the
No, no,
ball like
no. That's different. That's different. That's falling. See, there's two ideas of gravity, right? There's drop something, it falls. You know, Newton and the apple hit him in the head, right? There's that one. And then there's the one where everything comes together, smushes together into a ball.
it means enter in the ball.
Yeah, like all the dust or liquid or molten whatever, right? The formation of the solar system, right? Was a big dust cloud spinning in a big disk dust cloud, ironically, and then
Yeah, the dust
planets
and
formed from gravity, right?
yeah.
Okay, so you think Earth is a planet? That's the topic. Earth is not a planet. We don't actually have evidence for that. It's just an idea.
Yeah, it's just idea, not evidence.
Yeah, I mean, what's the evidence that Earth formed from gravity into a ball? It's nothing. It's just an idea.
Yeah, it's just an idea.
Well, nobody saw it happen, right?
Yeah, already.
Okay, so fine. Nobody saw the Earth do it. Has anybody seen anything else ever do it? No. That answer is also no. It's never been observed in nature. How can we say
Okay.
that's what nature does?
Okay, so why Earth is not a planet? So why, if you have any evidence?
That Earth is not a planet? There's no evidence that Earth is a planet. And listen, yes, we do have evidence Earth is not a planet, okay? We take a telescope, we look at the planets in the sky, and we observe things. Nothing we observe about those objects, planets, do we observe about the Earth. Nothing.
Yeah.
There's no clouds, there's no water, there's no life, there's no frickin', there's no day-night cycle, there's none of these things. We don't observe any of these things.
Yeah, some things which is
Everything's
not
different.
observed by Earth. Yeah, it's right.
So we should think, if we're, being honest with ourselves, that Earth is unique and it's not like anything else. Because
Yeah.
when we look out into the cosmos, there's nothing like the Earth.
Yeah, you're correct.
And they've been searching, right? How long have they been searching? 2,000 years to look into the sky and to see something that's like the Earth? And even if you believe in satellites and space and giant telescopes floating in space, they're still looking out of the trillions of little dots of lights in the sky and still looking, and still have not found anything like the Earth.
Okay.
Well, have you heard of Copernicus? Copernicus?
Mhm.
He came up with the heliocentric model revolving around the sun. He invented it. So he had this idea that the Earth was not unique. It has no unique place in the universe.
Okay, which one idea?
He's wrong. Ever think of that? He's wrong. The Earth is unique.
Okay.
And I know, like, there's probably atheists listening on the live stream, and this is really hurting their feelings that the Earth is unique, and that you're unique, and that all this whole experience of reality is unique and not like anything else. There isn't two of these.
In which part of the earth you are living now?
Boston, Massachusetts, United
Boss.
States,
Okay,
Bo-
USA.
USA. Yes.
You know, for the
Boston,
atheists out there, real quick, Indio, like you're saying, that it's almost they don't want to accept that there may be intentional creation, there may be a reason that everybody's here, and we're not just some random accident. Anyway,
Everybody is special, and they have a purpose. You might not comprehend it. You probably definitely don't comprehend it. I don't comprehend it. And
Yeah.
but you're not a freaking widget, dude. You're not a stamped factory robot, dude. You're a human being. And you're unique. And
Mhm.
because you're in a unique place, having a unique experience.
Yeah. That's right.
And you're not like basically a speck of dust in a giant freaking universe that's, nearly infinite, filled with other things that are just like the Earth. And, there's aliens just like you. What if there's alien flat earthers? You think there's aliens on other planets that think they live on a flat planet?
Yeah.
And there's freaking, no, we're going to space.
Okay.
And they're like beep beep boop, and like, which means they're freaking, no, the Earth is flat, or whatever their planet's name is.
thing I want to know, Indio, is how come every time they come over here, they seem to want to anally probe people? That's kind of weird. Anyway,
That's actually the wish list. That's the people. That's the Earthlings. That's their wish list. They're hoping. Because it's always the same weird people, right? It's the same people we deal with, right? The freaking moral degenerates that like really, really promote this alien weirdness. We had somebody say that like listen, this is how people are crazy about aliens. We had someone tell us that aliens aren't coming here because there's still flat earthers here.
Mhm.
And they're not visiting us
No,
because
that's
there's flat
hilarious.
earthers. When all the flat earthers are gone, then they'll come here.
Mhm.
It's supposed to be like a sign of advancement, that if you've advanced far enough, you've gotten rid of all your flat planet people, and and then the other aliens will come see you. Anyway, Earth is not a planet. Planet means to wander, the wanderer, wandering star. It means all those things. No one's ever seen the Earth to be that, so doesn't fit the categorical definition.
Yeah. Yeah, it means you were seeing the monkeys in your city or not at any time.
Well, that's racist. No, just kidding.
Kodar, sorry, Indio, I just want to throw in real quick. If you're actually engaging with Indio here and listening to what he's saying, we have a server, our home server, full of information you can do extra research on. Anyway, go ahead, Indio.
Yeah, you could probably spend
bro,
2 years looking in there.
understand. I already understand, yes. It's not the meaning. I am already graduate from India. I know about that. It's not linked with the talking with other community people and other overseas country people. It helps to make more confidence to talk with other overseas country people to me. So I'm also preparing for to come in international area after completing my graduation. So that's why I'm joining the conversation in the Discord.
Well, you do understand that this topic, the thing we're talking about, is hard for people that are not advanced in English because what we're talking about, right? So when you learn English, you learn, the basic stuff, right? How to say stuff in normal conversation. Earth being a planet doesn't come up in normal conversation. So when we talk about the subject, it's more complicated than a normal subject. I'm just telling you. So if you don't understand some words, or maybe we understand, we know this is a complicated subject, so don't be embarrassed.
Yeah. So I am here for that because the subject is International English Language Test System. I am preparing for this skill also. So that's I am talking to with you in the topic of Earth is not a planet. This is also helps me to improve my speaking module section.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
which helps me to speak my 3 parts in speaking section area.
Yeah. You went. I'm assuming you went to university, wherever you went. Are you in a scientific field, engineering?
No, I already completed my Bachelor of Computer Application, and
Okay.
now still I am doing diploma in artificial intelligence and machine learning.
Nice. Are you going to
Yeah.
program AI, or are you going to train an AI to figure out whether the Earth is flat or a globe, or whether Earth is a planet? Do you think the AI can figure it out whether Earth is a planet or not? If we feed it a bunch
No,
of information.
no, AI is already developed by humans.
No, it has not.
Yeah,
No,
you don't know.
this is the funny thing, is like we do this all the time, right? So someone like you comes in here and you think there's some guy out there, not you, somebody that
Yeah,
figured out the Earth is a ball, is a globe, but there's no guy out there. There's nobody out there. If you brought a scientist, physicist, astronomer, astrophysics, any of these people in this chat right now, and we would say the same things to them we're saying to you, and they would give us the same answers you give. They don't know that the Earth is a planet. They just think it is. They have no way to know,
yeah,
because none of them been in a little rocket ship and flown high in the sky, right? Have they? If I go to your top university and find the top scientist in your university and go, hey, how do you know Earth is a planet? What is he going to tell me? Oh, it says it right here in a book. He isn't going to say, oh, yeah, we know I did this experiment and this is how I figured out Earth is a planet. He's not going to say that. He's going to say, I read it in a book. So the people that you think proved it, they don't know any more than you do. They know nothing. Not everything written in books is true, you know.
hmm
You could take the entire astronomy section and put it in the nonfiction section of the library.
Okay.
But I mean, they're cool stories. Anybody else think Earth is a planet?
No, Earth is not a planet.
I agree. It is definitely not a planet.
Yeah, now I also agree about that. Because in our town, all monkeys are also flying and jumping on the house.
What's that song go? Can't remember. Was the monkeys jumping on the bed song? Shit.
And some people's closing the doors of our houses when they were seen peace monkey. That's why.
Three little monkeys jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head. He went to the doctor, and the doctor said, "No more monkeys jumping on the bed." You're not a monkey, dude. You didn't evolve from apes.
Mm-hmm.
You're a being of light.
Yeah, Earth is not a planet, not a planet. Are you a graduated from USA?
Yes, a long time ago, I'm old.
In which field?
Computer science.
Okay, you already completed your Bachelor of Computer
Yeah, in the
Science
90s. Yes, in the 90s, early 90s.
in 1990s.
Early 90s, yes. I'm not going to
Oh
say the
my
exact, I don't
God.
dox myself. So, in the early 90s.
Oh my God, in 1990s, you're elder.
Yeah, I know. I just told you I'm an old person. Look at my
Okay,
PFP, man. I'm 1,000 years old.
okay, you are older
The CS
person.
degree was like my 10,000th degree.
Oh my God.
I'm kidding, man. Fucking with you.
Yeah, I understand. 1,000 years ago, when you were said about like you are 1,000 year olds, then after I will understand.
So, let me try to think. The most powerful computer, well, home computer back then was a Intel i386, and it didn't even have like a math part of that chip, so you had to buy an extra
M4
i387 math coprocessor. I remember I had 2 megabytes of RAM, and buying two more cost me $150 back
Oh my
then when money
God.
was worth a lot more money. This 2 megabytes, not gigabytes. My hard drive was a 40 megabyte hard drive. I was running Windows 3.1, and had a 16-bit sound card. Video cards weren't even invented yet. TCP/IP was in its fucking infancy.
Transmission Control Internet Protocol, I know about that.
Yeah, but I mean, it had just started. So like even like the internet back then, there was no web browser. It didn't exist yet. HTML was just invented. You could use HTML, but it was like a text window. You'd have to. So what you would do is connect to the internet. You connect to the internet, but you would use a text. You'd use a program like something like it was called Telex, and then like HTML would appear as like a menu. So with like the links would be like www.ibm.com. Would that be one, and then two would be say Microsoft.com, and three, and then you would hit 1, 2, or 3, and it would take you to that, and it would just be a text page. The images, if you wanted to see an image, you'd have to hit the corresponding number, and then it would download the image. There was no such thing as like there was no web browsers that were like a user interface. They were completely text driven. Yeah, I'm old.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
we didn't have.
Привет, как дела, друзья?
What? I didn't understand you. Say that
Привет.
again.
You can speak Russian? Or can
Can I speak Russian? До свидания.
I can't understand.
До свидания.
What?
Yeah. Do you?
My English. Oh,
But buddy,
shit.
the problem isn't your English. The problem is you're yelling into the microphone.
Yeah, I can't speak English.
No, you can't control the volume of your microphone.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't
go on mute, bro.
understand.
Mute,
So-
bro.
And since you're being rude, I'm sure you're going to understand this. Because I muted you in this channel, you're going to be muted in all the other channels, so you can't be rude there.
Yeah.
Children, what are you going to do?
Yeah. You were just saying about your computer, right?
Yeah, way back then. Yeah, it was a Tandy 2000. They used to sell them at a place called Radio Shack. Which
Yeah,
don't
and
exist anymore.
You are saying about in your computer are not available any web browser, right?
Yeah. The first web browser was a web browser called Lynx. It's Lynx. That was the first web browser.
Linux.
No, Lynx. Lynx was the name of the application.
Yeah.
Lynx, not Linux.
Linux.
Not Linux. Lynx.
Links. Okay.
Lynx is like a cat. It's like a wild cat. It's got pointy little ears.
Okay, and now because after my graduation, I am also making like websites and that type of the things because we were experienced in the coding. Yeah, I have experience about 3 years of my study in the time of study, and students also make the project from me and give me money, and then after I will make the offline projects for her, two girls. These are classmates in the time of my bachelor, and I completed my bachelor in May 2025. Then after I still started my diploma, and I also researched about the
رجال انا
laptop.
معلش بس عايز مستر ماتادور بس
Wait,
sorry guys to interrupt you but I was
what
calling my friend is not
happened? What's happened, bro? And I'm already searched about the laptops and chips, how computer and laptops helps to do and run on the multiple tasking because some laptops have the capability to increase the SSD, RAM, and GB, which helps to increase the speed when someone use the computer. When you will improve your RAM, memory, and SSD, it will helps to improve it will helps to do work fast and do multiple work. Cannot hang. It will cannot hang anytime if you can increase these things. And currently, the fastest chip is M4 chip in the Apple company laptops instead of Intel Core. Yeah. Yeah, Indy. DO007.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. You listen to me
Yeah.
what I was said.
Yeah, I thought you were doing AI though.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about doing web browsers, not web browsers, websites. What are you gonna do when the AI makes the websites better than you? When someone with like a fourth grade education goes, computer, make me this, and then the computer makes them that.
It helps the trust and AI helps to support the 24/7 customer supports instead of humans. When anybody can make the AI.
You know what I think about AI? I think we're like almost at the peak right now. We're almost at the top. It's only going to get worse from here. because the internet's going to get full of AI slop, and then they'll be training the AI on AI, and it will be incomprehensible nonsense.
No, AI is managed by coding. And you give the commands to the AI. When you give the which commands which you can enter in the coding, then after AI will work on these commands.
I kind of do. I'm more focused on networking and hardware. I didn't really do software shit, though I did a little at different times, depending. But mostly
Yeah,
I do computer networks and hardware development.
yeah, you are right. Means you are.
No, I don't do any of that anymore. I don't do any of that crap. Fucking hate it. Well, I mean, I started doing it like when I was like freaking in third grade, which was like back in like fucking 1983 or something. So
Okay,
yeah, so that's when I started messing with computers. Like I did that for like, and then professionally, like I started part time when I was like 18 years old, going all the way to.
Mhm.
I don't want, so like after 30 something years, I hate that shit. Like I don't want to do that no more. It's boring.
Why? Yeah, I understand you.
I'd rather dig a ditch now, quite honestly. I'd rather take a pickaxe and be like Minecraft and dig ditches. Like it's so simple. You don't have to think about it. And you get in good shape. So, you know.
Yeah, I know. So, is the US in US you like to make like hardware, and you are still doing work on the hardware?
No, I don't work in IT anymore. I haven't in probably 5 years, 6 years. I can, I just don't. I don't like it.
Okay.
I do other stuff now.
Now which work you are doing?
I'm kind of retired.
Okay, from which company you are retired?
I didn't work for a company. I own my own company.
Okay, you have your own company.
Yeah. Call it consulting.
Okay, can you give job to me?
Dude. Yeah,
Yes.
here's your job. Prove the Earth is a planet. I'll give you $5. No, I'm kidding.
No.
No, I can't give a job to you. I don't do that anymore. So I told you I don't do any of that anymore. Retired. Do you know what that means? I don't work.
Means,
I work when I feel like working.
okay, you are doing field work.
No, I'm an old guy. I don't work. I'm retired. I know maybe in your country they don't retire until they're dead. But, you know, we have the luxury in America of retiring before we're dead.
Okay.
And I'm not dead yet. I'm semi-retired. I don't, like, it's not that I don't ever work. I just work when I feel like it.
It means you are the one person doing work in your company, and now currently
No, look. I had an IT company. Look, listen, an IT company, and I worked with other IT companies. So when they had a hard problem that they couldn't figure out, they would call me and say, "Hey, figure this out for us," and I would get paid to figure it out for them.
Okay.
For example, I'll give you an example. There's a company, they would buy old computers from other companies, right? So the company's getting all new computers. They take all their old computers. These people, they would auction them off, pallets of computers. So pallets, freaking like a pallet of freaking 20 computers, but they would buy like a whole tractor trailer full of old computers. Now all these computers need their operating systems wiped out and re-imaged and all that shit. So they would pay me to create a system to do that, right? So that they would
Okay.
take the computers in, so idiots that could barely freaking tie their shoes could just plug the computer in and hit a button, and then the whole computer would be wiped out and Windows would be reinstalled. Okay? So I would make a system for
Yeah.
idiots so that they could push a button and freaking re-image the computer so it could be sold.
Oh my God, it's talking too much.
Yeah. You just
understand?
installed. Yeah. You were after.
But we're talking like in a factory, at the factory level, where there's like they have a fucking loading dock and they're taking in fucking with a forklift 20 computers at a time. Dude, why are you rude, man? What the fuck is up with you people, bro?
What do you mean?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Hold on a second. So you understand what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
so I got that job from another person that worked with this company, but he didn't know how to set up this system, so he called me to do it. Okay, so I get a lot of my stuff was like that, where some IT company would
Okay.
call me to fix some problem that they couldn't fix because they didn't know how to do it. But because I've been in IT for so long, I could work with old systems, new systems, all sorts of different hardware, and just all sorts of crap, dude.
Okay.
There's like saying, what company did you work for? I work for me. But it wasn't like a company. I can't hire you. What can you do anyway? You're fucking new.
Okay.
Can you install drivers on frickin' DOS 3.0?
Okay.
Kodor, can you install drivers on DOS 3.0?
It means you are saying I can
Microsoft DOS 3.0, can you install the device drivers on that operating system?
currently.
No, you cannot. You don't even know what that shit is.
No, I've not installed any drivers.
The only way to install drivers then you have to frickin'
Because I
added a
already
text
have-
file to point the frickin' and the bootloader to the right frickin' direction so that the drivers load.
I already have
Talking
drivers
hardware
for
level.
all
We're
of
talking hardware level shit, dude. Not 3 years of abstraction. Like we're not talking like on top of the. I mean, that's DOS is an operating system. We're talking hardware level operating systems, dude.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So that's type. I don't do fucking.
Yeah, fucking.
I'm not in a call center doing tech support with a fucking ticket center. I gotta take this
Yeah.
call. I got a call, dude. I got a phone call.
Okay. You can take your call.
Hi. Bye. Bye guys. Hi. Yolanda. Is that your stomach?
Hi, I'm Mike.
I'm Don.
And this is the International Space Station.
Science Garage. Today we have this is an espresso machine.
Yes, it is.
And it makes, have a cup of espresso.
When's the last time you cleaned this thing out?
Oh, I cleaned it out, about a month or so ago.
You drink this stuff without sugar?
We have,
This is good. This will keep
or
us
we
going.
are soon going to have, an espresso machine on orbit for the crew to use.
Really?
And you think of the technology in this. What about the technology?
Yeah.
You have superheated water, so it's above its normal boiling point. Now, how can you have water above its normal boiling point?
Because you would think it would evaporate.
Yeah.
How do you do this?
You do it under pressure. It's like a little miniature pressure cooker.
Okay.
And so look at that cream, that little foamy stuff
So
on
you
top.
do the PV equals nRT.
Yes,
Is that
that
what it is?
thing. Yeah.
That
yeah.
equation, kids.
And-
so
and
the
so-
temperature goes up, you have to bring up the pressure.
That's right.
So that the volume remains the same. Is
That's
that what-
right. That's right.
Holy cow! I
See,
figured it out.
you're a mechanical engineer, but you're talking chemistry
Well,
stuff.
I
so-
remember PV equals nRT. If there's one thing you need to remember from chemistry, it's PV equals nRT. Pressure times
Yes.
volume
Yes.
equals N, which is the mole constant or something. What is that?
Yeah,
What's that
the
number? I can't
ideal
remember.
gas constant.
Okay, that constant. And NR, which is another one of those.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then T is temperature. So as temperature
Yes.
goes up,
Yeah, actually, N's the number of moles, R
N
is
is
the
the
gas
number of moles.
constant.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, the mole number.
Yeah.
And then R is the gas
Yeah,
constant.
yeah.
But as long as you can remember PV equals nRT, you're good for chemistry.
Yeah, you are.
And physics, what do you need to know?
Physics, F equals MA.
F equals MA, that's all you need
Yeah,
to know.
that's all
there.
you need to know.
And in Spanish, what do you need to know?
Como estás?
That's it.
So we are going to have espresso on station, and we've got this chamber to hold superheated water.
Right.
It will run through a little ampule, and then the espresso could come out in one of our zero gravity coffee cups.
You invented that.
Yeah, this is a zero gravity coffee cup because a cup like this won't work in
'cause
weightlessness.
it's gonna float.
But this
Here.
cup will, because the acute angle here will a contact weighting angle.
The smaller
It's
angle.
less than 90 degrees.
There you
And surface tension will pull the water up like this, and it'll just park itself next to the rim, and then you can drink it in a weightless environment. Now, this doesn't work
How
down
did you
here.
come up with this?
Because I remembered some.
Don invented this.
And-
Did this actually fly?
Yeah, this
He's
is, see, I
got-
wrote
he's
here.
got capped on tape.
Yeah, this was STS 126, and this is one of two.
Hold this up to the camera so they can see it. Right there. And he got a little Velcro thing over
Yeah,
there,
see,
too.
that's so you could stick it on the wall. And so this was a eureka moment, and it's one of these things. Instead of running through the streets naked, you.
Don.
Well, I mean, right? Isn't that the whole idea of eureka, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but in space
about
you'd
the-
float through the
There's
modules.
one word in there that I would find unusual to describe, but that's okay.
But so I went screaming through the modules,
Right.
eureka, eureka, or
Yeah,
whatever.
right,
No,
yeah.
actually I didn't do that.
all right.
But then I built it in the US Node 2.
You did, all right. And so you use, so what I find interesting about that, Don, there's a lot of interesting things about this, but one is the materials you used to build this were obviously there.
On station, yes.
Right.
This
So what did
came
you
out from
use?
the.
Where'd you get that?
Well, we don't have a lot of paper on station anymore,
Right.
but we have these emergency books. And some of this plastic film was used as extra sheets in the emergency books. And I figured nobody will miss a couple of pages from the emergency procedure.
Yeah,
right?
as long as there's no emergencies.
Yeah,
so we know what happens. Do you remember when?
But you see, this is just
you didn't rip
filler.
a page out of. You didn't rip out any.
No, this is just filler.
These guys have a. These guys have a.
Yeah,
cabinet
like
we
a
can,
notebook divider, right? So
surprise, you're on your own.
So you take this plastic film and then some capped on tape, and then you understand that this is the special geometry you need in order to have the capillary forces allow you to drink this in a weightless environment. So anyway, so here's a zero-G cup.
And then
We've
you got your Kapton tape, you got your little marker, and you got your Velcro, all on board space station,
Yeah.
made and manufactured there.
Made, manufactured there, and we will soon have this espresso machine, or one like this. It'll be a flight version,
Right.
and they'll have superheated water, and it's under a moderate pressure with valves and all this stuff, and it takes good engineering to make something like that.
It's because anything. Yeah, because you bring up a lot of good points. One is that anything that you're going to do. Let me ask this: on the ground, and I
Yes.
don't want to get to the spacing. You talked about how this has hot. This is superheated water here.
It does.
So does the same principle with the high pressure
Yeah,
as well?
yeah.
Okay. So it works the same. The principle works the same.
Yes.
Because pressure and temperature.
Yeah,
same-
ideal
same-
gas law
same
works
idea.
down here. It works in
Works
space.
up there. That's not a difference about space and the way
Yeah.
it is here. The other thing you mentioned is that making things to work in space. I mean, it's an engine. It's that's what I tell my students is that you can build one of these things on the ground. It's tough enough.
Yes.
But now building it for space is
It's even harder.
What are the challenges of having a coffee maker,
Well,
an
what you-
espresso maker in space?
Well-
that you have to think about that makes it more difficult than building one on the ground.
Well, the biggest challenge is you need to do good engineering, which means you can't fall asleep in your classes.
Again with that.
Yeah,
All right,
see,
okay.
and-
This is the problem. All right.
So you don't want to fall asleep in your
Right.
class. You need to listen to what the professor is saying, so that way you can learn all these pearls of wisdom,
Right.
and then you can take those and,
Right.
and you can say, okay, we're going to have this high pressure superheated boiler,
Right.
okay, but the gas and the residual air isn't just going to form a nice layer like we have down here.
Right.
It's going to make this big bubbly mess.
Right, yeah.
So how do you deal
Yeah, how do
with
you-
a big bubbly
you know how
mess?
they did that?
I don't know how
one of the
the
issues.
boiler is going to be done on the espresso machine for orbit. I haven't seen
Right.
that yet, but one way of doing it would be to have a bellows. You have a tank with a bellows.
And to put air inside of there.
Well, you have air on one side of the bellows, and then you don't have any air in with the water. So that's one way of doing it. Okay, and so the bellows just keeps contracting around the water as you dispense it from the high temperature,
Okay.
the high temperature
That's
pressure
a great
vessel.
idea. So that's what like engineering in space
Yeah,
is.
that's what engineering in space. You got to
figure
solve
these clever
problems
ideas.
that are different than solving problems down here.
Right.
Now, where does the water come from that feeds the espresso machine? The toilet, and well, also sweat and breath
Yes.
and all the other condensate that comes from
Any
the atmosphere.
disgusting liquid you can think of.
Yeah, any disgusting liquid, sweat, breath, toilet, gym shorts drying,
Yeah, all that good
all that stuff ends up going into this distillation outfit, and then through the purifiers, and then into the galley.
There is some fresh water too that has to come up, right? Because you're going to use some of the water. eventually.
Some of it, yeah, some of it, because we can't recover
can't
all of the water,
100%.
so we do have to have some water makeup.
And that comes up on one of the
One of the
cargo ships.
resupply vehicles, yeah.
Okay, so
And
that's,
so this whole process, the NASA engineers call this.
this isn't your pee, is it? This is not. This is not pure.
No, this is Houston,
All right.
Houston
I
water.
think I might be better off with what comes out of the toilet.
But at least on station. So
This one's, yeah.
So the NASA engineers call this a regenerative life support system. It's a pretty big set of words for all.
I mean, you can regenerate the water.
But I like to call this whole set of equipment the coffee machine.
The whole thing, including the toilet.
Yeah, because you think about it. This coffee machine has an uncanny ability to take yesterday's coffee and turn it into today's coffee. And so you're peeing in this machine, and while you're doing that, you can hear it's going whir and chug and all of that. And then you're done with that. Then you float around the corner, and now you're in the galley area, and you make yourself a bag of coffee. But we are soon going to have our espresso machine, and you can make yourself an espresso.
So we had espresso before in space, right? I'm pretty sure.
It was freeze-dried
It was
espresso.
freeze-dried.
Yeah,
It'd be
and
like
you-
instant. So
yeah, it
this
was
is actually going to I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This is going to make real coffee, not just instant coffee, not
Right.
flakes, not granules,
Right.
real coffee.
Real coffee brewed that you can drink, like you're demonstrating.
And it will add a little bit of civilization into this frontier of space.
I like it.
ਰੱਖਦਾ ਦੱਸ ਦੇ ਲੈਪਟਾਪ ਵੀ ਖੁੱਲਾ ਪਿਆ ਲੱਗੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਲਾ ਦੇ ਲੈਪਟਾਪ ਤੇ ਲੰਗਿਆ ਕਰਦਾ ਜਵਾਬ ਤੇ ਦੇ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ਜਾ ਰੋਟੀ ਰੱਖ ਜਾ ਕੁਛ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੋਟੀ ਰੱਖ ਜਾ ਤੇਰੀ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਦਾ ਲੈ ਜਾ ਵਾਪਸ ਪਲੇਟ ਚੁੱਕ ਕੇ ਲੈ ਜਾ ਵਾਪਸ
that's not ever gonna fade. And the earth is so humongous, they are giants there among us. From a town that's made of stone, that's about the size of Rome. And the map is so humongous, they are giants with a compass and a pen that's drawing on to chart their way to Babylon. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul. And they come and go away at the end of every day with a stone for a foot that's the size of Hollywood. And they come and go away at the end of every day with a stone for a foot that's the size of Hollywood. I was dreaming in my bed with a vision in my head, and I woke and I knew that my vision wasn't true. I was dreaming in my bed with a vision in my head, and I woke and I knew that my vision wasn't true. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and full of no soul. A land so grand and full of stone and full of life and full of gold and full of dark and with no soul.
mean, that's all.
Yeah.
Our conversation is done. He doesn't need my help. If he's gonna stay in his delusion, he can do that. I'm just here to expose information.
One more thing.
Clearly he's not seeing what he's describing, but if he wants to say that he is, that's fine by me. It's not my child.
Like the flag, like parts of the flag are disappearing.
No, okay, but hold on though. Just real quick, buddy. Like, I'm sure everybody in this room is like just cringing because hearing you say that when we know that that is not what it is. So, for instance, you saw it and you're like, "Oh, look at the flag. There's lines to it. By the way, it's flipped upside down. It's literally they're tricking you because only one line is disappearing. They try to make it seem like 2 or 3 lines are disappearing because of the curvature of the earth. So that's one. Hold on. One trick is they flip the flag upside down. If you were to look at when they first started and looked at the white, the red, the blue, then the red, the white, the red, the white, they actually flipped it to where it makes it look like it's more is covered only because the way they flipped it. And then secondly, the line of that's being covered by the water, and they are falsely saying it's the horizon blocking it. But if you look at that video, honestly, the horizon is actually way behind the flag. You're going to see a horizon of where the water is meeting the sky. So I don't know this is why Elijah's frustrated with you.
Oh, you mean like that? See, yes. I didn't fully understand.
There you go. Well, there you go.
But I mean, I was... Yeah. But like...
Okay.
No, I see what you mean though. Yeah. That is odd, but like, the flag is disappearing still. Right? But like the horizon is behind it. I do agree with that. Like I see that now. I didn't understand what you guys were talking about when you said that the horizon was behind.
Okay, good. Yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad you can now concede to Elijah and say, okay, my bad. You're right. It's not behind the horizon. So now, with that information, you can go back and tell all your Glober buddies, hey guys, we can't use this video no more because National Geographic lied to us and they tricked us. You can go tell them that because that's exactly what they did.
Then why is the flag disappearing still? Like parts of it are like...
Okay. So one thing you would have to understand, like across a body of water...
Time out.
Go ahead.
So I told him earlier that I'm not here to explain the world to him. Okay. I'm only here to expose the lie. We did that.
Right.
I'm not feeling the weight of him feeling like we did that. So I can't tell you what to do, but I wouldn't move any further. Because whatever you tell him, guess what? It only matters if he took on the information. Meaning, well, goddamn, what the fuck causes that phenomenon where you can't see the bottom things? Because I swear to God,
I am
curvature.
Like that is weird.
So,
like, that is weird.
in the verses, no, there's something else wonky going on because it is curvature. So what do you how do you explain things disappearing on a flat surface? Like we're gonna say, well, it has to do with angular resolution. Then they're gonna go, that doesn't make sense to me. Then we're gonna show them the Rayleigh criterion. They're gonna go, I don't understand. And we're gonna say, well, there's the visual distance between one object and the other object. One object being the boat, the other object being the water. No, the water's not an object. It's like, no, fuck that. We exposed what the lie was. Like, go have a drink or whatever it is you do to let your hair down, unwind, really process the information and come back.
No, that's a good point, Elijah. That's a good point. So
I definitely like my worldview. Like I've seen a lot of crazy shit. Okay, like I don't like to me the shape of the Earth. Like I'm fine with it being either way. It doesn't really matter to me. But like I'm still interested in these things, and it is like flat Earth, like live. Like people are listening. They want to hear like explanations for a few of these things. I would assume that they want to hear people talk about these things. So like
So Elliptical, just real quick, just to piggyback on what Elijah said, like he made a very good point. Like we shouldn't have to dive in and explain to you everything about what we've researched and come to a conclusion, which is why we've taken a staunch position in, where we stand on all of this. Because technically, if we told you, just as he lined it up, he laid it out, like if we told him this, if we told him that, if you aren't processing the fact that this one video produced by National Geographic to lie to the masses through media, on a national scale, maybe even worldwide, right? Like if they're lying and saying, "Oh, look, guys, this is why it's a globe," but now you see. Wait, hold up, they were lying. So if you can take that one portion and say, "Okay, if they're lying to me, first of all, if
I mean,
it was a
they lie about a lot. Like I'm not.
Okay, yeah,
my worldview is already there. Like they lie about a lot of shit.
Okay, good. So with that being said, then I suggest, I implore you, you should really either stick around and just listen, because you're going to learn a lot more if you listen than if you talk. That's a proven fact, I think. Just being in this arena and you asking questions that you then start arguing or saying, "No, well, hey, no, this flag is taller, and this is what." You're now trying to explain and justify the lies that we're pointing out. I'm glad you finally conceded to this, but imagine dealing with Globers every day for hours. All they're doing is just trying to justify it within their own brain because they know that it's not flat, even though all the evidence is counter. It's against them. But
I mean, if that's the case, and they already know, well, it's like, then stop coming here.
Yeah,
maybe already know something like that. Oh, I already know. I don't talk to I already knows.
Right.
I'm not like that.
What's the point?
I don't know why you think I'm like
that. So that my only suggestion is
just label me an idiot.
I'm not. I think you're a smart man. I think you're smart.
Believe what you believe, and it's very simple.
Yeah. So maybe just maybe just take a position to where, like you said yourself, I heard you say earlier, that you are curious, you already know that they lie. So with that position, then you shouldn't be opposition. And earlier you sounded like opposition against Elijah. So what that tells me is you need to listen more than talk. And then that way, in the conversations, when we're telling people who think they know, not like you said, no, I know it's not that. I know they're lying to me. And so that's why
he also literally used his mouth to say that the horizon,
right,
that the flag is disappearing behind, right, it's going down behind the horizon. I'm like, I'm like, but I told you. So that just
because I didn't understand the point. I realized
except that you had a little cog dissonance.
It wasn't. Okay, first of all, it was not cognitive dissonance. I truly did not understand.
Listen, bro. I literally showed you a video that tells you that there's a distance to the horizon. Before I did that, I talked to you about it, and then I gave you the relevant information, and then I said, look, the guy literally said he put the camera down at the water so the horizon would be at 1.2 miles. And then I showed you, well, the horizon isn't in front of the boat, it's behind the boat. I can't believe that you didn't understand that, because it's only in front of or behind the boat, and it's only
because I didn't know what you meant by the horizon. I didn't know that you realized. I didn't know that you meant.
How could you?
It was the physical. Right, because listen, look, I was seeing.
Why would a horizon not be a horizon?
Because I don't debate this every day. I don't understand the terminology. It's inherently intuitive.
Disappearing behind something.
Yeah, I already conceded, bro. I already conceded. Calm.
Yeah,
I agree.
Hey, and Elijah, just real quick, one thing that I do, I even have to remember this sometimes too, like even when people are seeing things, sometimes what's going on in their mind, they can't grasp it, and that's why I get your point though. You're I don't want to waste time with these people, but at the same time, like Old Horse or Old, I forgot who it was. I think it was Old Horse. He posted the photo. Oh, old dude. He posted the photo, and then with me just reiterating it, even though you said it. Sometimes it's got to come from someone else. But sadly, that's just the way it works sometimes. But then he's like, "Oh, now I get what you're saying," even though you just talked to him for 30 minutes. But that's just the way it goes sometimes. But at least he's now at a point where, okay, I get what you're saying. You're right. I know they're lying. So at this point of the, of the adventure or part of your journey, maybe just listen to the arguments now.
Well, yeah, but like, isn't this the Flat Earth channel where you talk about it? Like, I don't understand. Like, I mean, I am being genuine. I don't know why you think I have cognitive dissonance. Like, I truly did not understand what you meant by like, oh, the horizon is behind. Like, I thought that the horizon.
And that goes with my point earlier.
I physically saw it. I realized, oh, no, it's actually behind.
Hey, and that's good that you kind of like getting point by point, but there's multiple variables that you probably want to maybe.
Well, yeah, of course, right.
Check and kind of comprehend because different things, but. That's what I was trying to tell you earlier. Instead of kind of defending the globe like a superhero, just take the information and try to process it.
I mean, I am. Like,
yeah, you are, but you were giving this resistance. Like, no, the curve is there. You just can't see it, bro.
Well, that's for me to take because like I don't know anything about this. And also, hold on, let me talk because you guys talk around. Like I am, you guys on this channel, like I've noticed this as well because I do listen a decent amount sometimes. Like, but it's more background sound. But like, I noticed that you're like really big like assholes to just like everyone that comes in this channel. Like, I'm being 100% genuine.
Facts.
Like, I'm being
100%
honest.
facts.
And like, you're calling me like saying like, oh, you're a superhero for the globe. You're like, what are these things? Like,
who called you that? Who called you that? Who?
I mean, you said I was being like a superhero for the globe. Like, I don't know.
No, a superhero, a superhero protector of the globe.
I'm not.
Okay, but check this out. But check this out though.
You are a superhero though, in my eyes.
But check this out though. It's a community. You're not gonna. This is probably your first time here. This is our classroom at the moment. And I don't think I treated you like an asshole. I think I just was very short and stern with you. Because I wasn't disrespectful to you.
I mean, I was talking about this other guy.
Like, okay, well, he's
a lot of the people.
Okay, point taken. But the other girl that responded and chimed in, she literally turned me down because she kept repeating that she was going to go to Google and get her information and then ask us questions. And I said, well, most of the information on Google about the topic is false. And so it makes more sense to get it from us because people tend to treat us, in a bigoted way when they're like, no, this is what you believe and this is why I hate it. So that's what we deal with as well. But I'm not crying about it. When people turn me down because they don't want to hear what I'm saying, I like, it is what it is. Like, so that's just life, bro. I'm sorry that you had an unsavory exchange with Jimsy, but we have unsavory exchanges all the time. People call me retarded all the time.
I understand that. Yeah, like I mean, I do get that because I mean, I tried to share information when I was younger and stuff, right? But like, and you do get
so it's really irrelevant. The bottom, like I told you, if you get lucky, you'll find someone who's just willing to share the information with you, like I did. Now that you can find somebody else who wants to, who might speculate with you for hours. We have that as well. It's just not me.
Yeah. So, but like the point is that hold on, let me talk because you guys talk about it. So, the point is that if you are like calling people like globe heads and stuff like this, like, you're never going to get through to them, right? That's not how you get through to people.
Yeah, no,
I understand that.
I know that, but
it's not directed at you.
Most people, this is an experience. Like you saying that, I receive it, but just like I received that war is bad, but it's happening anyway. Like, and not only do I believe it's bad, but I probably attribute it to some. I probably contribute to it in some way, like by a form of voting or whatever it is. You know what I mean? So the bottom line is the information is the only thing that matters.
Well, you see, that's naive because the delivery of information.
It's not naive. I can't change the fact that we don't live in an ideal world. So you're claiming that, well, you're never going to reach people by acting the way you're acting. Well, guess what? When I first came into the topic and I approached people my friends, who should be the most charitable to me, and my family, the people that actually my family, they're kind of with it, but everybody else, you know how much scrutiny, how much I had to go through a lot, okay, and all I did was say, I looked at some information and I don't think the moon landing happened. All of a sudden, people started asking me if I was a flat earther and this, that, and the third. And, oh, you're a flat tard, blah, blah, shit that I never heard of. So you bringing up the fact that, like, when you call people globers, like, that's going to turn them off. Yeah, we know. I've tried to stop it, but people in this community are still going to do it. I don't know what to tell you about that. But I'm not here. I'm not here as a. This isn't a mosque where we want to convert people. I kind of don't care how people feel, because at the end of the day, if you want information, I have it. If you don't want the information, go elsewhere.
Okay, so
do something else.
So I have a question. Can you explain to me how other planets are round then?
Let me respond to him. Let me respond, and then I'll shut up. So like, you can have true information. Like, I've got my own true information, right? But the delivery of it is the most important part. Because like, if you have all this information, what's the point of knowing all of this if you're not going to try to share it in like a proper manner? Because like,
right. So
hold on, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. You talk for so long. Please don't cut me off.
What was wrong? Don't worry about Jimsy, because you said that you didn't have. What was wrong with my approach?
Well, I think are you talking about are you talking about Under Heaven Earth or Apocryphon? Because he was talking about me or Apocryphon, because there was three people talking to him. Me, you, the other guy.
So you guys just keep cutting me off. You won't let me make
Yeah,
bro, let him speak.
Yeah, cut you off. Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Clean, we're gonna approach your question in a minute. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I cut you off and I explained why. I said, well, you have these unpacked, preloaded.
Alright, this is getting really annoying. I was gonna try and like make some good points, but you just keep cutting me off, and like I actually can't say anything. So,
I mean, what are you gonna say?
I mean, I was gonna say like the reason that I said you're naive is because you have to care about how people feel, because otherwise you'll never get through to them, right? And there's no
let's not talk about talking, bro. Just stop it.
Well, Jimsy, he's only responding to you, but his experience of me has nothing to do with that.
He's ignoring all the information that we presented. He's ignoring that. I'm talking about feelings now. Like, it's ridiculous.
I'm not even saying that he's ignoring it, but Jimsy, the fire is fueled when we actually.
Oh my gosh! I'm gonna mute myself and not say anything now.
Please.
That's fair enough. Do that then. So it's like he's saying, well, something that actually makes sense. If you don't present something well, doesn't matter the truthfulness of it, no one's gonna buy. It's the same thing in business. I can have the best product in the world, but guess what? If I'm a shitty person, they're gonna dine somewhere else. They're gonna buy somewhere else. You're not telling us anything we don't know. So you said that to say what? Who cares? I do. That's why I spoke to you the way that I did.
Bro, when he opened his mic, we addressed him and he asked a question. We replied. We gave him the information, sending the images, the infrareds. I mean, I don't know why he's complaining about the treatment. This is not like a popularity contest, or in here there's many personalities, right? So if you just gonna say that everybody should have a different approach of how they present themselves, I mean, you're not gonna have a conversation with anybody if you don't like. I mean, just talk to people. You're kind of like pre-assuming that someone is speaking to you a certain way that you don't like the words that they're saying or the tonality. Concentrate on the information of what's being said and address that. But go ahead. If he's not gonna reply, go ahead, Mr. Someone had a question.
Yeah, there's another guy.
Mr. Clean
Like I
asked
said,
why
if you,
planets are round. But I had a question for Duncan, Darth, but it's more along the lines of surveying.
We already told Mr. Clean he was gonna ask a question. He has a turn.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering, if the Earth's flat, then why are other planets round?
we don't make any claims about the planet, so we can't. That's not a question we can answer. We only talk about the lie that's being told specifically, and we show what the lie is and how it's exposed. That's what we do. We don't explain to people the universe and how it came about, why it makes sense, how it makes sense. We don't care about any of that. Either you want to understand what the lie is and the deception is, or you don't. That makes sense?
That's yeah, because we want to address the facts, and you're asking Elijah, is that a logical fallacy? Because he's saying the other planet, so is he already asserting that he's standing on a planet, and he's saying, hey, look, I see other planets, and they look this shape round, therefore, since I'm standing on a planet like those, therefore this one is round too. Isn't that like affirming the consequence or something? Elijah?
It's a form of begging the question, but it's something else as well.
Well, I wouldn't think so, because every planet that we look at through a telescope, it's round.
Yeah, but you're not standing on one of those things. The ground below your feet is not the luminaries in the sky in the heavens above. Those are not the same thing. And you're saying that you're making the claim that the thing below your feet is the thing in the sky, like the things in the sky. But that's not the case.
Yeah,
So you
kind of like.
think that the Earth is absolutely unique in the sense of its shape?
Hey, look, watch, check this out. So I'm going to post a photo, right? And it's kind of like what you're saying is kind of like this. You see how up in the ceiling, all those lights are round. That doesn't mean the floor that I'm on is round. It's just those are round. It has nothing to do with where I'm at on the floor. You get what I'm saying? Like, zoom in on look at those canisters. They're called recessed lighting, and you're gonna see round, 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 round. Just because those are round has nothing to do with what I'm. Do you get that? You understand that? You get that? Does that make sense?
That makes sense, perfect one. But the thing is that he's picturing the Earth as a disc in space, right? When you're thinking about the flat Earth, Mr. Clean, you're thinking about a disc in space.
No, I think the Earth is round.
Yeah. But you're asking about the flat Earth, and you're saying the other. Okay, so when you think about the Earth being round, what is the image that you get? You get the globe, right? You get a globe in your mind. That's what you think. The Earth is round, globe.
Yeah.
And then you're saying you're changing that globe into a flat disc, and you're saying, hey, this flat disc doesn't make sense because the other planets are spheres. That's what you're saying, right, Mr. Clean?
Yes, but I guess.
But now this is where I want to get out, Mr. Clean. The cosmology, the globe cosmology that you are picturing in your mind, or looking into a solar system model that you draw the Earth as a planet in, you're replacing the Earth on that cosmology in your mind. You're placing the Earth as a globe or a flat disk, and you're saying that you like the globe on the picture or in the cosmology. You like the Earth globe in it, but you don't like the flat globe. You don't like the flat disk. But you're just replacing the Earth as an object in that cosmology. But that's not the ground below your feet. That's not where you're standing. That depiction that you have in your mind of the Earth is globe or the Earth is a flat disk in space, that's not where you're standing on. Either or. You're not standing on a globe, or you're not standing on the flat disk that you're replacing the globe with. So the cosmology that you're imagining is completely off, away from reality. So that's why you're replacing objects in the cosmology and saying that object in the cosmology doesn't make sense because other pieces of the cosmology look different than this piece that you replace in that cosmology, which is you replace the globe for the flat disk, or you place the globe. It's just
Okay,
you gotta look at this differently. It's because you're thinking about the cartoons that were programmed into your head, into your brain, the globe, the flat disk, all that stuff. That's what you're thinking about. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Clean. I bet.
So, I just want to know, are you saying that the Earth is absolutely unique in the sense of the universe? That there is no other planet in this universe that is like the Earth, that it is flat?
So the Earth is the ground below your feet, and you are in a medium. Go ahead, Elijah. You want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah. So the Earth looks like what it looks like, and from the Earth we observe lights in the sky. Now, you think you're on a ball amidst other balls in a vacuum. We have two totally different outlooks. We're just talking about what things look like. You're prescribing what things are based on what you see. They're different than what you see. So, for example, when people look at Jupiter and they say, "Oh, look at the storms on Jupiter," you don't see storms of Jupiter, but you prescribed it that.
Or better yet, Elijah,
So
they show
basically, what
the
you're
same
telling me is
stars.
I hold a ball in my hand and tell you it looks like a ball, but it's not a ball.
That's not what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is we just observe what we observe here on the floor. And from here, when we look at the sky, those are lights in the sky.
Yeah, Elijah, to your point, because he was saying that the gentleman, Mr. Clean, that the distances and whatever he's thinking in geocentric. But bro, the thing is that Mr. Clean, since you're following the cosmology that's making the claims about the distances and the makeup and the mediums that those lights in the sky are in, you're going with that prescription and speaking from it, basically. So the distances and the makeup and the sizes of those lights in the sky, whoever is giving you that prescription as fact, that the globe, that's not factual, because that's just a made up, concept, a made up idea. The globe. And all those distances and all those things in the sky that have been depicted a certain way at a certain distances and all that, that's just part of the prescription of that cosmology that was made up by men as a religion, the globe religion, the globe tart.
So to answer your question again, before you try to summarize what Jimsy said is, when we look at the ground and we look at the sky, the things in the sky don't look like what we see on the ground. So for you to ask, so is the ground unique from the things in the sky? Well, the ground looks like the ground, and the ground doesn't look like the things in the sky. So I don't know what else you want us to tell you. We're just going off of what we see.
Yeah, in the ground, you're going to find a lot of things that you look at the sky and you don't see any of that up there with any equipment. So all the claims and all the drawings and depictions and solar system cartoons that you ever drew, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the realist level, the thing that you go out there in reality, experience with your body, your senses, do the observations, do the tests, construct things from materials from the realist level,
Yeah, we can
and then
do
to
those
verify or falsify the claims being made as similar the claim that is being made as the ground is curving at a certain rate. Then you can test for that in the realist level and find out that it's not there. The claim of the globe is not there in reality. Go ahead.
What I was just trying to get at is that we have instruments that we can use to determine and observe whether a planet is round or not. And the whole idea that
Go ahead.
planets and stars are just lights in the sky.
No,
I mean, yeah,
we're not denying that they're round. They're round lights in the sky. So chill, dude.
Yeah, and round and flat are not mutually exclusive, and that's an important point because you obviously you mean sphere, but round doesn't mean sphere. You know that, right, Mr. Clean? Just to keep it clean, you know, keep the language clean, hopefully. Because round, you can have a flat table, a round table, right? That's not a sphere.
Yeah.
Exactly. So when you're looking at the sky, and let's say you see the moon. It could be a circle of light, it could be a sphere, or it could be a concave or a half sphere. You don't know that. But obviously, you come with the cosmology and the prescription that the Earth is a globe and we've been to the moon, and you saw all the Disney stuff, all the movies, Star Wars, and you believe that is actually what we live in that fantasy. But that's not the case, Mr. Clean.
Hey, Mr. Clean, just real quick, just to kind of piggyback on what you just said. These fantasies, they show you the pictures, they show you the photos, they sell you the story. I posted in the chat at 45 minutes after the hour. This is supposed to be Jupiter, 2 years apart from one another, and it's literally the same exact photo from 2 years prior, even though this is a gaseous storm circling in opposite directions, changing formations, yet it's identical, even with the little squigglies of a storm. Like, when you see something like that, if a light doesn't turn on your head, like, bro, why would you fucking lie to me? If it's true and real, then why would they be falsifying it? But just let that resonate, bro. Like, just sit there and just think of it, bro. Because I think there's more than enough information to cast doubt in you. You're trying to hold on to it. You're like justifying your belief here, and you're holding on to it like with your dear life. But we're just like pointing out simple things, bro, to make those little gears work in your head: logic, reason, understanding, critical thinking. Hopefully, when you realize, wait, why would they use the same exact photo and then just add color to it on top to show a magnetic storm in 2016? But why would they do that? If it was a real thing, then why would they fake it? That's a question for me to you, by the way. Why would they fake it?
Well, I have no clue. You guys,
all right. I mean, at least you're being honest. That's cool.
like it's like you guys are trying to like allude from certain points of the topic. Like,
no, dude, I'm just pointing out the facts, bro. Like, look at, if this was a court of law, you're saying I have a claim, Your Honor, and all we're doing is, well, Your Honor, that claim is false, and here's the evidence. Then let the jury look at the evidence and say, oh shit, NASA's lying. Oh shit, this is wrong. Oh shit, this doesn't add up. And then let the jury, make their decision and let the defense rest, knowing confidently we've showed the judge and the court and the jury the evidence that should at least make you question. And in this position, it would be like reasonable doubt. Therefore, your claims would get thrown out and you wouldn't even be able to use them because there's enough reasonable doubt presented in the argument to where you wouldn't win that case. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you won't win because you're talking about, oh, why is it round in the sky? Okay, well, let's talk about those things that are round. Why are they faking the photos of those things in the sky? So then it discredits it. So then you had a story. Oh, it's round. It's a ball.
Are they faking photos? I could literally buy a telescope and look at Saturn right now.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. But you know what? Then, if that was the case, then why would you use a photo from a telescope in 2014 why would you duplicate that photo and then sprinkle in some Photoshop magnetic storm? Why would you do that?
Aprocophone, I think that's a good point, but I think there has to be a distinction between, because he mentioned, right, we observe in Jupiter with the telescope. I've done it, right? I also have a high zoom camera. I've done a bunch of observations, right? The thing is, right, that the natural observed phenomena that we do from the ground, that you and I can be next to each other with different equipment, doing the observations of the luminaries, let's say Jupiter at this moment. That observation that we're doing is not equal nor the same thing as the drawings that you do of Jupiter and the solar system. Are you in the voice chat? Are you in the text chat? How do you call yourself? Mr. Clean, my bad. Are you in the text chat?
Mm-hmm.
So in the text chat, I'm going to post this right here. You see? So when you look at Jupiter with your telescope, and then people tell you, you see? When you look at Jupiter, this is what you're looking at, the solar system, part of the solar system. The depictions and the cosmology that are written down, especially on the heliocentric, because there's a lot of write-ins and information that actually relate to the realist level on what actually happening up there and the things that we can observe. But on the globe side, that's all fantasy. The observation of the Jupiter that you do with your telescope and the depiction in the cartoon, globe cartoon, those are different things. Not the same. Okay? Mr. Clean?
So you're saying that what I'm looking at, if I'm looking at something and I draw what I'm looking at?
Yeah, they're not the same thing. They're not the same thing. You know why? Because the observed phenomena that you can observe, and then I can be next to you, and I'm gonna tell you, hey, Mr. Clean, I believe that light that you and I are looking at right now is at a certain distance. It is at a certain medium. And there is a medium between I can say there is a medium between me and that object that we're observing. I can make all of these stories, and then you yourself can have a different story, different than mine. But who's right? Neither you, neither I are correct about the phenomena in the sky. Why? Because we can't go there and verify it. We can only talk about it. We can observe and see the movement and see the cycles of the luminaries, because they move like clockwork, like gears in the sky, like in cycles, right? But what it is and what are they made of, or the sizes, the distances, and the mediums that they're in, we can't go there and verify that. So that's why you get the stories. You get the globe stories and the cartoons and all that stuff to replace or to give you a story about what that stuff is up there and how it works. Even though the guys that wrote the story and gave it to you, they haven't verified any of that. They're just giving you stories, and it's up to you to believe it or not. The phenomena in the sky is not the depictions and cartoons that you see and you drew when you were a child. When you drew the sun and you drew the planets one next to each other, and then you drew the Earth in the solar system, that's not reality. That's fantasy.
Even though we can literally observe the planets. So that's like
check this out.
If I am holding a ball and I drew a picture of that ball that I'm holding, is now a fantasy.
No. Let's Aprocophone, my bad. My last thing. Listen.
Go ahead.
You gotta make a distinction, because what you're saying is kind of correct. If you see if you see a depiction of a chicken, and then you have the real chicken from where the depiction was made from, those two things are not the same thing, bro. Mr. Clean, you know this, right?
If I drew a chicken exactly how I saw the chicken, there's no difference whatsoever. That does not mean that it is a fantasy. That does not mean that the chicken does not exist. The chicken exists.
No. Nobody's saying that doesn't exist. The ideas of when you're looking at Jupiter and you're saying the distance, the makeup, the mediums, the sizes of this thing. That's just stories, because no man has been to Jupiter to verify that. And but listen. That's based on a premise that the ground under your feet is curving at a certain rate, and we checked for that, and that has been falsified already. So the claims that come with the fantasy claim of the globe, whatever comes after that, has been falsified as well, just like the curvature claim of the ground below your feet.
What made, like, what actual credible scientist has claimed this?
Wow. Claim what? What's the claim?
That the Earth is flat.
Wow. That's not a scientific claim, bro. That's a category error. This is geometry. Geometry is not the scientific method.
Okay, name me a mathematician that can prove to me that the Earth is flat. A credible mathematician.
But you see, Mr. Clean, have you ever turned on the TV and you've seen the globe on the TV? Have you ever seen that? Like they say, oh, globe this, the global warming and global this and. That's the claim. The globe is the claim, right? Do you have any evidence for the globe? Of the ground below your feet curving at the ratio that is claimed. Do you have evidence for that? No, you don't.
Hey, just real quick, if you don't mind, Mr. Clean, I'm going to post a photo in the chat at 57 minutes past the hour. Do you see it? Do you see the photo?
Yes.
Is that the moon, the sun, or a planet, or a star? What do you think?
I don't
That's
know.
a light. That looks like a pole.
The only reason I'm going to be able to not tell what that is because that is a very
My bad.
photo.
Okay. So if you saw that in the sky, you know, if you're sitting on the ground, you looked up and you saw that, what would you think that was? Just logically, be honest. Me personally,
until I got the proper equipment and instruments to determine what it is, I don't know.
Okay, so
that's just why there are plenty of scientists that to determine what it is in the sky. We know that Jupiter is a light in the sky, but we have instruments to determine that it is a planet that is round.
Okay. So looking at this with your eye. Okay, let's rewind the tape. Okay, let's say way back during Greece, Copernicus, or one of these eras of time before we had the technology today. What do you think they were looking at those stars with their eyes, right? Just with their eyes, seeing the celestial things in the sky. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Yeah, they would use their eyes. They didn't have the proper equipment.
Okay, so this photo is just using your eyes. Like, you don't have equipment. You're just so if you look at this, like me personally,
no, that's a fallacy, because that's a little bit of a fallacy right there, because we're not in ancient Greece anymore.
No, I understand that, but
technology.
Hold on though. I'm saying, rewinding the tape, when they were claiming that this is this and that is that, can't you, using your same logic that you just used, can't you say, well, they might have assumed wrong because they didn't even have the equipment to prove that? Would you agree to that, yes or no?
I would not agree, because
these
are two very different time periods that happened.
So again, that time period.
Just because in that time period they did not have the instruments does not make it true that that's what it is today.
Okay, so seeing a light in the sky, we're told what it is, and only these images of not just the wandering stars. I mean the other stars, the ones that are harder to see. I don't think we could ever see them. I think when they try to focus in, it gets really blurry. Like, I have a P950, and you zoom into a star, and looks like water. It looks like frequency, because it's just out of zoom, right? It's just out of focus. It's maybe the distance. I don't know.
Well, you can buy a professional grade telescope.
And you can see a star. You can see a star.
You can see nebulas. Yes.
Oh, no. I'm not saying little. You can't. I'm not saying you can't see little like lights. I'm saying like zoomed in on them the way you can see Venus or Jupiter or Saturn. You don't see that. You don't see those stars like that, right? What? So, for instance, in your opinion, what does a star look like? The closest star is what? The closest star is what? 6 trillion miles away.
Well,
what do you think that?
No, that's just BS. I mean, the claim is, but that's just
the claim. No, I know, I understand that. But so let's say, what's the closest star in the paradigm? What, 6 trillion miles away? So what does that star look like zoomed in on with the greatest telescope ever made to man? It still just looks like this light that I just posted, right? It's just a little light. Would you agree? Yes, no.
Look, it would look. I can guarantee you that it would.
I'll tell you what.
It would look like our sun, but a different size.
Okay. Post it. Post me the sun. Post me. Post me a picture of the sun taken with the camera or a telescope of showing the star to look like the sun, because like look at we can see our sun as a circle in the sky. I know with my P950 I could zoom in on the sun and you see a round circle. I get it. Show me that star that's 6 trillion in your paradigm, 6 trillion miles away. Show me that star as being a circle, not CGI, not animated or photoshopped or created, not an image, a digital image. Show me a photograph or an actual picture, not an artist rendition. I don't think there is one available, by the way. I don't think they have one. I know they have the CGI, like this is what it looks like, according to some, cool Photoshop dude. But I don't think there's one that exists, to be honest. Because, well, let me just go on what I'm saying. The point is that all those lights in the sky look like that photo that I posted, but here's what that photo is up close, by the way. It's a train, and there's actually several lights. There's long lights, but just the fact because we understand how light actually converges to a point. So you can have like 20,000 lights as spotlights, but in the distance, they're going to look like one light. So when we see these,
trying to get at, so basically, what you're saying is that
we don't know what those lights are.
Just because I can't tell that it's a train does not mean it's not a train.
No. What I'm saying is, if you didn't know it was a train, you would have never guessed it to be a train because you're just going off what you're observing with your own eyes optically.
And this is where you made the mistake. If I can't tell that something's a train, guess what I can do to determine if it's a train? I could wait for it to pass by. I could get close to it. I could use different instruments to determine if it's a train, like binoculars. I mean, it's at nighttime, so it makes it a little bit difficult. But there are many things I can do to determine if it is a train or not. Just because I can't see it does not mean it doesn't exist.
Okay, so with that logic that you just said, we could do all these things to see that as an actual train. Now, show me, using the instruments that you're saying we could use, show me that star that's in your paradigm 6 trillion miles away. Show me an up-close photo of one. And I guarantee, I'm willing to bet thousands of dollars that there isn't a star, a photograph of one of those stars that are represented the same way in the likes of Saturn and Jupiter and the moon and the sun. It doesn't look like that at all. It's just a light, just like the first photo I posted. That's what they all look like across the board, bro. I don't care. You get James Webb, you want to use the Hubble, whatever you want to use. They're all using, when you look deep into, that deep in your paradigm, trillions of miles away. Matter of fact, they think they can even see the past. They think they're looking into the past sometimes. But it's still just a light in the sky, just like this photo I posted. Just a light in the sky. That's all it is.
Yeah, people still say that. People still say that they say that you're looking into the past when you're looking at the stars. You're looking into thousands, I don't know, millions of years ago.
Okay. So if we're gonna bring in stars, these are one of the two most detailed images of a star that we have.
The problem with the star, well, not the problem. The realization of the stars is an issue for the globe. Is that the luminaries actually debunk the globe because they move converging and diverging like gears. So if the ground is motionless as you experience it, it's not moving, and the stars and the luminaries, the sun, the moon, and the radiance, they all moving with the heavens above, right? The heavens above are moving. And the movement that they show, that we can observe from the ground and chart it and put it together, shows that all of the luminaries are moving around a center area of the sky, right? Converging and diverging. And that just debunks that the ground under your feet is spinning, bro. Because if the ground under your feet was spinning as claimed, the observation that we do from the realist level, the ground that you're standing, right, and the medium that you're in, the observations that we do and have charted for how many thousands of years, those observations wouldn't look the way they look if the ground was spinning. So the globe is just just dead on arrival, Mr. Clean.
I'm starting to suspect that you guys are trying to just jump to one point to another, because we were literally just talking.
We're talking about the stars, dude.
Yeah, and then you move to the Earth again.
Yeah, but you see that star that you're talking about. You look at it from the Earth, right? And what you're looking at move in patterns. It's very specific patterns that repeat one after the other one, like clockwork, designer, information, informer. You see, Mr. Clean? I'm keeping it clean for you.
Yeah.
So even if you see the one second, even if you're looking at this slide and the photograph that you posted is okay, the star looks like this. Okay, the star looks like that, a light, right? Perfect. I love your photograph. But then when you follow the movement of those lights, you find design, and that debunks the globe right there, the accidental globe. Go ahead. Yeah, no curvature, Mr. Clean. No curvature under your feet. The luminaries are aligned. Listen, the things on the ground, pyramids, structures, landmarks, and many other things are actually aligned to the luminaries, right? And that debunks the globe completely.
Saying a bunch of bullshit. You just
bullshit.
Going to pyramids. What pyramids have
no. So, some pyramids, right? Some landmarks and other structures are actually aligned to the luminaries, to the stars. You jumped out. So I was trying to tell you this is pretty simple. Many structures, including pyramids and landmarks, are aligned to the luminaries, Mr. Clean, for a long time. So if the ground was spinning as claimed, the things on the ground wouldn't be aligned to the things in the sky. If it was moving the way it is, that it's moving millions of miles every year or whatever, from one position to the other.
Like I said, you guys are jumping around from one place to the other.
Yeah, gish galloping. All right, I gish gallop a little bit. Go ahead. Say your point. Don't talk about talking.
Bro. I don't want to continue this conversation. I think.
Yeah, I know it hits hard when the religions are being debunked. It does hit hard some people. I get it.
What religions?
Yeah, the globe religion, the globe card.
It has
religion.
It has to do that with you're making one point and then you're jumping to a completely different discussion over and over and over. It doesn't seem scientific at all. It does not seem.
Who claims scientific? Do you know what science is, Mr. Clean?
Yes, it is a study and observation.
What is a scientific method?
Studying and observing something to come up with a conclusion of.
The observation of something to come with conclusions.
Yeah, that's probably the best way I could put it.
Okay, so what's the first step of the scientific method?
Well, I don't remember exactly. I'm not in high school anymore.
Observation.
Yeah, observation.
Observable phenomena. Can you? Okay, so what's the second step? Hypothesis, a valid hypothesis, right? It's a prediction, of the cause of the effects. And then you have the variables, the independent variable and the dependent variable, right? And then you do experiment to manipulate the independent. Which one is the one that you manipulate? My bad. I messed up. The one that you manipulate is the independent variable. The dependent variable. You do the experiments and then you establish a cause and effect relationship. And that's how you science. You're talking about the stars and you're saying science. Can you science the stars, Mr. Clean?
Can I science the stars?
Yeah, can you? No, you can't.
Yes, you can. There's many things that you can do to
How?
determine.
What do you do? What is the experiment that you did with the stars to science them?
Well, I mean, you can't really do experiments on
There you go. So therefore, no science.
You can observe them, though.
Yeah, that's one step.
You can make hypotheses
of the scientific method. Well, but it has to be a valid hypothesis, and then it has to be followed by experimentation, and you have to repeat the experiment to check if it's having the same effect or having the same result.
I think you can experiment on stars. You can use
how? Okay, let's do an experiment on a star. How do we go about that?
There are different scientific instruments that you can use to determine whether a star is what it is.
So how do we science the stars, you're saying? Because you're saying that, oh, we're talking about the stars, science. You guys are against science. There's no science about the stars.
That's a lie.
What's a lie?
That there's no science about the stars. Of course you can perform science on stars.
Okay, can you post a scientific paper that shows us someone doing science with the stars?
I don't think I need to do that because you even got the scientific method wrong. You don't need to perform an experiment. All you have to do is make a prediction.
A prediction is science?
Yes.
No. That will be a hypothesis, and you will have to make a valid one, not just.
You make a prediction based on the hypothesis. That's part of the steps.
The prediction itself is not science itself. The prediction is not science.
The prediction is the part that you got wrong. It's a prediction and not an experiment that you have to do. And then you test the prediction.
So what is the prediction of the stars, Mr. Clean? What is he's saying a prediction. What is the prediction of the stars, Mr. Clean? So we observe the stars, that's science, observable phenomena. Then let's do a hypothesis. What is the hypothesis of the stars? They are globes because gravity.
Okay.
Or something like that?
So, sorry, I was going back to the
photo that you posted. Go ahead. Go to that.
Well, no, that's the photo I was posted. I was talking about there's 5 different sensor or instruments that we can use to determine whether a star is a star. The Hubble telescope uses cameras, spectrographs, photometers, interferometers, and fine guidance. We can use those to determine what a star is and what it is made out of.
And the distance and the size, the makeup and how it was made, how long ago, the medium that is in,
we can make
and the medium between the observer and the star itself. We can tell all that by looking through the telescope.
Well, I mean, you yourself told us that the nearest star is 6 trillion miles away. And
who told you that? Me? I never said that.
You said that. Unless
no, I didn't. Exactly. It was someone else, but he was talking from the globe claim. He was standing
6 trillion miles away.
When he said that, no, he said that was the claim. He said that. Okay, so how do you prove that? How many miles you said? 23 million miles? How do you know that?
Because we use a telescope.
A telescope is a measuring device?
It's not a measuring device, but we can.
Oh, so how did you measure the distance with a telescope?
Because it has a guidance sensor.
A guided sensor. So that sensor is a measuring device? Hello?
I'm trying to figure it out. Hold on.
Now, let me tell you, Mr. Clean, you're pretty cool, bro. And now you're coming from the perspective, Earth is a globe because, the science, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you probably can get you to the other server. There's a lot of links, information, scientific method, long distance observation. There's a lot of stuff that I'm not going to be able to tell you, right? Obviously. But if you're really interested in these topics, I mean, there's a lot of information about this. What we brushing here is just like a small percentage of all the information that is in relation to the realist level and how it's impossible for it to be a spinning water ball to the vacuum of space. So there's a lot of topics, and this we're talking about the stars right now. So what's the conclusion about the stars, Mr. Clean? You cannot science the stars. We can observe them. We see the cycles. We see the movement of the stars around the center of the sky. In the cycles, and what else? How do they prove you live on a spinning water ball? I don't know how you make that connection. Just based, I would say,
because and
I will make a leap of faith that you're making this claim based on faith.
We have a telescope in space.
I have a telescope.
Huh?
And I can look at the sky too.
Yes, but we have cameras in space.
We have cameras in space. You want me? Oh, I'll show you a camera in space. Now that you brought it up, look, I have a satellite infrared photograph, right? Let me show it to you.
From
it's
NASA,
right here.
From NASA, yeah, from NASA.
There you go. Here it is. It's an infrared photograph. You want me to tell you from where is it from? Do you want me to tell you?
Are you saying that NASA is not a credible source?
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, it's from NASA, yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it most likely is, yeah.
So there you go. Look, we observe in here 1,120 kilometers, and we can observe the horizon, right?
What am I looking
The horizon, from where we derive horizontal lines, right? And what is the slope of a horizontal line, Mr. Clean?
The slope of a horizontal line?
Yeah. 0, Mr. Clean. It's 0.
Uh-huh.
So what is the slope of a curve? It's non-zero. It's a rate of change of slope.
Yeah.
So in reality, we can observe.
This is only observable. This only captures a very small picture of what the Earth is like.
This is 1,000 kilometers. You know how that's a big distance, dude. And you know that the Earth has a certain radius, right? 3,159 miles, and it has a circumference, which is what 24,000 miles, right? So out of the 24,000, we have 1,000 right here. It should be curving somewhere, but it's not. So then you add, you see this 1,000 mile, right? Then you add another 1,000 miles to the left of it, that is horizontal line, non-curving, 0 slope, and then you add another 1,000 miles to the other side of it, and you keep going until you add 24,000, and you do a circle that it has no slope. It's not curving, like a sphere, right? Because that's the claim. The claim is the sphere, but it's not curving. How can it be a sphere? Spheres curve, Mr. Clean, but the Earth is not curving, or the waters across it are not curving.
I will say I don't know, because I'm not familiar with this instrument that is being used.
Well, this is an infrared. This is a satellite that is. I have to check how high this one goes, but it's called. When we say satellite, this one is most likely a balloon, a satellite balloon, right? Because NASA is the bigger consumer of helium in the world, right? By far.
So this is not taken from the ground.
No, this is not taken from the ground. No.
Okay, I guess I'm kind of confused. Where is the ground then?
The ground. That's the ocean. You're looking at that line. Oh, the lines depicted are telling you the distances. The horizontal line, it's telling you the distance of 1,120 kilometers. The vertical line is telling you the altitude, which is 40 kilometers.
I know what the white lines are telling
And then the other lines that are actually from the photograph show you the clouds that are 30 kilometers high. Then they show you other clouds that are below it to the right, below the higher clouds. Those are like around 7 kilometers high. And then below the lower clouds, you see the horizon, which is the point where the sky and the earth appear to converge, right? That's the horizon. From where we get horizontal lines. And you see, Mr. Clean, when you build in a structure, are you in a? Do you have your home? Are you home right now, Mr. Clean? Are you in a building, in a structure?
Yes.
So yeah, so when we build that structure, let's say we're gonna build that structure that you're in, you and I, we're gonna start working. First, we gotta establish the horizontal and the vertical before we pull the first brick. And we keep putting the bricks, and we gotta keep the horizontal and that vertical, right? In reference, so to be able to, when we're done with the structure and we build the table in the kitchen, we put food and water on top of the table, and it doesn't fall to the ground, right? Because the table is horizontal with the foundation, right? And then your neighbor, guess what, Mr. King? Your neighbor did the same thing we did. Established the horizontal, put the first brick, and kept going until the last brick, and then put the table and the TV on a horizontal level, water level, you see? And then his neighbor did the same thing, and then we go to the shore, and he did the same thing, right? The guy near the shore. And then the water at the shore also is level and horizontal. You can stand on the shore, observe the horizon, right? A horizontal line, the horizon, from where we get the horizontal lines, Mr. Clean. And the horizontal line has a slope of 0. It's not curving. So in reality, we operate, practically use the frame of reference of the horizontal, and we don't use the curve or anything. We don't observe it anywhere. Oh, and the image that I send you extends what we already know. The horizontal frame of reference that we can observe and we can practically use. And then we see the infrared, 1,000 over 1,000 kilometers. And guess what we see? What we already know. There's no curvature, Mr. Clean. It's pretty clean and simple.
Has anybody used trigonometry yet to prove that there's no curve?
That's how trigonometry, you mean the surveying, the people that survey and...
I don't think that slope was a very effective method for measuring a surface that's supposed to be curved, considering it's usually used for straight lines. I think trigonometry would be a lot more effective.
But if you would use trigonometry for spherical geometry, is that what you're saying?
For measuring the curve, yes. Well, my hopes are that you guys may have a source that can provide that. So if not, then that's fine too.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying, but here's the thing though. If you're using, like for instance, you're going to measure the ground in any setting, you wouldn't use trigonometry because you're dealing with the triangles, the straight lines, because that's the way you measure things. So like no one's measuring a curve. And this is kind of, I think, like the hat trick, or should I say like the magic trick, that in the description of the globe and their arguments, like they lie to you and they tell you that they're measuring a curve, but that's actually inaccurate. What they're actually measuring is straight lines, tangent lines, and then what they're falsely doing here is that they'll measure a distance greater than the equipment actually is supposed to be used for. And because when you use it inaccurately like that, then you're going to have a drop in the distance, because that's the way optics works. Because things drop over distance, even across a flat, straight plane, things will drop optically as it's, things that are up go down, things that are down go up. So then when you measure that angle, quote unquote, because it's lower on that side, then if you go to the other side and shoot back to where you started, you're going to have a lower angle on both positions. And then that's why they say spherical access, because they're using the equipment and like the way you're not supposed to be using it. And they're coming up with angles that are optically dropping, but it's not dropping. It's still, you know, like a light pole. The light pole isn't getting shorter. It's still 20 feet up in the sky and you're still 6 feet high, but
So let me ask you something about that.
Wait, real quick, if you don't mind, I just wanted to say this real quick. The reason that I was asking about trigonometry is because it's actually really efficient when it comes to like shorter distances. So I think it would be something that would be able to be utilized in a like more realistic real life scenario versus an estimated GPS situation. It's something that you could tangibly see in your own self as a person.
It's not a better though. It's not gonna hold on. It's not gonna be better because you're using math that is not required. You do not need to require that math to make these. I'm sorry, I got cut off by the way. I had a phone call. That's why I went dead for a little bit while I was talking. But there would be no reason to use a math in a scenario that doesn't require it. The only time you would introduce that is if you're going to invoke a shape.
I mean, in place of slope.
Okay, well, again, even with slope. Okay, so for instance, this is actually, I'm glad you said that. When surveyors are dealing with a elevation change in the topography, what they'll do is like they'll step, like imagine like stairs. Okay, what they'll do is they'll measure to a point, then they'll take that point and they'll make that a little benchmark. And then they'll use from that point, they could go vertically up and then they will establish their slope based upon this staircase type of measurements. But even still, it's horizontal and vertical. So even like if you're measuring the side of a mountain to get the slope, you would actually do like a staircase. You go up, cross over, then you go up from there, cross over. And you could calculate a slope based upon those vertical and horizontal measurements. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's not what we do.
They're still curved.
No, that's exactly what they do. Matter of fact, it's in the manual, by the way. It's in the manual, by the way. So whoever thinks they're a surveyor here, calculating for the globe, you're full of shit. One thing, and it's actually in the instructions where you actually it's here. Let me find it for you because I don't want to just talk, and you're just gonna be like, no, it's not. That's not the way we do it. Bullshit. But I'll show you. But that's fine.
You can shoot upwards at angles. You don't have to go 90-degree angles every single time. What are you talking about? This step ladder thing?
No. Hold on. See, that's where once again, once you start trying to shoot angles that are off the 90, that's when you are going to run into problems because optically, when you're shooting at it, okay, for instance, 100 yards away, there's a light pole that's 2 stories high. Okay, optically, that angle, it's going to be lower in that position optically than it actually is physically. So like if you were to take it like an angle, you would most likely be off to its height because there is conditions optically that are the variables of which they do have to account for. That's why you would.
So when I take out my GPS unit, and I can do this right now for you guys. I got the day off. I can go into my truck and grab my GPS unit. Set it now in my backyard.
Yeah.
I can set it now in the front. I can give you the coordinates, and then I can take out my conventional instrument, backsight it, and prove that it's accurate.
You're going to prove what? The position of the coordinates?
That the GPS records things accurately. Like I can do it with the GPS unit, give you the coordinates, and then take out my conventional instrument, set up on those same exact nails, do a backsight, and give you the error. Do you want me to do that for you right now? I'll do it right now.
Yeah. Great. But hold on. Here's the thing, though. What is your GPS establishing? Your coordinates. So then, how does a theodolite give you coordinates? I'm very interested in this. Please explain.
I'm not talking about the coordinates. I'm talking about the distances between the points. I'll set up my GPS right now.
Oh, okay.
Record. So I'll do 3 nails, and I can calculate the inverse between them, and then I can set up my total instrument. I'll start a new slate. I'll give it a fake coordinate, fake azimuth, and it'll still calculate the exact same distance between them and the change in the elevation and the height. Do you want me to do that right now? I'll do it on camera right now.
Hold on. This is what I want to say. What will you be proving?
That that surveying GPSs are accurate.
Okay, no one said that they're not. First of all, I said the way they use theodolites with angles to see something in a far greater away distance through optics, and they're calculating an angle. That's when they're fucking up. I never said that GPS instruments or the total stations with GPS built in. Obviously, there's an algorithm in there, and there's a little button you say, account for curve and don't account for curve. There's literally a little button you can do that. I know that. But here's the thing, though. What we're talking about, I think that's Darth. I forgot how your name is.
Duncan Darth.
Duncan. I'll just call you Dee. So what we're arguing here, though, or what I am at least trying to explain, is that using trigonometry to find a measurement that doesn't require trigonometry, I think it's wrong to do that. First of all, because it doesn't require it, and two, I think that's just you're trying to invoke that you have to use trigonometry because you're saying, well, it is a curve, so we have to use trigonometry. But again, this is where I argue and I defer. I say no. If you can use just geometry because you're dealing with triangles and and distances and these plumb level square everywhere we look, perpendicular, parallel, all these beautiful words, straight lines, tangents, all these words, that is not trigonometry that has to even be built into that formula. So when you
that actually wasn't my point. The information I've been given so far as equations have been all done in slope. That's why I'm asking for it done in trigonometry instead, because slope is primarily used for straight lines. And I feel like it would make more sense to use trigonometry because it's made for geometry.
Okay, first of all, I don't know what you've been going over, what you were given, but when you're saying slope, are you saying the change of elevation across the topography has been sloped?
Yeah, I think it was the horizontal images that they sent. Let me see if I can pull it up on my phone.
So, like, for instance, so you're saying from the position of somebody looking out that they're measuring a slope as it goes away from them. That's what you're saying, right?
I'll have to pull it back up.
Okay.
But it's what was sent in this channel so far since I've been in here.
Right. So let me assume, because I'm pretty sure I'm accurate about that. It's what it is there's something that's getting lower and lower and lower, angularly getting lower, lower. So that mathematically, it would create a slope if you looked at it from the side view, because it's like high and then it goes low. So that would create a slope. I get that, but that's an optical thing. Doesn't mean that it's actually getting lower. Like a light pole doesn't get lower. You're still taller than it. And it's not, and you can build light poles across a mile of highway that's flat as fuck, as far as elevation and topography. Like, let's say the topography, let's say it's like 700 feet above sea level, and for a whole mile, it's like 700 feet above sea level. There's no change to it, because it just so happens that that particular road was flat as fucking can be. But even still, over that flat road, that light pole in the distance, the last light pole, as far as you can see, is going to look smaller than you, and you're standing right next to it in the photo, and you're going to look taller than it, even though we know for a fact that that road is flat. Again, they're taking what we look at things optically from your position, dropping down through perspective, and that's the way optics works. Now, with that being said, let's take a photo that's 30 miles across horizontally, and there's zero curvature, zero slope. It's just flat across. You can literally get a level up to the photo, and it's going to be straight across. And then you want us to believe that 3 miles away from you, it's curving. But when you look at it from the side view, like your other, slope pictures that you get, that shows you a curve 3 miles away. But when you look at it from the side view, 30 miles across, no curve. That's got to raise some questions in your head. I would at least I would assume that it should raise questions in your head. I have a photo for that too. Let me post it. Somebody else posted it a while back, and I kept it.
I don't actually think that the Earth is round. I'm not a globe person, so I don't believe in that. But I'm trying to get data, and I keep getting dicked around by everybody in this fucking server. So
yes, she
I'm trying to
is.
get some information.
She's just confused about her paroid.
Listen,
She's
are you,
paroid.
listen, lady,
She's
are
unaware
you in
that
the other
globers
server,
believe in
Lex?
paroid.
Lex,
My bad.
Lex,
Are you in the other server, Lex? Are you in the main server for FE?
No,
Lex?
I've been following their. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, because in the other server, there's more stuff.
Yeah, no, I've just been looking at the society website trying to figure shit out because every single time I ask questions in here, I basically get trolled.
Let me send you an invite to the other server, and I'll give you perms. If you join now, I'm here right now, so I'll give you like voice perms and image perms and stuff. 1 second.
Appreciate that.
Lex, if you want, I can send you some raw data from like some actual GPS surveying that I've done, and if you want that raw data, I can send it to you.
I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
I would really like to work with somebody else who are trying to get this. Yeah, I was looking on the Flat Earth Society website.
Oh
trying to get
no!
That's all that. What I was trying to bring up before, so like if my GPS is accurate and you can trust it to compute like elevations and whatnot, if I were to say send you the data from GPS shots across a large area, which all when they have the same elevation, you could do trigonometry and calculate the angles between the points, and you would end up getting spherical access.
Oh my God! Once again, bro, that is it hurts to hear people say that and lie, bro. That's not the reality. It really isn't.
You said that my GPS unit does measure accurately, right?
Yes, until you hit the account for curvature button, and there's an automatic algorithm that's going to give you a on your screen. You're not even measuring it by the way, at that point, you're not even doing the measuring. It's an algorithm in the built-in system. That's why there's a button. Okay, let me answer me this. Do you have a button that you can press account for curvature? Yes or no?
When I'm using the conventional instrument, yes.
Thank you. Okay, enough said. Thank you.
Not talking about the GPS unit.
Thank you for being honest.
The GPS unit is accurate.
Thank you for being honest.
And you said my GPS unit is accurate, though, right?
But okay, the conventional unit where you can turn it on and off.
I'm not talking about the conventional unit.
No. Just hear me out. And that's going to give you all the time the globe algorithm all the time. It's like having your conventional system with that button stuck and you could never turn it off. Your GPS system, it's always on. It's always going to give you that. And I get what you're saying, bro. It matches up. It makes sense because in the algorithm of that software within that unit, it's going to be accurate because it's programmed to be accurate. But now, if you're to take your conventional unit and say, turn off globe calculation, I guarantee you, I'm willing to bet you a gentleman's bet that you will get a different answer than your GPS because now you've turned off that, even though physically you've measured it and you know for a fact, well, fuck, this isn't the angle because I didn't have to account for that automatically through the software. All I'm saying, bro, is I get what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. As a matter of fact, that's why people think it's a globe. Because they're using equipment that's saying, "Hey, look, it's a globe," and this is the way we're going to calculate it, guys. Without they don't care how you feel or what your opinion is. This is the algorithm in the system built in. It's like a fucking computer game, bro. Like you can't change it. That's what it is, bro. You can't. Level 1's level 1, level 2's level 2. You can't change that, bro. There's no hack cheat codes in this.
Hey, remember when Luke Skywalker turned off the targeting computer to launch proton torpedoes at the Death Star?
Really, we're going to go into
Turn off
science
the targeting computer,
now?
Luke.
You're going to go into science fantasy now?
That
I'm joking, man. Come on.
That was a
So,
great moment.
so let me ask you this. I'm still
Apoc is
confused
right.
by this. If like the GPS unit is using a false algorithm, because if the Earth is flat, would the distances between those 2 points be accurate in the GPS?
It would be accurate in the software of it. But then guess what happens, bro? When you go out to actually literally build stuff, like for instance, we get blueprints, right? We have benchmarks, right? And then because the surveyors, for whatever reason, they said this is what is. And then we have to go, hey, we have to hire, we have to bring them back. Hey, we need you to reshoot these. They're not lining up. Something happened. We don't know if it was user error, equipment error. Maybe the refraction was really strong that day. It might have been really hot. Someone might have fucking measured it at noon when they should have measured it like at 6 a.m, because that also fuck shit up. But there's times when we have to call the surveyors to redo their shots to come out because it's not fucking adding up, bro. Now, with that being said, there is probable cause here, right? In the calculation of it all, it can be off just because the computer is making it a globe, but in reality, it's not a globe. So this forced curve that the GPS is trying to build into it, but yet what happens is, this is why usually, I'm just saying this, usually surveyors, they don't even account for curvature, and they will tell you it's so minuscule, it's so little, you don't even have to account for it. We just treat it as flat and horizontal, and that's it. We don't even account for curvature. They don't even turn that button on, like, boom, like, oh, account for curvature. So when they use their GPS total, they know like it's already built in. But when they're doing the conventional systems, they don't even turn on the globe thing because they know they don't even have to. I mean, it's got to tell you something. You got to think, you got to think about it, bro. It's telling you something.
Just so everyone knows, whenever I do foundation stakeouts and set benchmarks, I have to use the GPS system. I have to. Otherwise, it'll be rejected. Just so you know that.
Yeah, you're never going to have to account for curvature, though, ever. Again, if you're the one placing the benchmarks on the ground for the other traits to come in and go off those, like, you're never going to give them something. I don't know the size that you're even doing your surveying or whatnot and placing benchmarks, but you're never going to have to do that. The biggest thing I've ever been a part of to build is 2.5 miles long. Never did we account for curvature over that. And technically, I think if you go 2.5 miles in the Earth Curve Calculator, there should have been like more than 2 feet of drop. Technically, I think. I could be wrong. But it is what it is.
Can you back that up with anything? Can you like submit plans? Can you do any of that?
Well, I'm pretty sure when the project's done,
Without
I could go.
yourself?
I don't work for them no more. I might be able to go snag some plans from my old boss that might have them if he has them still. But you're going to see in every single page, not once was there ever curvature accounted for. It was all plumb level square set off the benchmarks of the elevation. So if the elevation started at 453 feet above sea level, that's for the first, benchmark. Boom. Then we go, okay, we're going to go fucking 30 feet high with this column based on that benchmark. Boom. We're now 453. Boom. Now we're at 483. All right. Fucking plumb that up. Fucking shoot a fucking a header across. Boom. Get it. Level. Boom. Check the other side. Yes. 483. Perfect. Fucking parallel to the ground.
Any of these plans that give you an actual elevation benchmark that say they're not based off of the GPS system.
Right. Again, every fucking page of those blueprints never counted for curvature.
Specifically, elevation benchmarks. Show me that the elevation benchmark is not based off the GPS.
Right. So again, on column A, bro, way at the beginning, the first column by the parking lot. The first column, the benchmark was the fucking the nut in the ground, bro. Spray painted orange. The main surveyor, like, that's your benchmark. Entire fucking bridge,
That's a control
2.5
point, not
miles.
the benchmark. You can use that as benchmark. You want to put a benchmark in a pole. So that
Wait,
you
bro,
can have
hold
a
on,
laser level.
wait, bro. You're right. I misspoke. Off of that, we made the first benchmark, and the entire bridge was made off of that first benchmark, which was, you're right, it's the control. That first point set precedence for the entire project, and that was probably the most important fucking datum right there, was that one, because that's what fucking set it off.
I have a tendency not to completely believe you, because whenever you do that, you set multiple control points to, like, you need, like, even on small projects, you need a minimum 3 GPS points so you can check into
there's
third nail after backsighting the second one.
Bro, there's
unless you have. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Let me explain to you why. Because unless you have 2 known elevations, you can't set a benchmark, because you have to backsight at least the second one.
I think you missed the point. I think you missed the point. No, hold on. I think you missed the point. I'm not saying that there was one fucking control, bro. Matter of fact, there's datum points all the way along, because that's how you're double checking and triple checking that you're keeping it fucking level. I'm just saying that's the first one. That's the first one where you take your benchmark, and then you're right. You're gonna compare it. You're gonna shoot. Once you place that column, and you tie in that nut, and they're like, okay, they spray paint it. That nut right there, that's the point. Okay, then when you take your benchmark and you shoot it across, where there's another fucking point, and you're right, there's multiple. For the entire 2.5 miles, there's point. And then what we do is we transfer the benchmark all the way down. And how many straight lines does it take to make a ball? I'm very curious, bro. How many horizontal beams does it take to make a ball? Because just imagine you could take beams for days, for years, and you just built like one long fucking bridge from California all the way in a circle across every fucking country, over the oceans and over the lands. How many straight pieces of steel will it take for you to make it circle back around a ball? I hope you're getting the logic there, because you can't do that. That's the logic. You can't take horizontal lines and curve them around a ball. It's like taking toothpicks and putting them over a basketball. It won't fucking work. Toothpicks are just going to go straight out into the sky or straight out into the space above the basketball. They're never going to curve around it, bro. So when we're building things horizontally flat, plumb, level, square, based off the benchmarks, your GPS bullshit fucking, I had to account for curvature. No, it's a built-in thing that's not even fucking accurate. That's why they don't use it. It's negligible. That's their favorite thing. It's negligible. We don't have to use it. Yeah, you don't have to use it because that's not what it is. Because if it was important, think of this, bro. Think if we didn't account for curvature in the first 500 yards of the track that we built. Don't you think that when we got to like 2 miles, that we'd be so far off the fucking blueprints because we weren't accounting for that tiny little dip going around the ball? I would beg to differ if you're going to say no, it wouldn't make a difference. It definitely would fucking make a difference. Because if you're not keeping that fucking line curving and you're not worrying about it curving, you're just building straight across, dude. By the time you got to the end of the 2.5 miles, you'll have a fucking track sticking up into the sky. You'll be standing on the ground saying, "Why is that thing sloped up?" Because I'm bending away from the original position. I'm 90 degrees to the center of the earth, and that first column 90 degrees to the center. So there should be some divergence, and I'm seeing this track sloping up. That would be the reality if it was a ball, but that's not the reality. That's not why, because it's not a ball. I don't know. I'll shut up. I'm talking too much. Oh, but I'm here, and if a pilot comes and sits next to me, because I'm at the airport, Denver, Colorado. If a pilot sits next to me, I'm going to jump in. I'm going to interview him on mic. I'm just letting you all know. Okay, bye.
All right, I'm about to post an image. You tell me if this is a circle. Is that a circle? Anyone? Just post it in the chat. Is that a circle? Anybody?
Oh wow, that's really great art. Did you draw that yourself?
Is that a circle?
Did you draw that yourself?
Is that a circle?
It looks like a circle. Did you draw it yourself? Really good job.
Now I want you to search Chilagon. That's a bunch of straight lines right there.
Search what? Put whatever you just said in voice text. Whatever link you were talking about, to put it in there.
Sure. Funny that someone said that was a circle. It's just 1,000 straight lines.
How can you tell the difference?
Wow, it's funny. What is your point? What kind of point are you trying to make?
Well, it would seem that if you are on a sphere that's so big, you could make a lot of straight lines on it.
Is it a sphere or is it a chiligon? Is it a chiligon or a sphere?
That's a chiligon, the first one. The next one's a miragon. But my point is that if you're on an object that's so big, you could, even though you know for a fact it's round, you could make a bunch of small straight lines. And even though those are straight lines, it actually, you're making a circle.
You mean like you could level? You could do a lot of levels?
Yeah, those are. Hey, buddy, come on. Hey, Didi, you can't say these lies, bro. If you zoom into them, bro.
What lie did I say?
Here's the lie. Listen. Here's the lie. Okay, those are offset straight lines. They're not level lines. Now, a level line would mean they're on the same path. Okay, if you zoom in on it, you're gonna see that there's two lines, and they're doubling. Like they're connected at one, then it connects to the other, then it connects to the other. Dude, it's so deceiving, bro. I'm actually surprised you even brought this out and like made this your proof. Very deceitful, bro. Like super deceitful. Like just zoom into it really, really close. You're gonna see that they're offset, and that is now it's no longer horizontal. It's no longer straight. It's no longer level. Because if you take two lines that are offset, that's not a straight line, my friend. That's taking toothpicks and separating them, not keeping them together, butt to butt, end to end, pick to pick, point to point. Come on, bro. Be better. Do better. Come on. I'm going to shut up.
That's a very good point. So if I were to prove, we have
a joke. Hold on. We have a joke. We call it Disco Ball Earth. What you just proposed was Disco Ball Earth.
I just want to reply to his point.
For what you guys think and what you guys claim. And then you just came out and you gave us a Disco Ball Earth.
I want to reply to him.
You didn't even think it through. You didn't even think it through.
I want to reply to him. Can I do that? So you said that each one of those lines is not level to one another. And you're right. They are not. However, if I were to prove to you that one point on Earth is not level with another point, that would also support that.
You're dealing with topography. No, it doesn't, because you're dealing with topography, which changes, and that's why there's elevation change. That's why
I said level.
Okay.
Well, just how is he going to prove it? How are you going to prove that?
Okay, but so when we're surveying or shooting the shots, taking shots with the benchmarks, like we're going to shoot it level and horizontal. Would you agree? Yes or no?
Back all up Biscotti, I thought it's not what you think. Switching my vehicle, switching my loan, not checking home, somebody stare up in my driver, find me a plug out of town with a gas, and got me a Mexican city on fire, crossing that border with Dora Explorer, my cocaine wider than Lizzie McGuire, dog in his head with a miniature viper, put it in his head, so sending my wire, cocaine be wider than Jennifer Lawrence, they're hearing on Mike of this thing.
Don't quit your day job, okay, buddy?
So anyway, I'd be happy to get into that.
Whack.
But if on Earth, level in one area wasn't the same,
all y'all niggas retarded on my mama, cuz.
Wouldn't that go to that whole other, 1,000 straight line things or 1,000,000 straight lines?
No, because you're comparing apples to oranges. Because and I know you know this, we never build a header from one column to another and stagger them. We don't have staggered lines when we're building let's say one story that's 100 yards wide and deep. Okay, we'll never build stacked headers from one column to another. It's going to just be built straight across.
Oh, that would depend on the size that you're building.
Again, 100 yards. Let's say a big ass warehouse. I think me personally, I think me. I know it's not. I know it's not compared to some buildings. Fuck, some buildings are fucking humongous. But I'm just saying, generally speaking, even still, you're not gonna have staggered fucking headers or beams.
Okay,
they're gonna be level.
But you at least agree that shape, and you can imagine that shape, for example, spinning. So you have it creates a sphere, or and you have that
staggered lines.
You can at least just understand the concept of it, right? I just want to make sure you're understanding the concept of it.
I totally understand it. That's why I'm the one that pointed out, hey, they're staggered lines. That's not a straight line.
They're not level with each other. Granted.
Correct.
I'm granting you that. However, if in fact on Earth, level in one place wasn't the same as level in another place, far enough away, like you said, if you have to imagine that that's a very, very big object, you would have to get a certain distance away before that level would not be the same as the level in another place.
No. I would say nope, because we do know that we build level. We don't build anything other than but level unless the plans call for it. because of, let's say you're building a building like the Disney Concert Hall. It's the only building that has ever been built with no straight lines. Everything was curved about it. It was an artistic, one-of-a-kind, building. It's an architectural fucking amazing phenomenon that was the biggest bitch for all ironworkers because we don't build that way. So it was a constant. It took way longer than it should have because we were trying to fit these fucking Imagineers, right? The Disney Concert Hall was built by the Imagineers, the engineers of Disneyland. And they had this idea where we're going to build a building with no fucking 90 degrees. Dude, you know how fucking hard that is? And now you want to say that we build that shit all the time, every day. It's all fucking... No. We never build anything outside of 9 degrees, fucking plumb level square. Hands down. I don't care what anyone says. That's not the way it works in reality. But again, I will say, if someone will say, well, we can build out... You're right. We can and we have. The Disney Concert Hall. Look it up. Google it. It's the only fucking building with no 90 degrees fucking walls or corners, bro. It's amazing the way they built it. That's fucking...
Do you think you could actually get something perfectly level? Like, do you think you could always make something more level?
Can it be more level than level?
Well, that's my point. Like, so for example, like you have a level bubble, right? And you're just using your eyesight to see that level bubble, like in between the thing. Like, but you can always get more and more accurate, right? You don't ever actually have it perfectly level, right?
True. That's why there's tolerances, yes. Because most of the time it's human error. I agree.
Okay.
Want to know why? Because check this out. Check this out.
Perfectly level and all this stuff. Like, you do agree.
Check this out, bro. Check this out. I've seen Globers on live stream in YouTube, and they'll set up a theodolite, right? And they'll show their bubble, right? But their bubble is like touching the black circle, whether it's to the left or to the right or forwards or backwards. And they'll be like, perfect, it's level. And I'll be like, motherfucker, that is not fucking level. You got to get that bubble dead center. We call it tits in the trade. Like, that's tits. You got to get it dead center in the black circle, bro. If you have one side of that bubble touching the black line, that's not fucking level. Although, that's why there's tolerances, because there's human beings that are going to look at that and be like, all right, cool. And then they take their shots and elevations, and then they're off. And then we have the, hey, guys, got to come do your shots again. You fucking idiots. You don't even know how to fucking level your theodolite. That happens. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. You know I'm right.
You're always... That's the thing. I already said you're not going to be perfectly level. Like,
well, that, but you can definitely have a standard and a pride in your work that you're going to make sure that it's going to be the closest to level as possible, and not just like half-ass it and let the bubble be touching the black line and be like, oh yeah, I'm within the black line, it's level. Like, no, dude, it's not the fucking way it works. You got to be like dead center of that black circle. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, straight. You're never ever going to be dead center, no matter what you do.
Well, if that's true, then why is there always morons that come in here and say the bridges are out by a certain amount because they built the bridges perfectly level and perfectly plumb? And that proves the Earth's a globe.
They don't say it's perfect. I don't think anyone says it's perfect.
Yeah, they do.
There's always...
When people come in here and they initially make claims about bridge towers and other such stuff, they claim perfection. It's not until they're criticized,
but definitely extremely accurate. I don't think perfection, but I would say they say it's extremely
Hey, listen, Holmes. I'm telling you my experience that that's what they do. There's no reason to argue that point until they're criticized. Right? Now, anybody with any sense.
Listen, I've been in here for a few months. If anyone came in here and said that it's perfectly level, I would have no problem arguing with them about that.
Okay, exactly. So the point being is that when they come in here and they make these claims about the bridges, the claims of being off are based on an ideal model. And the only way they could be off that amount is if if the bridge was ipso facto perfectly plumb and perfectly level.
Would you agree that they can?
Whether they even claim it or not,
would you agree that they can, like, measure the inaccuracy of the plumbness of the bridge, though? So I'm going to show this real quick. Go into my level bubble. Like right now, it's way out. I'm going to adjust it.
Anyways, I'll finish my point when I'm with a better signal.
So that's not quite there. Get it back here. Now that's pretty damn close. And look, it's constantly changing. And I'm on concrete. Just like little vibrations. Me stepping here affects it. Not only that, but I can magnify the zoom. See how that changes? I'm not sure if you can see it with the glare. But even as I turn it, it changes. It's never going to be perfectly level, which is why this instrument is used over short distances and not long distances. That's why.
Hey, Darth, were you supposed to be streaming something? I didn't see it. If you were.
I was showing the level bubble on my total sync and how it constantly changes, and we have to work within these parameters. Like, there's nothing we can do about it.
Can you put a picture of that in the live stream or a video? And I don't think it was. Oh, there, I see it. I see now it's working.
Yeah. So right now I'm a little bit off. Try to adjust it to as good as possible, and then just me even walking away from it will affect that level bubble. I can never get this thing perfectly level. It just won't happen. And I'm standing on concrete. But just me, like here, like I'm going to stomp like next to one of the legs. Constantly changes it. And then just me turning it also affects it. It's never going to be perfectly level. Never happened. So again, back to my example of having that shape with millions and millions of straight lines. If Earth is not level in one place as it is compared to another, even with those little bit of inaccuracies, doesn't that go to show that the Earth is in fact a sphere?
What? Holy crap, dude. No, not at all.
Why not?
What do you mean why not, dude? It's obvious why not.
Why
You
not?
just said level is all over the place, therefore the Earth is a sphere. So you need to describe how that follows of a necessary contingency, and then you need to explain. Dude, if that's what you said ipso facto.
I said,
Okay,
wouldn't that go?
we could just cut through the entire shenanigans to get to the point, correct? Yeah, I'll just put it simply. I'll just put it simply. The shenanigans where we finally conclude that that would be the premise and the conclusion that we're trying to affirm or deny. I mean, come on, dude. You know, some people have things to do. They don't got 3 hours to talk to someone to get to the point.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on a 4-day work schedule. Like, you know, that's what I do.
Dude, well, that's great. Okay. But you need to respect. I mean, think about it, dude. Did I not just cut to the chase or no? That's what we're trying to decide, right? If level is all wonky, does that mean Earth is a globe? Is that the point?
It means it's not flat.
No, it doesn't.
Kinda does.
Dude, if you call level, depending on what you're doing in the sense of I'm putting it on the surface of the ground, versus level if I just hold it in free space, right? If you say if I put my level on the ground, and even though the ground is smooth, it's off level, therefore it's not flat, well then you're using one definition of flat, therefore it wouldn't be flat. And that would be true.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about one instance of one ground.
Okay, then what are you talking about?
You can do this at multiple stations.
Do what?
Prove that level in one area is not level with the other area.
What do you mean level? Do you mean the surface of the ground or the level oriented in free space? Which one?
The plumb lines are not parallel with each other.
Okay, so a plumb line isn't usually described as level. It's described as a plumb line, right? Level and plumb. That's why they're two different words, right? So let's say, for sake of argument, that plumb lines are all over the place. They're wonky. Like this one's going that way, that one's going this way, ever so slightly. That doesn't mean the Earth's a globe. That just means whatever it is that causes plumb lines to do what they do is not consistent. Now, by the way, friend, in the globe model, plumb lines don't point to the center of the Earth either. That was my point earlier. When people come in and they make
next to like a mountain with a large amount of mass, of course the plumb lines would be slightly not directly to the center because, you know, mass attracts mass. But I didn't want to get into that.
Cool story, dude. So you admit that plumb lines are all over the place, right?
That's not what I said.
Yeah, you did, dude. You said that when a plumb line is affected by differentiation of mass, it's going to be in a different direction than otherwise somewhere else. Correct? Yeah, so that's exactly what you said. Okay, so plumb lines being all over the place doesn't prove nothing, dude. It just proves plumb lines are all over the place. What you need for a globe is splayed radial plumb lines in a 360-degree circumference around a center point. That's what you need.
You need 360 of them? Like, you can't do, like, say, like 10 of them on multiple locations, or... Just test multiple
No,
locations.
because in order to know the variation between the previous ones and whether they're generally oriented on a horizontal rather than a radial, okay, you need the whole shebang. You need a reference point. You need a reference system. You need all of that. Otherwise, you're just making a model projection and assuming that's reality.
I think you got that switch. We make a model off of the data we receive.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's not how it works, dude.
Really?
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, you are.
All right. So you said.
Dude, so it is written. Okay, friend. You want me to pull up the man himself? Okay, I will. Let's go to the man himself. Hold on. I'll get it for you. Give me a second.
I'm out for the day. Enjoy the rest of your.
Yeah, of course you are. 'Cause I'm about to drop the man on you, and that's why you have to leave.
You know what? Feel free to send me the link. You got my name.
Why don't you just wait, dude? Let's just wait.
All right, fine. I'll hang on another 15 minutes if you want me to.
It's gonna be like 30 seconds here.
All right.
1 second.
Take your time.
All right, there we go. I posted in the chat there.
Mathematical and physical theories of higher geodesy.
Yeah, so this is the man, the original, the author of the 2-volume set himself. Okay? Let's read what he has to say.
Are you talking about?
Hold on, let's read what he has to say. Hold on, let's read what he has to say. Okay, this is from him. In spite of the fact that the surface of the Earth cannot be reached everywhere, it has been made possible to have a general knowledge of the shape of the Earth through the existence of a simple law of formation of the shape of the whole body of the Earth. This law of formation, of which the factors are the gravitation of mass particles and the centrifugal force of a rotating body around an axis.
What page are you reading?
What page? That's the little one I screenshotted there, Holmes.
Oh, I'm on like the actual article, like on the actual PDF.
Yeah, well, I took a screenshot, so it's easy for me to find, homie. I think it's like the first couple of pages, if I'm not mistaken.
First couple pages.
But either way, what that basically says is that they assume the form of the Earth as a model, and then they input their data through a law of formation into that assumption. Okay? So it's not true that they're just going out into the field and getting data and then seeing what happens. They have a preconceived notion of where this data applies, and they wrap it around their preconceived notion. And that is what all this math in these books are for.
Are you saying that because they use data to show the shape of the Earth, they like accept that data and then go off of that data to predict their model? Like,
dude, I'm saying,
like science. Would you at least agree that science?
That's not science, dude. That's not science, dude.
All right, relax. Knowledge is based off of previous knowledge, right? Like you have foundations that you build off of, right? Do you accept that?
It's irrelevant to this point.
Not really.
Yeah, entirely.
No. So let me explain why. So if you have a bunch of evidence that proves, for example, the shape of the Earth, and then you use that evidence as a foundation to come up with a model for the shape of the Earth, and then this paper is talking about how, like, certain features on the Earth will affect the plumb lines. but they're using the model of the Earth to show the fact that this is how it's being affected. It's not that they're automatically assuming it. No, there's evidence to show the shape of the Earth, and they're using that foundation to explain why this in this particular area.
That's not the case, dude. That's not the case. Do you know why? Do you know why that they? Do you know why that they have to curve the plumb line like this in the picture that I posted? Like the main reason?
Tell me.
Because they need the 90 degrees at the surface to intersect the celestial sphere. That's why. It's a preconception, reverse engineered from the assumption that the celestial sphere is coordinate pointed around a physical sphere. And the further assumption that it's a globe in the first place, and a secondary assumption that it's spinning. And these forces counteract. Okay? All those got to be proved in the first instance, dude. Not just put into a model and then assumed and reified. So, now that the man has smacked you, you may go in peace. I got to go do some real work.
I would just say they haven't smacked me. You cited a paper that talks about the fact that we had pre-existing knowledge to know the shape of the Earth before they were able to use that standard to show that other things affect plumb lines. And by the way, I also already conceded the fact that, yes, mountains, because of their large mass, can affect the plumb lines, not to mention other things that are just what we know about the Earth. But anyway, I'm out.
All right, who killed the chat? Hello, hello. Welcome to Flat Earth. Well, it's like we've got some usual suspects in the house, and we have some unusual suspects too. Any unusual suspects in the house want to talk about the nature of Earth? Anybody have any questions for flat earthers? Operators?
Yeah, what about gravity?
What about gravity?
Yeah.
Wrong with gravity?
I don't know. It seems like there's some inconsistencies in the flat Earth model when it comes to gravity.
No, the inconsistencies are with the globe Earth cosmology. There are about 20 theories of gravity required to support the globe Earth cosmology, and they don't all mix. They don't all jive with each other.
Mm-hmm. And they're all required together to explain it?
Well, they all describe different things, and they fail to describe other things.
Well, they're all different approaches to explain a fact, right?
Yeah, some effects are imagined and some effects are not. So, yeah, I would say the globe has a huge problem on its hands. So big, it's actually called the cosmological constant problem. The vacuum crisis, as it were, created by the globe's concept to fail to reconcile gravity between Einstein and Newton's cosmologies. And the cosmological constant problem is considered the biggest predictive failure in all of science. Thank you, globe. So if there's anybody here that's going to bring some jacked up theory, it's not us, it's not the flat earthers. The globe cosmology brings it.
Well, thanks for answering my question.
Yeah, so what's wrong with gravity? I mean, I'm not afraid to talk about it. It's, a phenomenon that we all see. We witness things dropping in vacuum chambers or heavy things falling in the air. That's an effect. We can call that gravity. I'd say the issue that flat earthers have with gravity is when globe earthers say that when they drop a pencil and it hits the ground, that's the same effect that is pulling Jupiter through the sky and pulling moons through the sky and so on. The problem is linking the two phenomena together. One of these is eminently testable, and we can play with the effect of gravity all day long here on Earth. But when it comes to reconciling those claims with how celestial bodies move, that's a whole nother matter altogether.
Well, I would say that the Cavendish experiment demonstrates that other things than the Earth have gravitational fields.
That's the problem with Cavendish, too. The observable phenomenon of quote-unquote gravity, right, is dropping a pencil. And then Cavendish tests for things moving sideways, so it's not really analogous at all.
Well, if gravity is only the effect of things falling down towards the Earth, and then things are being pulled sideways, then it can't be gravity, right?
The things pulling sideways? I don't even know if you can demonstrate Cavendish reliably to conclude that things pull sideways close to other things. I mean, if you look at people setting these things up, it is a mess. They produce inconsistent results, and they're very frustrating to even produce what could pass for supposed consistent results. I mean, many quote-unquote science classes skip over that Cavendish thing because none of the crap that classrooms and laboratories have to work with really demonstrates the effect reliably and consistently across trials and across schools and across the world.
Well, if you can show me some example where they set it up and it failed, that would be good to see.
But yeah, there are more of those than there are setups that pass. I mean, I saw one not too long ago. It's probably Googleable. A guy demonstrated Cavendish with Christmas tree ornaments. Do you think Cavendish should even work with Christmas tree ornaments?
Well, I don't know how he set up the experiment, so have to see it. Right?
Using Christmas tree ornaments. I mean, obviously the problem there is they don't have the mass required to produce the predicted effect. But the other problem is they produce the predicted effect.
I mean, you're introducing an anecdotal example that none of us have actually seen, so we can't really.
Right,
this is just not a valid thing to even bring into the conversation.
Yeah, so I'm just telling you about the example, and I can provide the link.
Up to
yeah,
you.
it'd be cool to see.
You want to see the Christmas tree balls?
Yeah, sure.
All right, give me a minute.
I'm curious, like, what reason do flat Earth people in here have for believing that the Earth is flat? Why flat in particular? Why not like a different kind of, like, you know, if there are hills and that, why would you assume that it is on average flat?
Well, I mean, we experience the world locally flat and locally stationary to begin with. So everybody
we don't know, because there are hills. The hills are not flat. So locally, the world is incredibly unflat.
Well, yeah, even Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the globe itself, even with its mountains and valleys, is as smooth as a cue ball from outer space.
So how do you know that do you trust Neil deGrasse Tyson generally?
I personally don't, but I mean, he's offering perspective that can help you understand our perspective.
Well,
we don't deny we don't deny topography.
Why do you trust him on this and not on his belief?
Well, because he's talking about a matter of scale. You know, I don't just believe things people say at face value. I check it out. So what he's talking about is a scaling factor.
But you know, the human scale, the world is not.
I'm trying to talk, man. The height of mountains relative to this total surface area of Earth is really insignificant. And so what he's saying is if you were to zoom out, then you couldn't discern the height of mountains relative to the surface that they're on at a far enough distance, because the height is actually very small proportional to the entire surface area.
Sure.
So same deal with flat Earth.
He also says if you zoom out that the Earth is round. So how do you know that if you actually zoom out that the Earth is on average flat?
Well, nobody's ever seen curvature, so...
Well, we see curvature every day. We see hills.
How do you see curvature? Hills?
Yeah,
no, I'm not talking about topography. I'm talking about the overall makeup of Earth. You think it's an object.
Well, how do we see the flatness? I'm asking, what is a test that we can perform to demonstrate the flatness of the Earth?
Well, go to Home Depot or Lowe's, a hardware store like that in America exists. Go grab from there. Go take a hanging door mirror. They might cost like $30. Give it to a friend and have your friend stand across from a 3-mile lake and flash the sun into your face. And if you put your head close to the water's surface, like hold your ear down by the water, and you can see your friend flash that mirror across a 3-mile lake, you've just proven that the gravity potential of the water of that lake does not conform to a ball that they say it is.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm sure that there are people who do this kind of experiment involving light and using light to demonstrate the Earth's roundness. So I'm confused that you're saying you can use light to demonstrate that the Earth is not curved when there are videos of light to demonstrate that the Earth is in fact curved. So
yeah, we got a Wikipedia of like hundreds of observations. So
also water is translucent. So
I don't think he's suggesting we shine light through water. I think he's suggesting we shine light above water. But
across the water. Yeah.
So are you saying that light can be relied on to travel in straight line?
I mean, light, free of any disturbances, follows a straight path. Optical paths are straight in a vacuum.
Are you?
So we can.
Are there any disturbances that could, in the Earth's atmosphere, there's disturbances that could make light move?
Yeah, we see those.
So again,
it happens, we see it. When it happens, we see what those disturbances are. Yep. So we can test for it. So we've got one example, a test for terrestrial refraction using a Department of Defense laser on a mountain of Maui. They shot 3 lasers, 3 different wavelengths, a tri-band laser, and this is to control for refraction because different wavelengths bend at different rates. And they shot a propagation path of about 148 kilometers way out to another observation point with a telescope. And the target grouping of the 3 lasers remained squarely within the telescope when they shouldn't have, because terrestrial refraction models would say that the other wavelengths other than the orange to red wavelength would diverge away from the red.
So
there's no terrestrial refraction. It's a form of refraction that doesn't exist.
So in that case, I assume you're saying that light rays in atmosphere travel even straighter than science says, mainstream science.
Yeah, reality shows that terrestrial refraction is not a real refraction.
Okay.
It doesn't really exist. Yep, terrestrial refraction is all speculative.
Do you believe that the surface of the ocean generally flat?
I mean, at rest, absent of waves.
Okay. And do you believe that there is like a reasonable height limit that we can assume to waves, or can waves be like bigger than mountains?
I mean, it depends. I mean, you can go to a calm body of water that can be bigger than than what you would expect at an ocean. You can go to a really big calm body of water, like Salt Lake City at the Great Salt Lake, and you can perform laser transits over that. And they work great, especially like in the mornings where it's really cool before the sun comes up, or in the evenings at night after the sun goes down. And you don't have a big temperature differential between the air and the water surface. And we've got people that have done field experiments like this. We've got tons of PDFs and results and data.
If the ocean's generally flat, then shouldn't I be able to climb, say, Ben Nevis? That's the tallest mountain. Okay. I should be able to climb Ben Nevis and look out at the ocean and see something. If I just look out across the Atlantic, I should be able to see something taller than all the waves in the ocean. Because there are mountains that are surely taller than all the waves in the ocean.
Yeah, we see things too far all the time. That's one of the reasons why we're flat earthers, is because we've got optics, we've got consumer grade equipment like Nikon P900.
I'm just wondering why I can't see
too far.
I'm wondering why you can't do this and actually see America from Scotland.
Well, that's just silly. I mean, there are weather systems in between you and America.
No, but the weather systems
light gets absorbed and scattered through the gas and particulates in the air.
Hold on.
Check
this out, Holmes. Hold on, buddy.
Big Papa's in the house. Big Papa's here. Time to take notes. Got a notebook?
Hold on, homie. I just got to say one thing and one thing only, then I got to take a call. Okay? The standard known atmospheric occlusion at ground level prediction is no greater than 340 miles. That means the atmosphere itself, its common density, will occlude all light from passing through it at 320 to 340 miles. Okay? So you're not seeing across an ocean. Just with the atmosphere alone and its cumulative occlusion effect. All right? That's all I have to say.
Well said.
Okay. In that case, when we look out across the ocean, shouldn't we see the ocean fade out? Because it's getting more and more occluded as the atmosphere absorbs more and more light, rather than a crisp, clear edge.
Yeah, you'll see the ocean until your eyes can't resolve the ocean and the sky anymore, until they become indistinguishable at the vanishing line.
No, but that wouldn't make sense if it's only being occluded at like however many miles was said. That's close enough that you should probably still be able to resolve the fact that it is a diffuse blurring. And in fact, this blurring that you're talking about, occlusion rather, that starts like relatively soon. You can look out across a valley and start the blue light, not the blue light, the red light being absorbed more than the blue, and so things far away seem slightly bluer. So if it was just that the atmospheric occlusion is the reason that we can't see America, well, that would be a linear effect. The more distance the light has traveled, the more occluded it is. So the ocean should actually fade away, like very gradually, but instead we can see it like quite clearly until there's a sudden crisp cut-off. And I don't understand how that.
I'm pretty sure the absorption rate is nonlinear, but I mean, given that it just changes at some rate, we can accept that.
I'm curious how you could assume.
Well, so you're describing. There are a couple things going on. First is the path of light. The optical path is being scattered and refracted and reflected in all different ways due to the variable optical density of the air. But in addition to that, you also have limitations of your own sight and your own optics that can cause further occlusion. You've got like the Rayleigh criterion of your own aperture of your pupils that would allow small objects, angularly small objects, to become unresolvable at a certain distance.
I don't see why you're bringing that up, because the argument here is that the line of the horizon is too crisp, but you're saying that actually our eyes are poor, and therefore the line of the horizon should be blurrier than it is. But no, the argument here is that the line of the horizon is too crisp.
What are you talking about, crisp and blurry?
I don't.
I got a question for you, homie. Check it out. Is the ground below you?
Is ground below me?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Right. So is the water, like when you're on the beach, is the water below you?
There's a lot of water, not all of it is below me. If I'm standing in the water, then yes, the water is below me.
Okay, yeah, so the water's below you, yeah. So would you ever expect that water is just going to fill the top portion of your field of view?
Fill the top portion of my field of view? No, I wouldn't expect that. Not completely. It would fill most of it, but not all of it.
No, dude, it's not going to fill any portion of the top portion of your field of view.
Not the top. I was confused. I thought you meant.
Yeah, no problem.
I got mistaken. I thought you meant.
Right. So, yeah. So the propagation angles of things below you usually tend to stay below you, and they don't go up above. Like you don't just see blue everywhere. You know, you see the sky blue and then the ocean blue, and eventually they meet, right? And you said like there's a crisp line there. That's fine, but it's not always a crisp line. But let's just focus on the crisp line.
We're talking about the crisp days.
Right. Fair enough. So eventually you're gonna have no more pixels of propagation angles and reception angles on your optic to where they can receive the color from the water, because it's going to fall below the angular resolution of the optic and the midline of the optic, right? So at some point,
I don't follow you anymore.
Well, think about it this way: if you're drawing, you have a drawing, right? And you're drawing the sky, and you're drawing the water. The water's going to be like a dark blue, and the sky's going to be a light blue, and you're going to draw those two until they meet each other, right?
Sure.
Right, and then there's going to be a demarcation between the one color and the other color, right?
Yep.
Oh, there you go. What's so hard about that?
I don't understand what is that prove that I'm disagreeing with?
Dude, it proves that there's going to be a differentiation between the two color fields. And sometimes it's going to be crisp based on what's going on in the atmosphere, and sometimes it's not going to be crisp.
No, because you are claiming that the atmospheric occlusion is stopping us from being all the way to America. So that would imply that well, that's not the only factor. That's one of the factors. Well,
so for example, when something's very far away from you, it subtends a smaller angle in your field of view, correct?
Sure.
Right. So the things that are further away from you, according to the law of perspective, are going to start to occupy your field of view higher and higher towards the midline of your vision, and they're going to reduce in angular size, which means there's less propagation angles to render on your sensor, which is the back of your eyeball, your retina. Right? So eventually...
We do, however, have a device to correct that called telescopes.
Yeah, fair enough, but that is fair enough. However, the telescope is still going to be occluded by the ambient occlusion to about 340 miles or so.
Exactly.
Right. So what you're talking about is the effect of the horizon.
If we were to focus
that
telescope on the horizon, right?
Yeah.
You agree that things if we look directly towards the horizon, things lower down, the sort of angle it draws from your eye to the horizon, well, between the line from your eye to the horizon and the... I'm sorry, I'm describing this very poorly. But the lower down you go in your vision, the closer things are. You're just looking at the ocean, right?
Yep.
So, if you're saying this is atmospheric occlusion, then there is going to be more atmospheric occlusion the further the light has to travel towards your eye. Because for every meter that light travels in space, there's going to be some scattering in the atmosphere. So the further that light has to travel, the more occluded it should be, and therefore the more it should So if we're looking at a deep blue ocean and a baby blue sky, the further away that light travels, if we're saying the sky is blue because it is just atmospheric occlusion, and the ocean is blue because it's you're actually seeing the ocean. Well, then you would expect that the further that light has to travel, the more it's going to appear to be the baby blue sky. So you would have a gradual gradient from dark blue of the ocean to the baby blue of the sky. But if you get a telescope, point it out at the horizon, that is not what you see.
What you just said doesn't follow of necessity. You're saying that there should be essentially a gradient of color from the bottom of your field of view to the top of your field of view, where the color changes in a gradient like a Photoshop filter. That's just not the case.
Not right. Obviously, not like right where your feet are, but going out to like when starting like hundreds of meters, like the as I said, the atmospheric.
The problem is that the available angles to render all of that space start to cut off as they approach zero in the midline of your vision.
I do not understand what you're saying, so you'd have to draw me a picture.
Yeah, not only that, but a lot of the horizons people see are actually not the end of the water line that's available to be seen by direct propagation. What they're actually doing is they're seeing a reflection of the color of the sky on the water, because the water is at such an oblique angle that it actually becomes a mirror surface relative to your position, and it's reflecting the sky. You can see this all the time. It's quite common. And it actually does look, when that happens, like a very crisp line.
But that the specular reflection of water, I'm sure.
It's called total internal reflection. What it means is
total internal refraction. Oh, wait, sorry.
No. Listen, the water itself, from your angles, all the light that could have went to you is totally internally reflected, or externally reflected.
How could it be internally reflected if I'm outside of the...
What? That's why it's not getting to your eye. That's my point.
Internal reflection is when something with a high refractive, like glass has a high refractive index to the air. Internal reflection is when the light is reflected inside the glass from a boundary between... You've got a boundary between glass and air, and the light stays in the glass instead of crossing the boundary. But you're saying that this is internal reflection when it's actually light going into the water instead of going into the water, it bounces off the water. But the water has the higher refractive index here, so that wouldn't be internal reflection. That would be external reflection.
Either way, all the light from the water, the color of the water, is not reaching your eye. The only light that's reaching is the light that's at a different angle, which is the light from the sky. So you can only resolve in that portion, which is actually water, reflecting the sky. So the skylight is not internally reflected, nor is it reflected in an angle that you can't see. The skylight is reflected in an angle that you can see. And then it overtakes the color of the water, and that's what you see. You see, like, water, then you start seeing the color of the sky. But some of that color of the sky is a reflection.
But that makes absolutely no sense, because the water is a wavy surface.
Listen, friend, pay attention now. I could care less if it makes sense or not. There's numerous evidence of this occurring in reality.
If you don't care about sense, then what's the point in talking?
No, just think about it. There's
if you don't care about sense...
Listen, dude. It's not making sense to you. However, it's observable in reality.
I'm trying to have a conversation so you can explain to me how it makes sense to you, because I cannot understand how it can make sense to you. You're saying that...
It makes perfect sense to me, because one of the angles of propagation is not visible to you, and the other one is, and therefore it overtakes it. It's not that complicated.
Allow me to explain why I believe it doesn't make sense. Oh, you're getting angry. Why are you getting angry? I'm trying to be quite clear and reasonable here. I would like to explain why I am saying that that's not real. Okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you're saying that the crisp transition, because at a sudden angle, the light bouncing off or hitting the ocean reflects instead of going into the ocean. However, that would imply that a portion of the sky we see is in fact not sky, it is light reflected of the sky in the ocean. But the ocean is a moving, uneven surface. It has waves. Therefore, that piece of sky would ripple. But it doesn't. When you see the actual horizon, everything above the horizon.
Yeah, fair enough.
Doesn't
I like
ripple.
that. That's a good point. That's a fair point. Okay, however,
If it was a fair point, then why were you getting so irate at me for?
No, it's only a fair point in the fact that it's a fair point, not that it's a valid point. Because this can be seen in reality.
Like, I'm not arguing that the ocean reflects the sky. Obviously, that happens, but there's a clear there's a clear line between the ocean reflecting the sky, where it's all ripply and wibbly wobbly, and then
no, it isn't. It's not always wibbly wobbly. That's the point.
Why would it not be wibbly wobbly?
Because there's hundreds upon hundreds of pictures of it not being that way.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, dude, I don't know how to make it make sense to you.
You're saying
that it's reality.
You're saying there are pictures that show that there is a portion of the sky.
I'm telling you that there, for example, there's a very famous one. It looks like a boat is floating in the sky. And it's obvious upon closer inspection that it's actually still on the water, and the water is reflecting the color of the sky.
I'm not arguing for a moment that they're on.
And those pictures, some of them are wibbly wobbly, and some of them aren't.
Right. And is there a crisp transition between the part of the sky?
Some of them are, and some of them aren't. It all depends.
On what?
On the atmosphere of the day, dude. What I'm telling you, what I'm trying to get to you to understand is that you're trying to make this carte blanche claim that there's a particular thing that always happens that discounts the position that the horizon isn't a Earth curve. But I'm telling you that it's not like that. I'm telling you, some days it looks this way, and some days it looks that way.
You are giving me explanations of the phenomenon that don't fit with the actual observation.
What? No, I'm giving you observations that don't fit with your explanation.
What is my explanation?
You already said it, that there'd be a gradient transition or a wibbly wobbly, and I'm telling you that's not true. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it's not.
But so you started this.
Listen, I gotta go do something, but I pretty much said what I said, which is you're claiming that it would be this gradient transition or wibbly wobbly all the time, and I'm telling you that's not the case. So I'm right and you're wrong, and I'm out.
Okay.
So then is the claim that the horizon is a physical, crisp Earth curve edge?
To be honest, I'm actually trying to understand what you guys are saying the horizon.
Well, it's defined as the apparent location where the sky meets the earth or sea.
Okay, but that's talking about what is apparent. I'm wondering, like, what actually is it? Not what it appears to be, because obviously, are you saying
we don't make any claims about it?
The sea?
No, we're not making any claims about it. I mean, the sky always touches the land. It always touches the sea. There's always air above the water or the ground.
Right, yeah.
The globe says it's the Earth curve edge. It's the crisp, geometric, physical curvature of the Earth, and that's been debunked.
Has it?
Yeah.
By what?
By the fact that it's never at its geometric location.
What does that mean?
Are you serious? How long have you been in this topic? I feel like I've talked to you before.
Suggest that the flat earthers are suggesting that the horizon, that globe earthers are suggesting that the horizon is some sort of two-dimensional edge rather than where your vision starts intersecting with dimensional surface.
Two-dimensional edge? What are you talking about, bro?
I don't know. I'm trying to
Supposed to
understand
be
what you're
covering
talking
up
about.
boats and buildings. Isn't the claim always been that the geometric Earth curve edge is blocking boats and buildings in the distance?
Yes.
Okay. So is it?
Well, I think so.
Okay. So then that geometric Earth curve point would have to be at a location always. Okay. At a geometric place that we could measure to, a tangent point. Unless you're saying it's not a tangent point, then I would say welcome to flat Earth.
Well, it is.
It is a tangent point?
I would say so, but obviously the Earth's like not perfectly round object, so it's not a perfect tangent. But yeah, it's roughly a tangent.
So at what point is it a tangent point that would be in excess of a radius 3959?
Say that again.
So at what point would it be at a place, or I mean, if you're saying it's not perfect, are you saying it's so far out of whack in certain places that the Earth would have a radius of 250,000 miles?
I don't know. I need to now Google what the radius of the Earth is claimed to be by mainstream science.
Mainstream science. This is not a scientific question. This is a geometric question, bro.
Well, I'm sorry. Did you just on pen and paper do the doodlings to work out? I'm confused. You're expecting me to give you a answer to this very precise question that you've got with this very precise number of the Earth?
Well, aren't you a globe believer? Don't you have your lore down? Don't you know the story? Don't you know the details?
I don't know even as I've said, I don't know the radius of the Earth off by heart.
And yet you would defend it vehemently and say that the horizon is the geometric Earth curve edge blocking boats and buildings.
Yes.
Why?
Because in my view of understanding of the facts, the alternative models don't make sense.
What alternative models have I presented you with?
So this gets quite deep into sort of how we talk about science and science philosophy. What I mean to say, if I'm getting super technical and correct, is that all the it would seem to me that based on our observations of reality, all the possibilities that could be true either are spherical Earth situation or are somehow not, but by some very strange quirk seem to be for all intents and purposes. It's maybe the Earth technically isn't a sphere, it's some sort of different shape in some sort of strange curved space so that we actually don't notice it's a sphere. But to us, it's a sphere. So who gives a fuck about the complications now? If you can't detect,
you don't really care if the Earth is a sphere or not. Is that what you're telling me?
What I care about is what matters to the activities of the everyday.
So every day the Earth is navigated as a flat plane. It is built upon and used as a flat plane. Oh, it's not.
It's so
okay,
not.
So you can show me.
Not.
Okay, well then just go ahead and tell me how it's not.
So
how you can prove that.
One instance that comes to the top of my head is skywave reflection. People bounce radio waves off the atmosphere, which relies on the fact that the atmosphere curves downwards.
They bounce waves off of air?
Sure.
Okay, can you show me that?
It's in the air. Can I show it?
Yeah.
Obviously, that's actually quite...
You've heard a story, and then you went ahead and repeated it. I want you to show me or prove it.
Okay, so let me... Obviously, talking about skies, that's not something that's easy to talk about. It's not something to show or...
Well, then let's go to something else, because I just said that the Earth is navigated as a flat plane, and you went to the sky immediately.
So
the Earth is navigated as a flat plane.
I'll give you something that's easier to relate to our everyday perceptions of the world around.
So you're going to segue and red herring away from the point that I asked you about, which is that the Earth is navigated as a flat plane, and you want to talk about bouncing stuff off of air.
I'm being quite clear on the fact that I'm prepared to like ditch all talk of the skywave theory. You're the one who's now trying to keep it on that. So, like,
yeah, I'm trying to keep it absolutely 100% on the thing that I asked you about. The thing that I asked you about, I said the Earth is navigated as a flat plane, and you go, but it isn't. It isn't. I swear. And then you talk about bouncing waves off of the air.
Yeah,
why in the world would you do such a thing?
It's just one thing, one phenomena that I'm aware of that points to the fact that the Earth isn't a flat plane. But it's not the one that's best to have a conversation with you about, because I can't physically demonstrate it right now. I'd have to get all kinds of
why don't you calm down? You think you could calm down? Relax. Could you think you could calm down like you're freaking out, bro? Like you're freaking out. You think you relax? Chill.
I'm going to provide you with a different piece of phenomenon. Is that okay? Is that
you talk about the thing? No, we're going to stick to the thing that I talked about, which is navigation of the Earth.
Okay.
You tell me how we navigate it as a ball. Tell me how we do that.
How we navigate it as a ball?
Yeah, because you told me we don't navigate it as a flat plane. You were adamant. You said it twice. It's just not, though. It's just not. And then you went to bouncing waves off of the air. So let's talk about navigating the Earth as a ball. Tell me how it's done.
If we were to navigate the Earth, if it was a flat plane, then we wouldn't end up in the right places. And I do not have the patience to discuss this topic with you. So you can always say, oh, the map's wrong. Oh, the GPS is lying to you. You can do all this, that, and the other. And so this is just not a conversation worth having. I want to talk
because you don't know anything about it. You want to talk about the thing that you denied. You denied the claim that I made. You said it's not. I said, okay, tell me how. You red herringed, and now you don't even want to talk about navigation. So this seems like a win for me.
Yeah. Unless you'd like to justify the premise that it's impossible to successfully navigate upon a topographical plane.
I'm not suggesting it's impossible to navigate on a topographical plane. I'm suggesting if you were to use a flat model to try and navigate. So this is something...
We're talking about reality, mate, not models. Yeah, was the subject the efficacy and accuracy of a map, or was the subject the reality of the surface of the Earth being planar? Why did you have to interrupt that question? Why did you have to interrupt that question? That's not helpful. So was the subject about the efficacy and accuracy of a map, or was the subject about the surface of the Earth and or oceans being topographically planar or not? Which one?
I feel like that's difficult to say. If the question is, if you're asking about the fact that we navigate the Earth as a flat plane, are we talking about using a flat model to understand how we move around the Earth? Or, like, I'm...
Okay, now, so I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, moderators, says who, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were talking about the subject of the survey, the primary subject being, is the surface of the Earth and oceans topographically planar or not, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you weren't talking about that subject, sir. So would you like to talk about that subject? If not, then so be it.
Well, actually, the question was about, like, the fact that we navigate the Earth as a flat plane, right?
Yep.
So I feel like that is an ambiguous question. You're asking, you're blaming me for talking about something soft topic.
How would it be ambiguous?
What's ambiguous about a closed-ended question? Do we or do we not navigate the Earth like that?
When you say we navigate as a flat, I kind of feel like this is just not a useful question, to be honest, because when I say, "Oh, I navigate the Earth as a flat plane," if I was to say that, which I wouldn't, am I suggesting that I plan my moves using a flat model in my head, or am I suggesting that I live on a flat plane?
Do you use GPS?
Usually we're focusing on the latter.
Okay.
Use Google Maps.
When I answered this question before the answer that that annoyed you, I was using the wrong. I was using the different interpretation, and so this is where this confusion has arisen from.
Yeah, that's why I asked these clarifying questions. Sezu, go ahead.
So, do you use GPS? Do you use Google Maps?
Sure.
Okay. Well, that is a Cartesian coordinate system, and the method by which those the points are plotted on those maps and where you are in relation to those points is all planar. So even in your everyday activity of navigating the Earth using Google Maps or whatever it might be, is on a plane.
You can map a Cartesian coordinate system onto the surface of a sphere, and you can map a spherical coordinate system onto the surface of a plane. There will be like errors, for instance, poles. Poles would be stretched
so there's
out.
error, so it doesn't work, is what you're telling me.
Well, in the case of mapping Cartesian coordinates onto a sphere, you just end up with a situation where multiple coordinates indicate the same point. So the pole, it's got the same, it's got 0 latitude for multiple lines of longitude. I hope I'm getting my latitude and longitude the right way.
How are those latitude lines derived? In reality,
I believe people first started latitude. I think comes from like measurements based on Polaris.
Correct.
What?
And those are angular measurements on a flat plane. So even those are planar.
Are there angular measurements on a flat plane? No, I don't. I cannot agree with that. Because the point of contention here,
how it was done on a ball. Certainly, you can tell me how it's done on a ball.
Here is that I'm saying, well, I've declared that I believe the Earth is roughly spherical, and you've declared that it's roughly flat. So these measurements that have been done on the Earth. So
how would you derive an angle on a curved surface, please?
You can approximate a curved surface as doesn't make it.
Really? You can approximate a curve as flat.
Wow.
What is this strange to you? The notion that if you
So how do you derive an angle? Give me an angle off of a curved surface. How do you get that?
How do you get an angle off a curved surface? All I can say is the fact is that
you can't.
Not even an auto can this be done.
You can't is kind of a difficult thing to say because, like,
well, you can't. You can do it. Not okay. You can try. It will not happen. It cannot be done.
It's impossible. Can't be done.
It's not geometry.
It's not reality.
Actually, I think the question is actually improperly posed because you're suggesting that it's an angle between the. To be honest, I actually don't know how the whole sextant thing works. So to even answer the question would be wrong of me because, like, are we actually measuring the angle between where Polaris is from the ground, or is it like Polaris from straight up? Is it? I don't bloody know. I don't know how sextant works.
Yeah, they're elevation angles.
What?
Elevation angles to Polaris, using the ground as the plane.
No, you don't use the ground as a plane.
What do you use?
Oh, Brenda's here to just kind of like convolate.
The plane is a horizontal from your position, from eye level.
Right, so a fictitious line that isn't the surface of the Earth, so you didn't successfully get an elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth or the oceans.
Greg, I muted Brenda just because it's annoying. He just wants to convolute. He's trying to bail this brother out. So
no, actually, hold on. If we're agreeing that light travels a straight line, then if from your eye to the horizon, that's a straight line, and so you are measuring the angle between that straight line and the line to Polaris. I would presume.
Okay. So I want to clarify this with you. So you're saying that light does indeed travel in straight lines. It does not refract or bend or deviate.
Oh, correct? No. It does. It can bend and deviate. But I was having a conversation earlier. I was having a conversation earlier, and I asked someone, does light travel in straight lines? And I was kind of working with their understanding. I am fully prepared to admit that light does indeed curve. However, I do believe that the atmospheric curvature and the curvature like gravity, that's probably negligible over the scales that we're talking about. Like the diameter of the Earth probably doesn't have that much of an effect. I don't know how much.
Refraction would not extend the horizon, being the Earth curve in your mind, by your claim, as we talked about earlier. It wouldn't deviate that enough to affect the geometry of the globe. It wouldn't be enough to make it seem as if the Earth goes from a radius of roughly 4,000 miles to 250,000 miles.
I don't think. No.
Okay. So then I don't know if you can see in the side chat, but I don't. The Black Swan image?
Black Swan image side chat. Give me a second.
So it's going to be 2 minutes after the hour.
Yep. Is this the... Hold on, Black Swan... When you say Black Swan, are we talking about a literal Black Swan here, or is it like a name?
No, it's a photograph. It's a still photograph or an image from a video from an observation made off the coast of Santa Barbara, California, at a couple of oil rigs. So if you see an image with a couple of oil rigs in it, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing these oil rigs.
Okay. So along with that, there is a logical consistency called modus tollens, right? If A, then B, or if P, then Q, if not Q, then not P. So if the Earth was a radius of 3,959 miles, and every distance to horizon could be no more than, right, because it's a geometric Earth curve sphere edge, 3,959 miles, that means every distance to horizon could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So in this image, can you tell me where the horizon is? Is it before, between, or behind the oil rigs?
The horizon appears to be behind the oil rig.
Okay. So this observer height is about 1 foot. In fact, it's lower than that. It's about 8 inches. But for the sake of argument, we'll call it 1 foot. That makes everything nice and easy. That means that the distance to horizon at a 1 foot observer height would be no more than 1.225 miles. In this particular image, the horizon is in excess of 9.41 miles. We'll call it 10 to make it nice and easy. If the Earth, or if the horizon in this image was the edge of the said ball, then that would make the radius, now we're talking about the radius of the Earth, roughly 250,000 miles. That's about the supposed distance between the Earth and the Moon in the heliocentric model. So that is a sound debunking of any Earth curve measurements or horizon tangent points that anybody could make.
I mean, I can't work with this. It's just a picture with, like, someone's claimed that they are a particular observer height.
Okay, no problem. You can do this yourself. Yeah, you can do this yourself. You can go to any beach.
Sure. I just wish there was, like, a more categorical recording of this.
Oh, no problem. I'll give you a recording of it. Hold up. I'll put it in the chat.
Great stuff.
I'm
not gonna like sit and watch it right now. I don't.
Okay, that's fine. You can copy the link. This is easy to validate by anybody anywhere. over any body of water if you have distance demarcations. But you're going to have to admit that something in an exponential excess of what's been claimed by the globe is going to be a real problem no matter what you do.
The globe's debunked, mate. You don't live on a globe.
Say so.
Accept it. Accept it.
Oh, I've got to accept it because you said it's been debunked.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just go check. This is beautiful about this. You know, you can go check. Like, that's the great thing about reality. You can check.
All right, I agree.
Yeah. You can copy that link. It's not a long video. He'll show you everything that he did to get those observations. It turns out that the horizon moves its apparent location all the time. So it cannot be geometric, which means you cannot use it as a tangent point to get geometry, which means the horizon is never Earth curve.
If you say so.
No, I mean, you can prove it for yourself. Right?
I, as I've said, I'm not going to sit and watch that video. If you want me to watch that video, I'll leave and watch it, but...
No, I mean, you can go out in reality and prove this for yourself. Isn't it about what I say?
That's called a mirage.
So then the geometric Earth curve is debunked because it's miraged? Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome.
Mirage is a thing, but that's not why. That's not why.
There's this one thing that I've been wondering. Like, where is the sun? How far away is it?
What is the sun?
What is the sun?
We're not bothered. We're not bothered.
I mean, that's a very pertinent question. What is the sun? Like,
what's the moon? What are the stars?
Do you?
It's a giant.
You don't care.
Reaction.
How can you not care? I mean, honestly, of all of this, how can you not care?
We're talking about the shape of the Earth.
No, but you surely must have a natural curiosity of what the sun is.
There's a curiosity, but it doesn't have anything to do with the Earth that we're talking about. That's way down the road because most of the people that I know still think they live on a ball, but they could never prove it if they wanted to. They don't even know that the horizon isn't the geometric Earth curve.
And you've just jumped from the...
You understand that...
but it is.
You understand that you are arguing for a view of the geometry of the Earth which would have profound implications on, like, where the sun is in our model because of, how it changes the geometry of measuring the distance.
You don't know what the sun is. You don't even know what the sun is. You've heard a story about what the sun is. That's based on the... I have absolutely no idea what the sun is.
I haven't got a clue.
It's a light in the sky. It is not even relevant to the conversation right now, other than the fact that if the Earth is not a ball, it's not what they told you and not the distance that they told you.
Do you know
That's
what
the
the Earth
implication.
is? Like when we say, oh, you don't know what the sun is, like, what do we know is?
The Earth seems to be a topographical plane with people,
Why is it the same pattern with you people? Can you focus on the subject?
Well, what I'm trying to get at here is that... so let me just explain where my thinking went. When you asked, do you know what the sun is? I'm like, well, there's... obviously, like everyone, I've been told the theories.
Get back to the subject, but keep talking about the sun.
Let me finish. Let me finish one
No, we're not talking about the
I'm
sun.
going to bring it back to the subject sooner or later. Give me a chance.
No, we're not talking about the sun.
Okay, fine. If we're not talking about the sun, then can you chastise the other guy for saying that you don't know what the sun is?
What's wrong with that? I'm not making claims about it. You are.
I've given a very clear reason why I want to talk about the distance to the sun, because it pertains to the Earth.
It has no logical bearing on the shape of the Earth.
No worries, Gregory. So if you want to talk about
the surface of the Earth,
you're now avoiding. You're avoiding talking about the sun because you know that it's problematic.
That does not inform you about the geometric surface of the Earth. Not you persevering to dominate the voice channel to digress to some other irrelevant subject. That does not have any logical or causal bearing on the surface of the Earth. It's very simple. So either talk about the surface of the Earth like we're repeatedly digressing or directing your attention to, or not.
No worries. So, I'm sorry. Who am I speaking to?
There's people in the text chat, right, posting images involving, it's got the sun and the surface of the Earth. Would you say that they are talking about the sun when they shouldn't be?
So again, digressing to some other subject.
Gregory, just a moment. No problem. Look at here. I've got a citation for you from Sustainable by Design. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. So even the sun and solar elevation angles to it prove that you are on a plane.
That's not a good proof. Like, this thing used the word horizontal plane, therefore the ground is a horizontal plane. That's clearly not a sense.
When you're talking about proof, mate, when you're talking about not a good enough proof, what is your proof of the radius of the Earth?
My proof of the radius of the Earth. I honestly, I don't walk around with the maths in my head all the time because I'm not I don't care about needing to prove this as much as you might.
A long way of saying I don't know,
care
dude.
About the flat Earth? I don't know.
So you've got no proof then?
No proof.
For me, it's as simple as I'm aware that the maths is out there. I look it up when I need it, and I honestly cannot.
Cyrus, brother, we're not looking for math. We're looking for Earth curvature in reality.
Where is it?
Earth curvature in reality is.
Where is
it? I can't talk about where it is because you banned me from talking about
the sun.
Bouncing radio waves off of air. We banned you from that.
I can't talk about the sun, so I cannot talk about my beliefs because you won't let me talk about the sun.
Okay, no problem. So the sun makes the Earth.
Okay, so say your argument.
Right.
So
say the argument.
Hello.
Floor is yours.
If you're talking, we can't hear you. Disconnect, reconnect.
Oh, sorry about that. Don't know what that was. So I wanted to talk about the sun originally, and I wanted to ask how far away is the sun going to your flat Earth views? And this is you wanting me to talk about my beliefs?
No. We don't have a distance to the sun. You do.
You don't have a distance to the sun. Are you saying,
no, I don't even know what the sun is. We told you that earlier.
Don't know. You have the.
Yeah, let's get to his argument. Let's get to his argument. Okay, so you're appealed to the sun. Say your argument.
Okay. So, if light. See, here's the thing. I'm talking in a conversation with multiple people. I can't.
Keep googling.
Rely on the fact that you all believe the same things about traveling in straight lines. Do we all accept that on the scales that we're talking about, the size of the Earth, light roughly travels in straight lines, or is that not something that I'm allowed to assume in a discussion?
Just stop asking questions. Say your argument.
Yeah.
We have to agree on. See, if we can't agree on certain facts of reality, then we cannot.
What is it with these people in this? This is not a part of any logic course. You don't need to ask us questions. We don't need to agree with you with every premise for you to complete the task of saying your argument. Just say your argument.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what we agree with. You put forth your point.
You don't need to give us a quiz about every premise in your argument before you complete the task of saying your argument. Complete the task of saying your argument in the microphone.
Okay.
We'll all be quiet while you do it.
So, I am saying, this is my assumption here, that on the scale of the Earth, the deviation of the path of light is too small to worry about, so light basically travels. If light basically travels in straight line, then I'm trying to understand like how do we have like the day-night cycle with flat Earth? Are we saying that the sun is hidden behind hills?
You're asking questions again.
Do you have an argument or a premise, or are you just going to ask questions? You can ask questions, no problem.
How about this?
We're just curious as to how this will help you.
Yeah. How about this question? Do you know what an argument is? Yes or no? If yes, please tell us. Because if you don't know what an argument is, it seems like you don't. Then you can't obviously complete the task. Do you know what an argument is? Yes or no? If you're talking, we can't hear you. Disconnect, reconnect.
He's searching for that. Sorry. Nearly there.
For the sake of the audience, an argument is a series of premises, one or more premises, specific, objective, preferably true premises, to support a concluding premise. That's an argument. Premise, conclusion. Not quiz the audience, right? That's a quiz, not an argument.
Don't forget that the premises actually have to be linked. It can't just be three disparate premises and then a random conclusion. That doesn't follow.
Yeah, preferably a valid logic sequence, right? Specific, objective, preferably true premises and a logically valid argument, right? Like AI just mentioned.
Yes, for example, apples are red. Crayons are made of wax. Good girls like bad boys, therefore the earth is a globe.
That's called a logically sound argument. Is that what it takes to silence a globalist with an argument?
Must be, yeah. I think the Black Swan sort of really got him. Went straight to the sun after the Black Swan.
Well, if light now he vanished, so let's move on. Another user.
If light travels in straight lines, then that validates all the laser tests that prove that Earth's not a globe. So he kind of shoots himself in the foot if he goes down that line. If he goes down the other line, he shoots his horizon in the foot. Then he can't use the horizon as proof of Earth curvature, so he shoots himself in the foot. So now he's, a paraplegic in a wheelchair. So what now?
I mean, if the sunlight travelled in straight lines, wouldn't the spring equinox be on the same day everywhere at the same time?
What AI just said was an instance of pointing out a dilemma, the horns of a dilemma. So given the implications of the only two options that he could argue, then his concluding premise couldn't be true either way.
So Muscle Ghost has his mic open. You guys might want to engage him.
What?
Yeah, huh?
I was baffled by that mention.
I'm playing a game. Just listening.
So we.
Okay. Could you do me a favor? All the keyboard tapping is kind of annoying. Could you go on mute when you're not talking, please?
The floor is open. Anyone who wants to prove that they know the Earth is a ball.
Oh yes, and for the slow kids in the back, unless you think that if the Earth was flat, that everything on the ground would transpose itself into your top field of view, and everything in the sky would transpose itself into your bottom field of view, then necessarily there's going to be a horizon. There's no such thing as there's not a horizon if the Earth is flat. I just hope you guys realize that, because it's painful to even begin to talk about with people that are so dense that they can't comprehend that the horizon is simply where all the angles from the stuff, stop, and the angles from the other thing begin.
Geeks is complaining in chat that he was censored earlier. Certain arguments or observations he's not allowed to present. So, Geeks, please do. I'm so sorry that anybody would have censored you. Please give us your argument.
Nah, not today. I saw
not today.
I saw under the hood a little bit earlier, so got a better understanding of what's going on.
Oh, did you not get inside peek and the machinations of the moderation of this channel? Is that it?
It must be strange being a globe, not being able to prove the fact that you live on a globe.
I can.
So you say?
Really strange.
Yeah, so I say, but
without argumentation.
No, I have the arguments, but not in here.
So you say without presenting them.
Certain things not allowed to be said. I saw what was going on.
Such as include arguments.
Oh my goodness! Look,
arguments aren't
Geeks,
forbidden.
We're not going to talk about things that can't be said. The only things that can't be said are the things that are against the server rules and TOS. Okay. So, I mean, if you want to talk about that, I mean, I guess go form a support group channel in the lower channels. They create your own channel forum in the politics. You and anybody else who wants to cry about what they can and can't say here could go and give each other hugs.
Yeah, so it's been patently refuted that arguments are not allowed to be said in this channel, so you can say them. And so as long as you keep saying that you know the Earth to be a ball and that you do have arguments but without presenting arguments, then you're only demonstrating that you're just reaffirming what you have yet to prove.
Correct. You win. That's the important part. You win.
Well, sarcasm can't refute me either, so.
Oh.
No. I'm saying I concede. I'm not being sarcastic. You win. That's the important part.
That's right. Gregory wins. Yay.
Exactly. That's what's important.
That's a new reply that I've been receiving lately. I've been receiving from a couple of different users where they sarcastically grant me the victory.
Why do you think that is?
Because you guys have been laboriously beaten into the
Gregory wins by default, his beard.
By Gregory Sesquipedalius verbosity, and you can't raise yourself. You can't raise yourself from the ground again. Is that it?
That's it. That's it.
So why don't you then ask for peace? Okay, so for example, why don't you ask Gregory, for a couple of days out of the week, could you just talk in 3-syllable words? And then maybe you could and him could hang out. How about that?
No, he's got work to do. He's got work to do here. He doesn't need me hanging around bothering him. It's interesting though that Gregory, you say that a couple of people have started that kind of thing has started ramping up. I mean, AI gave one reason why. Can you think of any other reasons why? While we're on the subject, why people are starting to do that?
You're not going to like my assessment.
You can't offend. You won't offend or upset me. Have at it.
No, another day.
Cool. Understood.
The floor is open. Anyone who wants to prove that they know the Earth is
now that we understand that Homeboy Geeks is multisyllabic impaired, we can continue.
Multisyllabically impaired. But yeah, the floor is open. Anyone who wants to prove that they know the Earth is a ball. It's such a well-established empirical rock-solid fact. It should be like inhaling and exhaling easy to refute us.
Well, I guess Bruno Duck posted something. It was a flat earther refuses to pay up £88,000 challenge to prove the Earth is round. And
£88,000.
Yeah, £88,000. So basically, based off of a flight from one point to another point, and then I guess heading due east or due west, and then making a 90-degree turn twice, and you end up at the same place. I think I know what the flat Earth argument for that is, but maybe you guys could discuss that.
I believe I missed something. What was the challenge? It was a challenge, right?
It's in the chat. I think it's Bruno Duck posted it. I think I could copy and paste it.
Oh yeah, so the challenge was basically for pilots to chart a flight where you take 2 turns that are 90 degrees and you end up in the place where you started.
Okay. And
somebody did it.
That wouldn't get you to the place you began.
Well, but somebody did it.
That wouldn't get you to the place you began, so no, someone couldn't do it. That's just an incomplete
You guys
square.
need to understand that there is no
maybe it's
truth
worth it
without
for you to check
age.
out.
What does this have to do with curvature?
Nage defines.
Right, there's that one also.
So this could only happen on a globe model. If you were to travel, for example, let's say you're at the North Pole and you travel due south in a straight line, and then you make a 90-degree turn, traveling due west, and then you make another 90-degree turn towards the north, and you travel in a straight line again, and then you end up at the same place. That can only happen on a sphere.
It wouldn't be 90 degrees.
It would totally.
This challenge is misconceived. It's not geometrically coherent.
It's definitely 90 degrees.
It's not.
What does this have to do with curvature again?
Because it's only possible on a curved Earth.
Yeah,
no, it's not. Like reaffirming the premise after I'm critiquing it doesn't make it true. Stop doing that.
No, you haven't critiqued anything. You just denied.
But I have critiqued it.
No, you haven't. Go for it.
I have.
Go for it.
Right.
Holy crap!
Move in a straight line forward.
Hold on. Yeah. Before we go, bro, a 290-degree turns is 180, which means you're going back the way you came. So of course you're going to arrive back where you started. Good grief!
Yeah, that's stupid.
No, parallel vector transport is a theorem within topology that's been proven.
And
that has what to do with curvature.
You don't move to the side, which is the point. You make one turn, you move, and then you make another turn, and you move again, and then you end up where you started.
That doesn't make sense. Like someone needs to give an argument and illustrate this, because all I can conceive logically, given those premises, is someone on the verge of traveling in a square pattern, but without the last line.
Can you go forward? Can you go forward, and then can you rotate at a 90-degree angle?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about. You go forward.
I get that. That doesn't make you go back to where you began.
It depends
on turns at 90 degrees don't make you turn back to where you started.
It doesn't, but they did it in reality.
Yes, it does. Chill, everybody chill. Listen, I'm going to make this very clear. You have to parse out more information. Because if I travel in a straight line and immediately turn 90 and then turn 90 again, I've turned 180, and I can travel exactly back to where I left. So you need more information, please.
Right.
I think the best thing to do for me would be to send.
You go forward, turn 90 degrees, go forward again, turn 90 degrees, and you return to your origin.
No, you didn't.
Huh?
No, you didn't.
Yes, on a sphere, that's what works.
No, not even on a
Parallel
sphere.
vector transport can be generalized to any dimensional surface. On a flat plane, you would be right, but on a sphere, you're wrong.
So on a sphere, you're also wrong.
No.
Yeah, so illustrate it. Demonstrate it.
Okay, brutal. Hold on, before we continue. Too bad. Before we continue, okay, it's not the case that it's just travel forward. It must be specific distances. It's not just any distance. So again, we're lacking information. Please, for the love of God, tell the whole information so we don't have to spend 3 hours digging it out of each other.
I don't think it matters what the distance is as long
Okay, so he's not going to demonstrate.
So you're just going to interrupt me. I'll just decline.
Okay.
You can't handle it. Right,
All right,
so
Bruno,
you go forward a set distance. You go forward a distance of 1. You rotate 90
Doing the very
degrees.
thing I said not to do.
All right, hey, Brutal Duck, I saw you were trying to get in. What you got something to say?
Oh, so they were actually talking about what the thing that I posted, right? And so what I was gonna say is it's probably best if I just sent a video of the guy who actually did it, and then, like, because he's the one who made the claim and completed the challenge, I think that would be the most productive thing to do.
Is this a challenge you're talking about where Flat Out Hero asked globalists to plot a course using the globe model?
I sent the thing here. It's this guy Wolfie 6020.
Yeah, that was debunked because other people also sent in answers to Flat Out Hero, and they were all different. 16 people sent in responses to Flat Out Hero's challenge, and every single one of them was different. Not one of them was the same. So they all had completely different Earths that they were presenting, and they all thought they were correct. So Flat Out Hero was able to debunk each one of them using the other contest submissions.
Right, so you don't debunk things by saying you have to show a contradiction.
Yeah, that wasn't his argument either. So you don't debunk things by misrepresenting other people's arguments.
Yeah, he used all the other answers. He used people who claim globe to help debunk other people who claim globe. No. Flat Out Hero's claim was that the globe is so observer dependent, no two people will get the same answer.
Yeah, that's just false. That's just false because if the Earth is a globe, then whether it's curved or not would be independent of any observers.
But it's also not his argument. You don't know how to interpret arguments and you refuse to do so. Stop debating.
It is his argument if that's what he's saying. And you just deny and it doesn't prove anything.
You didn't address his argument.
The way you disprove an argument is by demonstrating it entails a contradiction. And you haven't done that.
That's not the only way to disprove an argument, so you also don't know how to refute an argument.
Yeah, holy crap. I was about to have an aneurysm if somebody didn't say that.
What's your other method of refuting an argument?
Exposing non sequiturs, exposing informal fallacies, exposing absurd implications.
Non sequitur doesn't refute an argument.
Yes, it does. It exposes it to be invalid.
It doesn't make the value of the proposition false. It simply means that the argument is invalid.
That's what I just said to you.
There's a difference between valid and sound.
I'm aware.
Right? Showing an argument is invalid doesn't mean it's unsound.
Look, listen, hold on, friends. An argument, right, carries a conclusion. Now, if you disprove the argument, that doesn't mean you disprove the conclusion necessarily. But you have disproven the argument. And no, contradictions are not the only way to disprove an argument.
What's the other way? What's the other way?
You prove one of the premises false.
What?
Goodness sakes. Holy shit. If you prove any of the necessary premises false, then the conclusion doesn't carry of a necessity and the argument is disproven.
That doesn't disprove the argument. That's simply contesting the argument. That doesn't show that the argument is false. It shows.
One more time for the slow kids in the back. I didn't say it disproves the conclusion. It disproves the argument.
It shows that the argument is invalid, but validity and soundness are different things. You don't know the difference between validity and sound, right? If you can show that the argument is invalid, then you can justifiably reject the conclusion. But you haven't proven the argument is false. You've simply proven that it's formally invalid.
Dude. No, you are so insufferably desperate to score a point that you're literally repeating the very thing that he said to you as though it refutes him.
I know. It's like we're dealing with retards here. It's pathetic.
I think we can just agree that we cannot use this argument to come to that conclusion. Maybe something else, maybe not.
Listen, one more time, kids. So when somebody does this and they say, I disproved one of your premises, therefore I disproved your conclusion, okay, that is when you make the fallacy of, what's it called? The fallacy, right? Just because you had a fallacy or you had an improper premise, it means your conclusion itself, severally from the argument, is necessarily false. That's the point. You could disprove that the argument carries the conclusion. That would make the argument itself false. But that has no bearing on the conclusion. I hope that got through to somebody, for goodness sakes.
Well, it got through to me because you reiterating what I said before you.
Right, so it still remains that you can refute an argument by showing it leads to a contradiction, and you'll need to do that.
Yeah, we heard that. We already know that. Thank you for the truism. Move on.
It's not a truism. It's simply facts.
It is a truism.
We know show a contradiction, and that would invalidate it. But you could also disprove one of the premises and a couple other things you could do. Contradiction is not the only way, for goodness sakes. All right, now that we all agree with that there's multiple ways to attack an argument and prove that the argument itself is fraud, false, faulty, invalid, whatever.
No, that's the fallacy.
The conclusion doesn't carry. What, dude? Holy crap, dude!
You're committing the fallacy, right?
Oh my goodness! I'm about to slap the crap out of you. Metaphorically, of course. I apologize. Listen, I just outlined what the fallacy is. I said the fallacy is when, if you disprove the argument, that you then claim you've disproved the conclusion necessarily. That's the fallacy.
No, it isn't. You should look it up, dude. You have Google.
Oh my goodness. Listen, if you show the argumentation string, to be fallacious in nature, or to have employed a logical fallacy, right, you've disproven the argument string. You have not disproven the conclusion necessarily. To claim you've disproven the conclusion necessarily is the fallacy. Now, I didn't say you disproved the conclusion. I literally said no less than 5 times that disproving someone's argument doesn't necessarily disprove their conclusion. So for then someone, after I just described those 2 things, to then accuse me of committing the fallacy is just stone cold retardation. All right, I'm going to mute Brenda so Brenda can defend themselves.
That's the invincible ignorance fallacy, by the way.
Fair enough, but Brenda has to be able to speak. All right, go ahead.
Right. So if I present a invalid argument for some conclusion, C, right, showing that my argument is invalid, it doesn't follow that the conclusion is false. Yeah, that's what I've been arguing for.
That's what just explained.
That's what Gregory said. That's what I said. That's what you said. We're all in agreement here.
Well, let's just move on.
Yeah.
Let's move on, all in agreement, but it's painful that you actually don't think we're in agreement on that point. Yeah. It literally hurts.
So can we just move on, right? So what is the argument? All right. And what is the fallacy that it rests on?
Crit, as you were explaining.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure if that was to me or to you. So, yeah, if you get multiple people who all think they gave the right answer, and each one of them is a completely different answer, they all can't be right. One of them has to be wrong. At least one of them is right, then the other 15 are wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So by having that many wrong answers, Flat Out Hero was able to demonstrate, using globe logic, using atheist globalist logic, to demonstrate that his claim that the globe is so observer dependent that each globalist has their own interpretation of it that doesn't match anyone else. They're all completely different.
That wasn't the argument.
Could they all have been wrong? Crit?
Yeah, they all could have been wrong.
Right.
But the problem is they thought they were right.
It doesn't matter what they think. If they were all wrong, it doesn't show then that the globe just fits to anybody's beliefs, right?
That's not the argument.
It simply means that those people were wrong. That's all it means.
You say you're persevering your false interpretation of his argument.
See, the thing is, they think they're right.
It doesn't matter what they think.
because their worldview is so subjective that it doesn't match anyone else's understanding
That's fine.
of the globe.
That could be true for all of them. It doesn't mean that the conclusion is true or false.
His conclusion was...
He's aware.
Yeah, the Flat Earth Hero's conclusion was that no one will give the same answer. He won't get two identical answers. But he didn't tip the hat.
Matter.
He didn't say that. He said, watch, I'll give these guys a challenge. They'll think they'll complete it, and each one of them will have a completely different answer.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that there is no globe. It simply means that those people got the questions wrong. That's all it means.
Correct.
Right. You can't conclude then that the globe just fits anybody's beliefs. You can't conclude that.
No, you conclude that each one of them is only inside their own observer dependency. They're not able to go outside of that.
That's fine. For each of those respondents, right, they were wrong. They made a mistake of some kind, right?
Yeah, so stop repeating his argument back to him like you know better than him.
Well, he can't reach the conclusion that he's claiming for. He can't conclude.
What's his conclusion?
His conclusion is that the globe comports to anybody's beliefs.
Yeah, you're misinterpreting that sentence.
What is the conclusion, Crit? What is your conclusion?
That each person has their own observer dependency of what the globe means. It's a very subjective.
Does that mean that there is no globe?
I would say inside their own worldview, they got a globe.
that objectively, does it mean that there is no globe?
There's no
Let him finish the answer, Brenda.
It's a subjective idea. It's not an objective idea.
That's your argument doesn't prove that it's a subjective idea. It only proves that those people got the terms of the challenge incorrect, or that's all it proves.
No, it does prove that it's a subjective idea when they supposedly get empirical measurements or supposedly get empirical observations, but they don't actually correspond to any empirical data. Then it's only a subjective perception thereof.
That's just a mistake.
That's not an actual observation of empirical data that exists independent and external of the mind.
Yeah, that's just a mistake that person has made. That's all.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's true. There could be mistakes all around. There could be mistakes in the data they receive. For example, the maps could be wrong. There could be mistakes on the data that they get. For example, their interpretations of the data is wrong, whatever. Now, that being said, this seems to be a practical challenge to where somebody's supposed to do this in reality and actually chart their course in physical free space. So if anybody did that and actually has validation that they did that, and an actual way to validate their attitude and orientation and location and travel directions and all of that, then by all means, whoever is claiming that, post it. We'd like to see it.
I just posted it. So this is the flight chart. This is like the actual plan for the flight.
Oh, no, friend. I don't want a flight plan. I want proof that the flight was taken.
Oh, you want someone actually flying that? Okay.
I mean, dude.
It's going to be an infinite series of demands. It's going to be an infinite series of demands, is what it's going to be.
Then you want a camera in the cockpit. Then you want to be in the cockpit. Then you want to fly the plane.
People take those flights. Like, there's people on those flights right now. So I don't get what you want.
They want to shift goalposts as long as possible.
No, what we want is for you to demonstrate what you claim you demonstrated.
Well,
correct.
if you're to charge the flight, then you can fly it too.
Just hold on, dude. It sounded like you're telling me that there's a flight that you can get on, and the way the plane flies after you buy your ticket is it takes off, flies a certain amount, turns 90 degrees midair, flies a certain amount, turns 90 degrees midair, and then returns you where you came from. You're claiming that flight you could just buy a ticket to? Are you crazy?
You can chart the flight, like you can map out the flight plan for that, right? And then you could theoretically use a plane to fly that. Yeah, you could fly a straight line.
Great and cool and impressed. Yeah, that's great. I'm great and cool and impressed that you could theoretically do this. You weren't asked for the theory; you were asked for the practice.
I don't have a plane. Sorry, dude.
Oh, then your point, your particular point. Yeah, exactly. Your particular point is smooth and irrelevant. Thanks. Now, I could have sworn I asked for somebody actually having done it and the practical validation methodology that they did to prove they did it. Somebody at first seemed to say they had it, then all of a sudden we're hearing about these hypotheticals, so now I'm confused.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
well,
called the
just to
Molten
clear
Bailey
it up,
fallacy once
all of
again.
this started from a challenge post from flat earthers to chart this flight plan, not to fly it, to chart it. When somebody completed that challenge and they didn't pay up, that's how this all started.
Yeah, it's the Molten Bailey fallacy once again. Yeah, as people try to persevere to refuse to let me say this, right? So it's the Molten Bailey fallacy once again. They said the Bailey, this actually happened. Then they relapsed to the moat once the Bailey was refuted. Oh no, it's just theoretically possible.
Okay, Brutal Duck.
That was the challenge, though.
That was the challenge, yeah. They challenged him to charge the flight, not to fly it.
Brutal Duck, okay? There was 16 people who all submitted answers to this challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Each one of them said they got the right answer.
Okay.
And each one of them gave a different answer. Who is he supposed to pay up to then? All of them?
I haven't seen those answers.
Well, go talk to Flower Hero. He's got a huge social media footprint. This guy is internet famous.
We gotta be fair. We gotta be fair. If he's only claiming to chart flights from pre-existent routes, that's one claim. Because otherwise, you could just chart. Because look, we all know you could draw a quote-unquote spherical triangle on the surface of a ball. So literally, this challenge to be given out doesn't seem like a very well thought out challenge.
Yeah, but that would be cheating, there, right? That wouldn't be going in a straight line
in the first place, AI.
Well, my point is this: if you make a challenge, right, that's easily done hypothetically, then it seems like it's kind of a dumb challenge to make, because if it only exists in the hypothetical, then it's very easy to meet the challenge because you don't have to put it in practice. So it's like,
it's moot.
In my opinion, I would have advised this guy not to do it. Right. Well, not necessarily, because if you make a challenge in a certain way, okay, in a certain form and in a certain manner, the expectation, with certain expectations, it could be legally enforced. You could be sued.
No, see, that was a point, because he was going to demonstrate that each one of them had a completely different globe that they were proving. Each one of them.
That's fair, but each one of them has a severable, depending on the nature of the thing, which I don't know the particulars, each one of them has a severable claim. And if they can just prove that they met the spirit of the challenge and precisely charted a course that returns back where it started on a hypothetical, when it was only a hypothetical charting in the first instance, man, I mean, he could have to pay up.
Yeah, well, that's the thing that didn't happen, because they also had to match the globe model. So they presented their own version of a globe.
Oh, okay.
Their own
okay. I got you, bro. So, like, for example, he said do it on an actual globe model, or like a WGS-84, and what they did is did it on a beach ball.
Yeah, or like McToon did it with like a homeless person tent. Built like a tent out of rods and stuff and maps.
Yeah, I seen that one.
Yeah, so each one of them had a completely different version of the Earth, but each one of them said they were also presenting the Earth.
So, in other words,
all he would have to do is prove that they didn't actually use the official quote-unquote model, and then he wins.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. He was able just to present each other, each one with their someone else. So Flat Out Hero says, "Hey, well, McToon says he's right. If he's right, why is Woofy wrong? If he's wrong, then why is Woofy right?" He was able to ask some questions that they couldn't answer because none of them. It was kind of like where the legislative and the Senate both pass a bill that are the same but different, and they have to square it before it goes to the president's desk. That's kind of like what you had here, but 16 different versions of the globe, and none of them could square it with each other. They all debunked one another.
So,
in
other words,
actually see these videos that allegedly were all contradictory and were all wrong.
Yeah, Follow Hero. Just go to his YouTube channel. He's got the whole thing documented. He went into some globalist snake pits and presented the same arguments there too, where they freak out and shut his mic off and yell at him and everything. He's got, I think he's on Facebook too. You can just message him. This dude is internet famous. I don't know what the fuck you're on about. How you can't find this guy in the information age when he's got
his name is Flat Earth Hero.
Flat Earth Hero, yeah. He's got a massive social media footprint. Massive.
All I see is Pinterest and YouTube.
Fair enough, guys, but we're still left with the same problem that we had previously, which is this claim that if you travel in this manner, you'll arrive back where you started. Yet, not the practice of someone actually traveling in that manner and arriving back where they started. So, where's that?
Right.
The distance at which it happens. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers. Like, that's what I'm saying. Where does this happen? At what distance do you get this result? Even better, at what distance does the triangle become more than 180 degrees? What does this become 181?
Whenever the plane's curvature, I think a triangle on a flat plane adds up to 180, but with enough curvature on a plane, like let's say at 10,000 miles, it'll add up to 360.
The aircraft or the Earth?
Look at this, 10,000 miles.
The triangle you make.
10,000 miles. That's practical to you? Say that.
I'm not sure.
How far can you go where the triangle will be more than 180? Just 181.
I'm not sure. I'd have to use the distance of the plane.
Just walk it. How far? Like half a mile?
Oh no! It's still flat locally. It's still
locally flat. Okay, good.
Listen, I've seen them draw it, and it usually it's like a quarter of the side of the ball.
Yeah,
in the multiple thousands of miles.
Yeah, the one that Woofy did was like it went across the equator for like 8,000 miles. It went all the way to the North Pole. It went back down to the equator. You're like, dude, you really think that's doable? That's practical? And then someone else, like McToon, did it from like just the Atlantic Ocean, like his triangles. But even still, these are huge. These are huge distances.
Correct. However, we do have vehicles that exist that could complete this journey, and we do have methods that could help, like aerial refueling, etc. So, in principle, it could theoretically be done if possible. However, what I'm waiting for is where has it been done? That's what I'm looking for.
It hasn't, and it can't be.
So, an irrelevant appeal to a math problem that is empirically inadequate and lacks empirical credentials.
However, practically possible in principle. If indeed the Earth is a globe, then it is practically possible in principle with the technology that exists presently today. However, that doesn't mean it's been done or could be done, because the Earth would have to be a globe in the first instance.
So let's look at that. What does a globe require? Drop over distance. Easier, much easier to talk about than some massive multi-endeavor in-air refueling. Like, come on now. Like, just why not go to the easiest possible thing? Like, you say ships sink over the horizon. That's a physically curved. Let's just look at that. No curve, no globe. You don't need to go in these meth-fueled symposiums. And that's kind of why Flat Earth Hero did that. He wanted to show you that even if you give the guy all the meth he needs, and all the sticky tape, and all the double-sided tape, and all the maps, they're never going to come up with something that's even practical, let alone repeatable.
Did you say math or meth?
Meth.
You said meth.
I got to keep them up at night so they can keep thinking?
Yeah, like a meth-fueled symposium.
Yeah, gotcha.
Meth-fueled math.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many you give them.
That's great. So what does Brenda have to say about this? Brenda, what do you got to say?
I saw that comment you immediately deleted, Brenda. You're not slick.
Well, whatever. Look, we're just looking for the validation that this has ever happened in reality. So Brenda is a well-resourced individual that surely has it on tap. So go ahead, present it, please. Brandon, say nothing and you owe me $20. Go ahead. Oh, well, that's the easiest $20 I ever made.
She's still muted, I think.
You gotta unmute him.
What? Oh, dang it. Ain't nobody took my cue? Good grief. Well, look, friends, on the mobile version, it shows the person as if they're unmuted unless you tap your screen. It's stupid.
You're stupid.
Hold on. Oh my goodness, dude, this is impossible. Can someone do it for me, please?
Unmute Brenda.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct that on mobile it doesn't show the status correctly. I've seen that before too. So it's not.
Yeah, that's only says like one. Yeah, that one recent update because it used to.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it does that.
Let me ask you this: do you have an iPhone?
Android.
Yeah. So what if the iPhone users get to see it and they pretend like it's a benefit that Apple's have?
No.
It's like get an iPhone. It's the only device that can handle super easy unmute. All right. So that being said, hold on, friend. Brenda was going to present the validation of this course having been taken in practical reality. All right, go ahead, Brenda. The floor is yours.
That wasn't Fallout Heroes challenge. He didn't challenge people to do it in reality.
Well, fair enough. But we already pounded his challenge into oblivion, and we reopened the question of has this ever been done in practical reality? So that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
All right. Graciously accept that answer.
Yeah, I'm going to go make lunch.
Now, so I had to wait. Listen, friends, I had to wait an extra 5 minutes to listen to Brenda admit to the audience that after all this hemming and hawing, there is no validation of this trip having been taken with a gracious and eloquent I don't know. Now, friends, do you see how easy it is to whoop Brenda's ass? I mean, good grief. Anybody else want to step in where Brenda failed and present this to having been done in practical reality? Anyone at all? You got the secret PDF, you got the secret tapes, you got the secret telemetry data, any of that juiciness? Anyone? Yeah, that's what I thought. Bunch of hypothetical fantasyland propositions. What you bring in here as if it's somehow proof of something. All right. So, oh, what, bridge towers? Yeah, anybody got bridge towers? Bridge towers for 200, please, Alex. How about transcontinental arcs of the parallel for 300, Alex? How about that? You got any of that sweet juiciness?
The satellite stopped believing in him. That's crazy.
Assumptions to carry the conclusion. What? Go ahead, friend. Go ahead.
You're lagging so hard, so I said the satellite stopped believing in you.
Oh. Well, it's a good thing that cellular signals aren't transmitted via satellite.
Internet comes from satellite.
No, it doesn't. Are you dumb, dude? You think that satellite latency is sufficient to carry the internet on its shoulders? Are you kidding me, dude? Now, don't get me wrong, certain technologies have advanced. They claim that they have satellites that are able to broadcast, but the ping is still horrendous. Okay? Horrendous. That is why everybody knows that the big ass thick undersea cable from continent to continent is what the internet's actually traveling through, Holmes.
Mountaineers can use radio signals on top of the mountains.
Okay, cool. And then what?
There's no ground towers up there.
So?
Yeah, they have internet. They have a connection.
So? What's that prove?
That it's not only ground towers.
Dude, you're saying there's no ground towers on the mountain, therefore they can't be connected to a ground tower. That doesn't logically follow.
It's too far.
Too far for what?
For a connection.
Yeah, sure thing, dude. That's why Russia had a machine that could see across the entire Atlantic Ocean, or Pacific Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Nicobine could transmit thousands and 10,000s of miles. That's why Homeboy Cabrini, or whatever his name was, did a 10,000-mile transmission. I mean, good grief, dude.
I mean, Russia also claims to have military dolphins.
Well, I would. Wouldn't you?
If I had some, sure.
Yeah, dude, dolphins are trainable. You could literally train a dolphin to bring a bomb and give it to the American soldier. Be like, look, American soldier, this is a baby that I saved from the ocean. Ha ha, just kidding. Dolphins are highly trainable, dude. Why wouldn't you have them as a weapon? So, satellite. Okay. Airborne transmission technology platform. Okay. What's wrong with that? High altitude airborne transmission interconnectivity platforms. Whoopty frick. What does that prove?
Satellites.
Okay, so you said the word satellites, right? What does that prove?
I'm sorry?
Yes, you said the word. You said a single word, satellites. What does that mean, and what's that prove?
Oh, you ask what does it prove to have these high altitude, whatever you said, right? So those are satellites. It proves that they exist.
Satellites actually prove that the Earth is not curving. You want me to demonstrate that for you?
No.
Or the waters across are not curving, because we do have infrared image from a satellite, and it shows, right? It's gonna show you. Are you in the text? Whoever is saying satellites, are you in the text chat?
Oh, you're asking me? Yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying satellites, right? So look at this satellite infrared image, bro. This is from NASA, okay? From a satellite.
I can't tell what I'm looking at.
It's an infrared image of the satellite is looking towards the
horizon.
It's looking towards the north, right? Towards the north. So towards the polar, right?
Okay.
And I'll show you the position of it. I'll show you the position. I got it right here. Look, this is the position, or the claim position, right? But look at this. Look at this, right? It's showing you 1,120 kilometers of a horizontal line, not curving, and it's actually showing you an altitude of 40 kilometers. So,
but the guy needs to now. He said satellites prove globe apparently. So go ahead, guy.
But this satellite is proving that it's not curving. Look.
No, but let him do the work. Proof of globe with satellites, please.
So that wasn't even a claim. I don't know. So I said one thing, and suddenly there's 3 people jumping on me. Is it because I'm available or whatever?
Oh my!
Yes.
Do you have a claim?
That's why.
Do you have a claim?
No, he has a claim. Yeah, this is his claim so far.
I can answer the original guy's question. I don't know who.
Yeah. So does Gemsy have a question on the table that one deck's interrupting? Is that what's going on here?
No, actually, I probably misheard him saying satellites argument of some sort, and I said, "Oh, satellites. Okay, let me show you about this satellite. It's showing not curving." That was my mistake, maybe. Go ahead.
No worries. I mean, all of this homeboy did was just say the word satellites are real and didn't provide any other ancillary point. He was asked, what does he mean by satellites and what does it prove? And he provided nothing.
The reason why I said it was because we were talking about the satellite internet. And since they don't have a ground connection available, what else would it be other than satellites?
Oh, dude, nobody's denying that you can have airborne interconnectivity.
Well, right? It seems like they wanted to. That's why I'm saying it again.
No, nobody ever tried denying that.
Does anyone
what was actually substantiated and said is that alleged satellite internet, the ping is too bad, right? Which is why most people prefer the regular internet, which goes over cables. So anything that's claimed to be a transmission-based internet sucks ass. It's that simple.
Brutal Duck, I wouldn't say a challenge for you, but an idea here. Do you have Woofy's answer memorized to Flat Heroes Challenge? Did you memorize the answers?
Whose answer?
Woofy 29, whatever it is.
Oh, AI Overlord.
No, Woofy, the guy who answered okay.
Huh?
That's who you're talking about, right?
I'm not sure who you mean.
The one with the 90-degree turns to get back like a spherical triangle.
Oh, I didn't actually hear most of the answer.
Okay, so that's perfect, okay? What you should do now is come up with your own answer to that question, then compare it to Woofy's.
Oh, you mean okay, I'm sorry, I was confused. So the guy who made the YouTube video, right? You're talking about this guy. Right, so I saw what he put into the flight chart mapping tool. I don't know what to call it. It showed that there's two 90-degree turns. That's what it showed.
Okay, so you do it now.
You want me to put
and see if you get the same answer.
Man, I would have to find. Okay, I can do that. Sure.
I mean, not using the same method he used. Use your own method with your own data.
Right? Yeah. Okay, I'll do the challenge.
Yeah, and see, this is the best part. That's kind of what Flat Out Hero is saying. You will not get the same answer.
Will you do it as well, Crit? Will you do it as well, Crit?
I would think it depends on the starting point, right? I think you will end up where you start if you're at the North Pole, but
North Pole.
I'm not sure that's always the case. I'm not really good with visualizing that kind of stuff.
Well, as I'm saying, so try. Just give it a shot. See, the prediction is you will not get the same answer. Each time someone tries to do this, they will get a different answer. It's so observer dependent.
Shouldn't there be a consistent answer?
You think, right?
Yeah, so what's going on there?
The Earth's not a globe.
Definitely not.
But so wouldn't it be consistently the same then on a flat Earth?
Like a globe? That would be impossible.
Huh.
Because impossible, the ball, that's good. Yeah. Correct. Are you going to do
the impossibilities, the claim of a globe and the impossibilities that comes with that, it will make it impossible. Water attached to the outside of a spinning. Yeah, listen.
I got that. I got the joke.
The impossibilities of this conception of a water ball through the vacuum of impossibility, it's just impossible. Go ahead.
Crit, are you going to do the flight path challenge as well? See what you get.
Yeah, I did it, and I always got 180-degree triangle. I never got even 1 degree more. It was always 180.
You got a triangle?
Can you show me?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying. You can do it yourself.
Yeah.
Well, but do you want to compare?
For what reason? Why compare?
To see if you get the same result.
We won't. That's not the point. You won't get the same result. As soon as you try to draw a triangle over 180, each person's answer will be completely different because they're in the realm of a meth field symposium. They're outside of physical reality.
But it sounds like you have some method to get 180 degrees triangles consistently. So I was just curious what that is.
What about me?
Yeah, every time. Every time you try to draw a triangle, do it up.
A triangle means it's. Do you got a triangle? That means it's a globe, isn't it? I don't know.
How's it come to this?
What do you mean?
How's it come to this?
What, silence?
Triangles.
Yeah, one deck. Go ahead. What do you think?
Well, I just listen in nowadays and think how pathetic.
How pathetic. Oh, we lost him.
Did he cut out or get muted?
I think it got cut out. I don't know. I heard the first. I think he was aiming the pathetic at us Globers, wasn't he? Maybe. I don't know.
Why would you think that?
Well, it's going to be aimed at one or the other side, right? It's a bit 50%.
It could be both. He's like, why are people talking about triangles again? This issue was hashed out.
That's a good point, actually. It could be both. It could be in general. Yeah, you're right, actually.
See, the main problem is some globalist watches an anti-flat Earth YouTube video, and they trigger over this, and then they come in here all worked up that flat earthers are, act people for not honoring a.
No, mate, I know. I've seen them come in and like they're hot and heated, and they come in and they're like, "Oh, I'm going to prove these guys wrong," and then, it just ends up shouting, isn't it? These guys shouting. I know. I mean, I would be lying if I didn't say that I've been guilty of that as well. I'm sure. Way back when. So I hear you. Like, it's frustrating.
A Glober already took a flat earther to court. You know that?
3 times.
For what?
For the
go ahead and tell him, Craig.
Flat earthers saying they will pay money for proof of a globe.
Oh, I see. I think that's just like that whole thing is just. He didn't win, obviously. There's no way you could get money out of someone.
It depends on if you meet the challenge. But the point is, if somebody says to use the globe model to complete the challenge, but instead you use a telemetry model from a airline, that's not the official globe model. So you failed the challenge.
No, I hear you. I'm talking more from a legal perspective. I don't think, even if you were to meet a challenge that's like a gentleman's agreement or a handshake, I don't think anyone would be able to force someone to pay out.
No, that's not true. That's not true,
really?
Sir. Okay, the standard of law with contractual law is based on promises. The first order of law is your independent right to freely contract. When you make a contract and a promise with someone, that's binding.
Yes,
and you can enforce it in court. You can enforce it in court, and the person can have the court use the power of the state to beat that money out of you.
No, I understand that, but I don't think there was any contract. It was just sort of like a general challenge that people submitted answers.
Listen, friend, an open contest distributed in certain manners is a contract to the public that reads the challenge.
No.
Same with like a raffle. Yes.
Well, then that's just foolish.
Not just talking. Yes. Yeah. Fair. But it's not just anything you say. It has to be done in a certain way, and I don't know the particulars to tell you off the top of my head.
No, of course.
But you get the point. Like if you meet a certain burden, your contest then becomes contractual with the public.
I hear you. Well, I've never heard of. God, Yeah, but that's just like I said. I'll reiterate that. That's just irresponsible.
Yeah. One guy named Zen Garcia put out a challenge, right? And it was to bring proof of Earth curvature. Zen Garcia. Zen Garcia. Zen Garcia.
Dude, he's like...
All right, cool. And so his challenge... Yeah, he's big in the community. And he might be fat, too. But anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So his challenge was to bring practical, real-world proof of measurements of Earth curvature. Okay.
Yeah.
What homeboy that said he met the challenge and said, "I want you to pay me," what he brought was the predictive model of what bridge towers would be curved at, claiming that they have to engineer these bridges for the curve of the Earth. Now, friend, is that a practical, demonstrable measurement that you took in the practical reality of necessary curvature of the Earth? The answer is no, of course it isn't. And so he got thrown out of court. You can't bring a model to a reality fight.
Yeah, no, hey, I would have thrown that out as well. It doesn't sound like...
Zen Garcia has like lots of books on Amazon and stuff too. If you're really interested about learning more about flat Earth, he's an author of like 16 different books, all talking about the different topics.
Well, I could listen to you guys for free, like. And it's a lot more entertaining than, one guy's opinions. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, for real. I mean, this is interactive.
Yeah, there's that as well. It's certainly more interactive. Absolutely. I felt bad for the what is his name? The last guy who had the pi symbol.
Brenda.
Yeah, not because like necessarily anything was done wrong, but I feel like that was his probably first time in here, so he probably.
Brenda's a woman, and they've been here since the beginning. Like.
Oh, sorry. All right, I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, just so you know.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thanks for giving me the heads up. And okay, so all right, it just didn't sound like they'd been they'd had the experience with you lot, just from the interaction. But okay, so I don't feel bad then, because they knew what they were getting into. Not in a disrespectful way to you guys. Gregory, are you still knocking about? Are you still there? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yo, so I don't know if you heard, like this was about like weeks ago actually. You were in one of the other rooms, and if you heard me, I was offering you a sincere apology, but I didn't get a chance to confirm that you'd heard and received it.
No, we confirmed it explicitly out loud.
Sorry?
Yeah, we confirmed it explicitly out loud.
Oh, did I already apologise to you?
Yeah.
Oh, who fucking cares, mate? We're not here for your emotional fucking railroad track ride, mate.
Oh, come on, dude. One deck.
Why are you trying to be angry?
Yeah, you're coming in hot today, dude.
There's enough anger already, mate. You don't need you to put the cherry on top.
It's not anger, it's realization.
Fair enough. Sorry, my apology to someone else pissed you off.
We're not really bothered about your apology, mate.
I'll take it back then, Gregory. I'll have it back.
Now you revoke your apology because he got indignant against you for apologizing.
He said no one's interested in it, so if you're not interested, I'll take it back and I'll save it for someone else.
It's like
No, I'm messing around.
It is a flat Earth server, isn't it?
What? So, you're emotionally zero. no emotion.
My goodness. All servers are people servers, right? People interact, and when they interact, they infringe on each other's rights and decorum standards. Sometimes the diplomatic apology, even if it's only diplomatic and not sincere, is required to make the peace so that the conversation can continue without being a big cesspool of nonsense.
Agreed. Yeah.
I find it more suspect someone who thinks that they never should be apologizing. That person's basically saying they do everything right, and they're a narcissistic asshole.
Oh yeah? Fuck you! That reminds me of one of my uncles used to do this joke where he said,
joking,
that he was wrong one time because he was actually right but thought he was wrong.
Right.
So that's the only time he was ever wrong, when he was actually right. I believe.
Bro, you should talk to him about the Mandela effect.
Oh.
You see, you used to be right. You used to be wrong, but now you're right. Mandela. Oh, you used to be right. Now you're left.
Hey. That's actually sorry. I was supposed to speak to you three actually about something else. And it's just I forgot about it. And then
no. Is this gigs?
No.
No. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. So I don't know if you guys saw, and I called you Jeremy Gregory. I'm sorry. I don't know if you saw in the text chat. I said this is all the way back up. I said, "Oh my god, respect, drunk? Guys." I'm drunk. Wait, do I sound drunk?
No, go ahead.
No, thanks.
You were trolling me earlier. You were trolling me earlier, so I'm just trolling you a little bit. But you were trolling me earlier, so go ahead.
Troll received. Oh my god, respect, guys.
I just apologise, mate.
Gregory, for starting to dive into investigation on Curvin this way. I've never seen you guys actually do this.
What do you mean? I pay NASA to do it for me, and NASA sent me an infrared photograph of over 1,000 kilometers, and it's not curving.
No, it wasn't you.
It was me. I paid the taxes. Me.
AI, Crit, and Gregory, but you never got there. There was something like...
but NASA works for me, and they show me the photographic evidence of a long distance that is not curving. So there you have it. I did it. I worked. I paid the taxes, and I delegated my efforts towards a higher agency for them to do it, and they did it. And they showed me, look, I got it right here. You saw it earlier. There you go. Over 1,000 kilometers of non-curving, right? That's what you want? That's what you want. So there you have it. Are you gonna deny NASA now, bro? Or you denying NASA? Or the photograph from the satellite?
I think he's talking to you, AI.
No, I'm talking to you, geeks. Earlier you were laughing at me, remember? Remember that?
No.
Has he not apologized?
Remember the ha 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 ha? You stupid, remember that?
He'll apologize tomorrow, don't worry.
Yeah.
No. He only apologizes to black people because it's not Brown History Month.
Well, I'm black from the waist down.
Aha, there you go. So you so you have to give him at least half of an apology.
Yeah.
Do that in a bit.
Half an apology is good.
He's talking to you, I think. He was asking about NASA. He's asking you if NASA.
Why would he be talking to me when he explicitly said he's talking to you?
Yeah, he's trolling. He's messing with me again. Again, Geeks. Again?
Because you're shouting at me. What do you want to do?
I'm not shouting. It's my mic, bro. It's my mic. It's just I might have to fix it. Let me fix it. Wait.
Alright, we'll turn it down. Well, so I don't think all of what NASA, everything that NASA puts out. I'm not sure if I trust them, NASA.
Yeah, but remember, NASA is an agency, and NASA, the logo itself is not gonna lie to you. But remember, we employ these engineers and these people to build devices to be able to do studies, explorations, and take photography, right? So even if you don't believe, even if someone in NASA, let's say some employee in NASA is lying and they satellite, that doesn't mean that the infrared photography from the $1 billion device that I paid for, that doesn't mean that that's not correct. When the photograph is presented in an infrared, when the infrared photograph is presented and it's not showing a curvature, guess what, geeks? There is no curvature.
Well, I don't trust NASA because they did the whole moon.
Is that what you are you gonna address the photographic $1 billion infrared saying no? I don't trust it. That's your argument.
I'm not sure I trust NASA because like they were talking about us landing on the moon, and I'm not sure that.
So you have a problem with NASA, but not with the photograph. Because remember, I'm talking about the photograph, not NASA.
But it came from NASA. I just don't trust them.
Yeah, but NASA is not the infrared equipment. NASA is not the horizontal line. NASA is not the polar stratospheric clouds that are 30 kilometers high, right?
Yeah.
NASA is not 1,120 kilometers of horizontal non-curving line. That's not NASA. So you're saying that this photograph is lying?
I want a proper photograph. I don't want something that's like digitally stitched together, you know?
A proper photograph.
Yeah, no digital stitches together.
Okay, I'll show you a proper one. Okay, you want a proper photograph? All right, I got you, geeks. I got you, bro. Don't you worry. Okay, look at this photograph.
Not from NASA. I don't trust them.
Look at this photograph. Not from NASA, and an actual photograph.
Cool.
And here we can see over 300 kilometers, around 300 kilometers. So what are you going to say now?
Are you sure that's a proper photo?
You wanna see this? Okay, let me give you more of this one. There's a
I'm not sure. You've heard of the Black Swan, right?
The Black Swans there are many Black Swans. The one I show you from the satellite, the Calypso, this one that I just showed you of Kanagu. I'm gonna give you the numbers and everything because I know you like that. Look, I'm gonna give you this ones first. Geeks, we're gonna do this exercise. Download this one. The last one that I'm sending, it's 14 megabytes. Big, right? 14. That's not too big. You'll download that in half a second. So do you see the last one? Download that one. Open it in the browser. You're gonna click it. Then you're gonna press Open in Browser. You're gonna click that. And then you're gonna zoom into it. And you're gonna see this is an infrared photograph.
Okay. So I don't know if you've seen this image.
What image? Are you moving on from what we're talking about?
No, same thing.
This one is 10 miles. I'm showing you 300 miles.
Yeah, how can you see that far? Like, how can you see that far?
The one that you showed is not infrared and is at 1 foot observer height, right? The one you shared. The one that I told you to download and look at
What height is this? What height is this mountain?
I'll post it for you. I got it right here. I got you. I told you I got you. I just gotta.
There's a formula for this, right? That
there is.
Like
there is.
you
I'm
can
gonna
see-
show it to you. Let me find it
you can
right
see,
here. Look.
like, it would tell you how far you could technically see. And I don't know if you're talking about 300 miles. Is that what you're saying?
Look, bro. It's all there for you. I did it for you already. Look, it's there.
Are you
Look,
saying
look right
300
there.
miles?
Look, it's right there.
Yeah,
I posted it for you.
So, the horizon, being able to see clear across from one side of a shore to the other, across a 20-mile body of water. All these things. The best explanation for all that is the Earth is a globe, right? The best explanation for the Earth appearing to be flat and measuring to be flat is that the Earth is a globe, according to Matthew.
Yeah, I noticed that's his new, or it's been his opener for a while.
I was listening to a replay of a show from years and years ago the other day, and Matthew was on there. And it was just all the exact same arguments that he still makes today. Word for word.
Yeah, I've started appealing to his own belief structure, right? Because he believes in the Bible and Christianity and Jesus and all those things. And so I've started kind of saying what Indio says, like, why would God lie or create an illusion to our reality? Why would he lie in Scripture and say, the earth was created in 7 days? Why would he use that?
Well, he'll just say that he's not lying and that it's not literal.
Right, but that's a lie then, if it's not literal.
Why would the Bible be like some sort of cryptic crossword puzzle?
Exactly.
All right, because Jesus didn't really mean to. Right.
Yeah, God sits above the circle of the earth, according to Isaiah, and it's spread out. And Israel will be clumped into a ball and tossed.
Oh yeah, it says the sky's stretched out like the canopy of a tent. Well, tents have flat foundations.
Isn't that there's a bunch of verses? Someone was reading some verses out, and they were talking about, like, it talks about how the foundations of the firmament, like, got shaken and stuff like that. The structure of the firmament was shaken when there was some crazy earthquake or something that was spoken about in the Bible.
Yeah. Stars will fall to the earth like figs from a tree when it's shaken. Isaiah says it. Jesus says it. It's either Paul or Peter and John. All four of these guys say that the stars will fall to the earth in the last day. It would not be the heliocentric model idea.
Well, it's not just that. They say that every flesh shall see the coming of the Lord, right? Well, or shall see the glory of the Lord, right? So, like, when every flesh sees it, they're all going to be looking to the same direction in the sky, right?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous to try to claim that the Bible, doesn't describe a flat stationary Earth with a firmament.
Anyway, that's what I always appeal to. That's what I've been appealing to him lately. It's just like, hey, man, like, do you think God would give you some cryptic message about this, or do you think He would explain it to you plainly as day? Because even in Isaiah chapter 40, verse 21, right, the verse right before 22, where it says, "Have you not known? Have I not told you? Have you not known since the beginning?" Well, it was told in the beginning, right? He hovered over the face of the deep. He told you the story. Like, oh, that's some cryptic message that Moses received. Is it? Like, why would God lie to him about the beginning when He's telling him the story of how everything came to be? Because at the end of the day, none of these people are going to be convinced on physical evidence, right? Like, it's going to have to be some life-changing story.
You can't even convince them to try to understand the fisheye lens, the wide-angle lenses, how they work.
That was pretty funny, wasn't it?
Yeah, especially when I'm the one that doesn't understand. But if you can't explain it correctly, then do you know that I don't understand?
We know it's a rectilinear lens because it's not a fisheye lens. Okay, well, it says it's a wide angle. What does that even mean?
They couldn't even open their mic.
Who couldn't open the mic?
Well, what ended up happening was DJ was like, "All right, that's it. No more chat skanking." They get text muted and they're gone. Shows up to leave.
What is this? A bunch of flat earthers in here? Come on, man. It's 2026. Don't you know it's a globe?
Do you trust math?
It's a globe. We know it's a globe.
Okay, you have a globe. You can have it. Do you trust math?
Everybody trusts math.
All right. Do you know the radius of the Earth?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because it's a geometric claim. You know the radius value of the Earth? You can calculate how far the distance to the horizon should be, and then you should be able to find that in reality if it is what they say it is.
But what about Jupiter and Mars and Alpha Centauri?
It's all based on the radius value, especially the story. Because otherwise, I can make up my own story.
You have a story?
Yes, I need to rip people's hearts out in the moment of eclipses in order for the sun and the moon to not go away. And I can calculate when the next eclipse will be. And I'm going to use that to fear porn the population into giving me hearts and their gold.
Oh my goodness, that's a crazy story.
Yeah. It's true because I can calculate it.
How is my Glover voice?
Spot on.
There's like a toss up between Northern Mediterranean and Southern Mediterranean.
Mm-hmm.
one of the craziest things that, like, it's kind of offensive in a lot of ways, but I try not to take offense because offense is obviously always taken. But when they try to explain the globe to us as if we didn't understand the story to begin with.
Yeah. It's okay.
You know what, though? If I'm ever in a room where I can just go and go and go and let them talk, like, I'm just going to ask them questions to see how far their story goes before they realize that their story is nonsense. And I know that's difficult to do because we always want to, like, ask them questions to see how they know. But eventually it'll get to a point where it's like, can you prove any of that? No, scientists have already done it. And then that begs the question at that point, like, okay, so you don't think you're smart enough to figure it out?
Well,
oh, that's nothing. I heard someone say yesterday that they weren't even smart enough to, how they say it, go against the grain. In other words, to question the narrative. It's like, oh, okay. Those are your words.
I convinced the guy on one time on X, he said that he was too indoctrinated to change his mind. I was like, well, at least you're honest. Am I the only one here that thinks, since it's just us talking, am I the only one here that thinks that crows are just the coolest birds ever?
No, bro, definitely not.
Bro, they are cool, man.
Yeah, I got a bird feeder. I'm trying to make contact.
Like, there's something special, man. They're funny to watch.
So I saw this thing that said when a crow dies, a bunch of crows will come together, and at first glance, it looks like they're holding like a funeral ceremony, but it's actually an investigation as to how this crow died. And if they find out who's responsible for it, you know, they can remember faces, and they'll pass down knowledge to like the next generation. I was like, oh shit. Like they're like the dolphins of the air.
Also, if you're out hunting and there's a group of them eating the corn on the ground, they'll typically have one up in the trees on lookout. And if you take out one of the crows, they'll freak out for a second and then they'll chase the one who was supposed to be on lookout.
That's true. I've seen that. Like, why are you chasing that bird? Why is everybody attacking?
You should have said something.
والله انا بدي اطبل.
Even the squirrels are getting smarter.
Squirrels are funny too, man. Have y'all ever seen them like sprawled out with all their limbs dangling off the tree, just lounging?
I've been feeding the squirrels this year, giving them a little bit of nuts and stuff like that. And now they'll come like right up to me. It's like I've never seen a squirrel come within a foot of me ever before in my entire life. And now they're like coming up right to me.
They're amazing if you talk to them. They're pretty cool. Some of y'all may have been in here earlier when I said I would like observe wasps and talk to them. They listen too, believe it or not. You just got to be calm because they're attracted to energy.
Yeah, the last wasps I ran into, they ended up dead. They decided to put their little nest just above the door at my work, and I opened the door, and one of them stung me right in between the eyes. That was the end of that.
Oh yeah, no, I tell them all the time whenever I walk up to doors and they're all parked out there. I'm like, y'all realize this is the worst location for a nest, right? Like you can put a nest anywhere you want, but you're choosing to put it right here. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, because there was, again, tons of space to put their nest somewhere else.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Pretty quiet here in the flatties room.
Ooh, it's Gunslinger's husband. How annoying.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Hello, Mr. Gunslinger.
Still preaching the flat earth?
Or is it Mrs. Gunslinger?
I don't know. I bet I have larger testosterone than you do.
Yeah, it's his cousin.
So it's a bit more than a Mrs. for you, boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure, buddy. All right, so we're just running an event. Did you see the event title?
No.
Yeah, it's called Schooling Globers. The Horizon. Do you know what the Horizon is?
Yeah, I don't care, bro. I just popped in here to see how are you guys doing. Still preaching the flat.
We're doing good, bro. Yeah, just schooling Globers on a daily basis.
Seems like you missed school, but sure, whatever.
Oh, really? Yeah, says the guy that thinks moon phases are caused by the shadow of the Earth. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm the one that missed it. Definitely.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's good. It's good.
What?
This is like one of the dumber Globers that comes through here with a false sense of confidence and testosterone.
Probably think Katy Perry floated in outer space too.
This is Gunslinger's wife or husband, whatever you want to call him.
Glad to make your acquaintance, ma'am.
Well, shit, man.
What's this accent you guys try to do with the main thing? Like, what's that?
My free.
Is that meant to be American? Are you trying to do an American accent, or what is it? It's kind of
It sounds to me like an American Southern accent.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty bad.
That's like American Jersey, or Jersey, American Jersey, man.
She, man. or the black culture accent.
Sounds like Cheech, a bit like Cheech from Cheech and Chong.
Cheech and Chong.
Yeah, Cheech. Something like that. Where you guys from? Italy?
Croatia. Mm-hmm. And how about you?
Australia.
Mm-hmm. Pretty hot there right now.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I'm in Europe at the moment. It's pretty cold here.
Yeah. What? Isn't it summer?
In Europe?
Like in Australia.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty hot over there, huh? I guess the Illuminati pointed the sun at the.
No, that means what's actually happening is the sun is closer, right? The transit of the sun's closer to that part of the Earth, because it would make sense that if the sun's closer, then it would be hotter. Whereas in the globe model, when the sun's at its furthest point away, that's when it's the hottest. Okay, so when it's summer on the globe
it doesn't
model,
work like that, bro.
Yeah, it does actually, right? So say you're in America. Okay, when it's summer, the sun's 3 million miles further away, and when it's winter, it's 3 million miles closer.
3
dumb,
million
right?
miles is nothing, bro.
Yeah, sure it isn't.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Okay, sure. You can't even comprehend. You can't even comprehend how far 3 million miles would be.
Well, in comparison with how much the sun is actually the distance from us and the sun, 3 million miles is nothing.
Still a decent amount, actually.
Yeah, how many laps around the Earth would you have to make for 3 million miles to be experienced?
As I said, it's nothing in the space terms.
No, it's a long way, because they say the sun's only 93 million miles away. So that's 3 million miles different, right? Closer during when it's snowing and it's freezing cold. Freezing cold. Yeah, sun's closer. Is that how you get colder if you're standing near a fire? You get a little bit closer?
Man, if I think about it right now, makes sense, man.
Makes sense, yeah. There you go, global logic.
Sheet.
Yep.
Got me there, bro.
Yep. Yeah, you don't need a container for water. You just put it on the outside of the container, because that's globe logic.
It won't stick there unless you spin.
Got to spin it. Yeah.
You guys, since I'm not so fond of debating the globe Earth right now, you wanna talk about veganism by any chance?
Hell no.
You don't care about the animals?
Are you? Oh my god. Yeah. All right. It even makes more sense now. No, I will jack an animal and cook it on a barbecue. It'll taste freaking delicious.
You would jack the animal? What the hell?
Yeah.
Did this guy just go from higher testosterone to you don't care about the
testosterone?
Soy boy.
Soy testosterone levels negative.
Okay. Let's see.
Bro, you couldn't even tell me why it's wrong. When I asked you why it's wrong,
let's see.
All you said was, well, if you like killing animals, living
see
things,
how muscular you are.
That's what you said. I said, yeah, what's wrong about that? And you went silent. Couldn't even answer it.
Sorry, what? Can you repeat?
I asked you the other day, why is it wrong? And you said, well, if you like killing things. And I said, what's wrong with that? And you couldn't answer me. You couldn't give me a reason why it's wrong.
Why it's wrong? What? I don't remember. I don't think you asked.
To kill living animals and eat them.
You asked me why is it wrong to kill a living being and eat it?
I asked you, yeah. You couldn't give me an answer.
I don't think you asked me this, but sure I can answer. I mean, it's wrong.
I did. It's recorded.
Shit, I don't remember. Maybe I didn't hear it. Often I just listen while I game. But it's wrong to kill a being. I'm gonna answer right now. Well, it's my personal opinion is that if it's wrong to kill a living being and eat it because it's sentient. It has the ability to feel pain.
Yeah, and why is that wrong? What's so bad about that? Why is that bad?
Well, for the same reason why it's bad if I hurt or somebody else hurts another human. Do you think?
Yeah. Why is that bad?
Human? You don't think killing or harming?
No, don't ask me a question. I asked you, why is that bad?
Well, morality is subjective, so it's my opinion.
Oh, subjective.
Yeah. You don't think killing a human is bad? You gonna answer? Or?
I missed it. What does have an opinion mean? Why are we talking about opinions?
You're gonna answer? Why is it? Do you think you don't think killing a human is wrong? TW?
Killing a human is wrong.
Yeah, I think killing me is wrong. Well, actually, you know what? I don't know. If it was painless, I probably wouldn't even care, would I? I didn't even see it coming. But if I experience pain, well, of course, pain hurts. It's like unpleasant. It's not enjoyable. So I don't like it, and I won't want to experience it.
Well,
I don't like pain.
There you go. The animals also can feel pain and can suffer.
But that's me.
The plants can feel pain too.
Plants.
When you're frying that plant is screaming at you, bro.
Well, it doesn't surprise me to hear this from a flat earther, to be honest. But animals can feel pain, so that's why you said. That's why I think
what about bugs? Do you think bugs can feel pain?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, where do you get your food from? Do you grow it all hydroponically inside your house?
Obviously not, but
yeah, right. So you could, though, right? You could, but you don't care about bugs.
No,
right? You just billions and billions. So you're responsible personally.
I couldn't.
Right, for just
sacrifices must be made.
All of these ground-dwelling animals in the fields and the bugs.
Obviously, some
billions of
vertebrates
bugs that you're killing
and insects are going to die. That's obvious. But
yeah,
it's not
and you have the power to present. You could prevent that. You could prevent that, but you're too selfish, right? You could grow everything hydroponically.
How could I?
But you're a bug user.
You're really saying I could grow everything hydroponically?
You could easily, you just get. You could grow your own food. You can grow mushrooms. You don't even need light for that. You could do that if you really wanted wanted to, right? You could have greenhouses and things like that, but
yeah, you could also
you
just
guys,
move out of the.
all I'm just saying, you guys are hypocrites. That's all.
Well, it's obvious you don't understand what veganism is. Like, it's not unethical.
Yeah,
to
it's a
protect your
bunch of
source food.
like crazy soy boys. That's what it is. That's the way I view veganism, bro. It's a bunch of like crazy soy boys that think they're righteous.
Well, I'm gonna explain in a second.
Hey, DJ, how many varmints do you think are killed every year to keep them off of the crops so vegans can have
As
their?
I said, humans are not doing an unethical thing.
Shut up. How many? How many small dog? Billions, I would say.
At least millions, right? Like I'm sure,
billions,
all the rabbits, all the hogs.
Yeah. There's vegans that abusing, or they're animal abusers. It seems quite hypocritical.
Yeah, they're not even repurposing those animals. They're just killing them to keep them off the crops.
Yeah.
What about the runoff?
Check the side chats. You will see. And I don't know why I wasn't being disrespectful or talking over anybody. You were talking.
Yeah, you were
over me and I got muted.
you were talking over sheepdog.
What?
And you're off topic as well. Keep the topic on Flat Earth.
Pretty
Go to the vegan channel.
Here.
Yeah, bro. I'm being very nice because you're allowed to be here, even though you're a troll, right? Somehow you're still allowed to come here. Usually we just permaban trolls like your husband, Soy Slinger.
So,
but yeah, here we are, being nice, allowing you in here, and then you want to call us animal abusers or something like that, right? So. And you call us disrespectful. That's what I mean. You guys are kind of like delusional. Go eat some meat or something. Get your brain working efficiently.
So if I said I'm gonna go out, kill a human, and eat it, would you have anything against me doing this?
I don't know. You guys are freaking nutcases. It wouldn't surprise me if you did something like that just to prove a point.
So you think it's wrong to do this, but it's not wrong to kill an animal and eat it?
I didn't make any claims, dude.
I think it is absolutely stupid to argue about a subjective claim. Why is it that you refuse to argue about an objective claim?
What is the claim?
The objective claim is the horizon. Does it prove a sphere or a globe? That's the objective claim, because the truth of the matter will be found in the object, not in the opinion of the person who holds the opinion in a subjective manner.
Well, I don't want to debate this. I asked if you want to.
We'll take a hike, bro. Take a hike. Go to the vegan channel.
Okay. I asked before we debated. I just asked if you want to talk about this.
No one said yes.
Yeah, sure.
Nobody said yes, bro.
People
you can't prove your globe.
And that's his way of saying, "Oh, you agreed." I don't agree.
Okay. Anyways, build some muscle. Don't be low testosterone men, and educate yourselves.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Subjective claim. Subjective.
See you, liar. Because I'm pretty sure we've got it on record of him talking it's objective. But anyway, let's move on. We got Fez.
Yeah, Ferris is here.
Fez, what's up, Fez?
Up. Are you calling me?
Have you spoken with us before?
I don't think so.
What brought you to the
Aren't
room?
you the least bit curious, Ferris?
Curious about what?
About why this room exists?
Sorry?
I said, aren't you the least bit curious about why this room exists?
Yeah. Do you guys still believe that Earth is flat?
It's not a belief, it's a known. Just like I've measured my height, I know how tall I am. I know that the Earth is flat because it's measured that way, experienced that way, and people use it as flat.
Yeah, but people use it as flat, but that doesn't mean it's flat.
Okay, what's the claim of the radius? Because I'm assuming you believe that the Earth is a sphere, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right, what's the radius value of the Earth you believe in?
Radius?
Yes, radius.
Yeah, circumference, diameter, radius.
I don't know.
Okay, so you believe it. Great. Well, they claim that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles. Because this is a geometric claim, I can use geometry to verify if the claim is true or false. If the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, then the distance to the horizon can be calculated with 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. This gives me the distance to the horizon in miles. Okay? Find an object off in the distance, verify its distance from your observed location. Okay? And then find your altitude above the water that you're going to look over, because on the sphere you believe in, water perfectly conforms to the shape of the Earth because gravity makes it do that. This would be the perfect place to find curvature. Now look at the horizon and compare it to the object you're looking at with a known distance. Is it beyond or in front of that object? We have cases where people are 1 foot above the water and the horizon is beyond 10 miles. According to geometry, if the horizon is edge of the sphere where objects begin to disappear bottom up because the geometry of the Earth is getting away, like your buddy walking down a hill and the hill is causing his legs to disappear, right? The Earth is causing the objects to disappear. So the horizon at 10 miles would make the radius value 264,000 miles. Now, the claim is 3,959. The observation is saying 264,000 miles for a radius, which is true. This or that, which is true.
Right, I'll do my search.
If the horizon is due to a physical nature of the ground, why is the horizon changing distance? Is the ground increasing in size and decreasing in size? Is it doing this while you don't feel that happening? Or is it possible that that horizon is due to something other than the shape of the ground?
try not to make too much sense. You know what? I think we need. Yeah, that's a bit too picky. Look, personally, I like the idea that yes, okay, you can text and you don't have to talk, but to do so, you should be in the VC at least listen rather than text, and then you can hear it what they're saying. You can hear their response. You can have a voice to text communication. I don't like this idea of just people just being allowed to text, chat skank in the text chat, and not be supportive of voice channel, because they could be sitting in some other voice channel and be in our text channel, just trolling us in the text channel. So I think that should be the qualifier. That to use the text chat, you should be in the VC. You don't have to talk, but you got to be in there.
Yeah,
I like that rule.
I like that idea as well. Yeah, I'm down with that for sure, T-Dub. That's a good idea. Let's let them know next time.
Yeah, awesome. I used to tell them that in politics too. It's like, get in the VC. You don't have to, at least be on YouTube even. Like if you can show me channel, then I'm happy with that too. Like that's supporting our streamers. Just I don't know, because you could take it anywhere. You could in DMs, you could chill chat or whatever, text chatting. But they're supposed to go hand in hand with the text. That text chat exists. Right?
Yeah, I guess we don't make it super strict, but if someone's trying to debate against us or something like that, or they're, kind of being rude at all, or combative or anything like that, or mocking, ridiculing, then yeah, get in a VC. But I guess if someone, I don't know, yeah, it's a good rule.
Just asking questions. Yeah, we can have some discretion about it. I guess.
Yeah,
they're just questions, and then if you say, "Well, jump in the VC," oh, I'm sorry, I'm busy on a phone call. Okay.
But yeah, definitely, for example, this guy, Nomi, he was in here the other day. Kind of annoying guy. But yeah, all he's done is just drop a Professor Dave video. Saying that all the scientists would have to be lying about the Earth being a globe. And how it's not possible that they could all be in on it.
Yeah, every scientist, every pilot. Right, I guess. Every janitor. The kiosk lady.
Oh, that's kind of cool. All right. And I think people just talking. No, it's almost 20 people just muted or something.
What are you talking about? We're literally just having a conversation.
Nah, because I'm just curious why why the English Hub now has some voice channels. Call it okay, transvigation. It's wormful, politics and religion. Okay, I know this, but 24/7 flat Earth and it's what
Yeah. Check out this side chat, bro.
Side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy.
Yeah, number one channel in the entire server.
Bro, why? Reason?
You still think it's a globe in 2026? A spinning ball flying through space?
No, obviously no. Obviously,
you do.
no.
I think you do, bro. You're ashamed to admit it. I know it does. It's a crazy thing to admit in 2026, but.
Oh, that was interesting, man. That was very interesting. Can I?
Yeah.
I think people just, and I'm just thinking there's a lot of people talking something, no, but no. I mean, this voice channel is just like a mini game or something.
No, this is a voice channel where we take people's globes away from them.
Oh, there's something.
I mean, it's an interesting and controversial topic, right? And it sparks interest, and it gives people that have learned English a chance to. Yeah, I'm just saying it just gives people a chance to practice their English that they've learned regarding a topic that they might find interesting. It'd be no different to if there was enough people in the servers that had an interest in cars, and they appealed to the moderators or the admins to make a car channel, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I didn't know English Hub just do this voice channels too seriously because, well, independent and about the voice channel you are or chatting, you always get the point. It's speak English, or maybe you just have some opportunity to find other people. It's in your native language, as me, for example.
Well, it's a place for people to practice English, essentially, and it's got to have topics for people to discuss as well. Otherwise, it can become kind of boring. Yeah, and this is an advanced topic when it comes to terminology, like for English. I mean, learning about gas pressure, scientific terms, a lot of things that you don't learn about when you're learning basic English. I mean, we're talking about using a lot of terminology that English learners generally won't encounter in other platforms.
Oh, sounds
or in
great.
other channels. Yeah.
Sounds great.
But yeah, we're also not claiming to know the shape of the Earth in here. Most people have a misunderstanding of what flat Earth means and what flat Earth is a claim.
I mean, it's not like I just watching this voice channel and say, oh, people probably gonna have in the word talking about a topic. No, not actually. It's like what I watching now in a chat. People just really talking about the topic, or maybe just do not and try to find some a large group talking each other. It's like here. I mean, we have like what more than 20 people here. Yeah, so that was interesting.
Yeah, man. There's also live streaming. We've usually got 2 live streams 24 hours a day running as well.
That's interesting, bro.
Yeah, man. It's a pretty popular topic. Any channel, any server that we get a channel in pretty quickly becomes #1 channel in the server. People like to discuss this topic. It's also a very triggering topic for a lot of people because a lot of people are very heavily invested in the globe Earth. So they get extremely emotional if you question their core belief system. Not everyone, but some people.
Yeah, but some.
But yeah, we like to present empirical evidence, long distance observations, laser tests, things that disprove the globe, right? Empirically, things that people can go out and check themselves and repeat. Not just making baseless claims or anything like that. It's about actually presenting evidence to back up your claim.
Oh, okay. So, let me try. I never go to this topic honestly because it's not like if I have some opportunity or most of my friends or during to my course, people just talking about maybe everyone just consider it just about a perspective, like if we just inside on the earth, the world we have a perspective, the world is just flat, and we just get out to the planet. The planet is like a global, just yeah.
Yeah, that's the story. Exactly. That's the story that we're challenging. We were all taught the same thing. Okay, and people think that it's been proven that the Earth's a globe because 20-something astronauts, right? 24 astronauts or something like that apparently went to space over 50 years ago, right? With the Apollo missions. And, and there's some imagery that goes along with that. And people just believe that blindly. But that's actually not something that anyone can validate. Now, if you look into the moon missions, for example, and do some... Yeah, the Apollo missions, America going to the moon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you look into
Sorry,
that,
just speaking, it's about something like like exercise or activities to motivate people to talking about the topic here. But anyways, go forward.
Yeah. Most people believe it's a globe because that's what they get told. Okay, from a young age, and then it gets reinforced in their education system and in the media. But most people don't really know anything about the history of the globe or anything about specific about like how big is the globe? How do you really know it's a globe? It's just a belief system that people have. Now, we've actually gone out and tested for the curvature probably thousands of times now. Okay, and every single time we're able to see distances that you would never be able to see if the Earth were a globe. Huge distances. Right, and this is consistent. So we're sort of showing people the evidence, okay, and discussing with people, how do you really know that it's a globe? Who proved that it's a globe, without having to appeal to something that requires blind faith, okay, like NASA, for example. And it's actually an interesting discussion once you actually learn the arguments surrounding what the flat earthers are saying. Right, everything kind of makes a bit more sense once you get a good idea of it, okay? Because we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? We're testing the shape claim that the globe side makes, and it fails the test every single time when we check it in reality. Now they tell us that we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary, okay? Because we're so small and the globe's so big, so you would just experience it as flat. But then when we actually go out and test for the curvature, and it's not there at all. Right? Like over a certain distance, we can calculate how much curvature there should be. Because most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, over 70% actually. And then when we go and find a distance over the water, we can calculate, okay, over this 20-mile distance, there should be 266 foot of curvature. That's like a skyscraper building height. And we can test for that using lasers, using high-end equipment, and verify that there's actually zero curvature over these long distances. And that's not possible if the Earth's a globe.
Oh wow! It's something. That's something. Did you some what can I say? I forgot the word. The words does go out to my mind. Let me think here.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you are in the staff or something, because wow, I'm so impressed you have so knowledge about it.
Yeah, a lot of people in here have a lot more knowledge than I do about it. A lot of people have been researching this topic for over 10 years. And yeah, they know a lot about the globe, and they know a lot about the flat Earth arguments and tests. So it's definitely an interesting channel. There's a lot of smart people in here that know a lot about a lot of things. It's a good place to learn about science. A good place to learn about optics of light, gas laws, right? Gas behavior, natural laws, all sorts of different things. So it's even if you don't believe that the Earth's flat. Okay, we're not trying to convince people. We're just showing people information, having discussions about topics related to the Earth, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that was interesting. It's like I always have this theory about the perspective, the angle we have when we are in the planet and when we are out of planet. Even I never study or have an opportunity to go out, but it's something like a kind of can be about logic, but
yeah,
that's something interesting here.
Yeah, like if the Earth's a globe, there's certain characteristics of a globe that would have to be present in reality for the Earth to be a globe. For example, if you're standing at the beach looking out over the water, the horizon should be at a certain distance away from you if the Earth's a globe. Okay, and that distance is 3 miles away, which is 5 kilometers approximately. Okay, that's the physical limitation on how far you would be able to see from 6 foot height if the Earth were a globe. So the horizon should be, the horizon line, the maximum distance that you can see the ground, and where the ground and the sky appear to meet. Now, anything that goes beyond that horizon should start to disappear behind the horizon because of the curvature of the Earth. It would have to happen if the Earth were a globe. But when we go out and test for that, it doesn't match up. We can actually see huge distances beyond where you should be able to see if the Earth's a globe. And then the more you look into it, you'll find that there's actually no tests, no measurements that have been done throughout all of history that validate that the curvature is actually there. It's more based on calculations and assumptions once you dig into it a bit further. But yeah, that's like the basics, from my opinion, anyway.
Do you guys talking more topics? What could I say? It's wait a minute. Let me write here. Better. It's better because I'm still having in family, so it's gonna be very strange to talk in English via So it's like this question.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, we like talking about that kind of thing. Definitely. But we would have, like, we're not claiming that the Earth is a flat planet that's floating in outer space. Okay, this is a completely different way of thinking about the system that we live in. Now, when it comes to a lot of the information about space, right, we don't claim that space exists in the way that everybody's taught, right? That it's a big giant vacuum of space, and you've got all of these round balls floating around and suns and, all of the things that they tell us about outer space. Okay, we would push back against that claim, and we would use science and logic and natural laws, right, to argue that outer space, the way we get told, isn't scientifically possible. It's impossible for it to exist the way that they're telling us. And a lot of the so-called space travel and that kind of thing, you're going to find a lot of that it's basically it's faith-based at the end of the day, right? You're not going to be able to check what they're telling you. Okay, they're going to tell you that they've got a rover on Mars, a little helicopter on Mars and things like that. And it's like kind of fake-looking footage and violates a bunch of natural laws, and there's a whole bunch of problems when it comes to what we get told about what the government is doing in space.
Essentially saying that we're not denying that the sky is above us. We're just denying the story that we're being told about the sky.
I mean, this is the way I would describe it from my perspective. Okay, I would say that the Earth is a flat topographical plane, right? Meaning that it's flat, but obviously we have hills and valleys and mountains. Most of the known surface area is covered in water, which measures flat across the surface. Water needs a container, and it's flat across the surface. right? Approximately. And then we have the sky, the celestial bodies in the sky. I would say there's a lot of mystery and unknown, and a lot of the information about the sky can't be known. In my opinion, it's too far beyond our grasp to be able to empirically test it. But what we do know is that we all observe the same thing in the sky, and that's that everything in the sky moves in patterns, in cycles, and reset. Okay, it's like a big clock, essentially. We're not trying to have a replacement answer for all of the crazy claims that the heliocentric model makes about outer space. Right? When they tell us something that sounds pretty crazy, like, oh, it rains diamonds on Neptune and Uranus. We're not gonna say crazy things like that. We're not gonna make claims like that. But yeah, we're definitely challenging a lot of the positive claims that are being made by the globe side, starting with the curvature of the Earth. Right? And basically, if that curvature of the Earth isn't there, the entire model is basically destroyed. Okay, that's like the core prerequisite, or the core requirement to have a globe and to have the heliocentric model would be that the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles.
Right. It's like the one thing that they can't confirm actually exists, which absolutely requires to exist.
Back.
Oh, you're here. Yeah. Oh, good, man.
At the end of the day, no one has went outside or able to. We do accept the space, which would be skies, would be sky, stars, wandering stars, planets, and all that. But anything beyond that, we discuss using our speculation someday. Oh, that's something, I mean, bro, it's like a I feel if I unfortunately the country I live not talk so deep or just invest a lot about astronomy or astrology. I don't know if it is the same. No, obviously it's not the same thing, because it's the different names, but the meaning, the purpose about astrology and astronomy.
There's a difference, right? Yeah.
Oh, there's a difference. So it's like I'm feeling impressive.
We challenge the whole entire cosmology, right, and cosmogony.
All
so
right.
the idea that we're on a world, right, in a big surrounded by space, right, that it's this isolated object, and then there's these other objects in that space. We're sharing this space with other objects there, and that they are also worlds, right? That they're places, right? Theoretically you could go to and walk around on, experience reality the same as, maybe a little bit differently, like different environment, but essentially a surface that you could stand on, place something on, right? We challenge that idea. We challenge the idea that they are orbiting the sun. We challenge the idea that suns are stars and that stars are suns. We challenge the idea that that there's big giant gas balls in this vacuum of space, right? Not doing what gas does, which would be expand into the available volume. We challenge all these ideas, their sizes, their distances, all that. Everything that you're told, right, by so-called experts about the universe, we challenge it. There's absolutely no evidence for any of their claims regarding the universe and what they think the universe is, what they think galaxies are, all of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I'm feel impressive, like how many things we just discovered in this planet, and the space is just like the beginning, because, well, okay, we have some planets, but we have galaxies, and we don't know if it is that some other galaxies we have planets. I think you know what you guys know I'm talking about. It's like the universe is just very complex, at the same time incredible, because there's a lot of things to know. Maybe our, I forgot the name. It's like the religion too. Maybe the reason why this, like, I enjoy watching Avengers. Yeah, the multiverse. Yeah, I mean, maybe multiverse.
It is a religion.
One of the most crazy things the human just starting to put in the comics, and I say, oh, okay, maybe it can be real or not, but I mean, yeah, can be.
It is a religion. Reality, because you go up to the average person, right, and you tell them, the universe is not as we've been taught. It's not an ever-expanding vacuum. Worlds, planets. This is the only world. Those things in the sky are not planets. Like, they're not places you could go to. Earth is not a planet. The entire model is wrong. And you just tell the average person that, they will think you're crazy and laugh at you. But if you then asked them to justify any of their beliefs about the universe, they would come very short. They would fail. Yet they'll still laugh at you, right? That is a religion.
Yeah, that was something very interesting here about it. I just imagine if it's like when you grow and to start talking about space travel. So yeah, it's
And surprisingly too, when we approach the so-called experts, the astronomers, the theoretical physicists, all these people, they can't support their claims either. They don't have empirical evidence. They don't have measurements. They don't have logic. They fail in logically. All right, it all falls apart. You'd be surprised just how little they have to support what they think is true. And then, but some of them are honest, like Michio Kaku will tell you we're off by a factor of 10 to the power of 120. It's the largest mismatch between observation and experiment in history, like, about the universe. They are just guessing. They don't know if what they think the universe is actually correct. So much so that when they applied their mathematics to what they to what they think galaxies are, right, it failed. Right? They had to invent dark matter and dark energy to have to explain what they're observing in the sky. Something that has never been observed. It's purely theoretical. It's never been tested. It's never been validated experimentally. Right? They just patchwork wherever their models fail. They just patchwork, fix it with. They just invent ideas to fix it. It's just an idea. Right? It's not actually something anybody has ever validated scientifically.
Just to expand on what T-Dubs said about they invented dark matter, right? So they made observations based off of Newtonian mechanics, and they said that doesn't match Newtonian mechanics. And then so what they did was they created this placeholder. We don't know what that is. We're just going to call it dark matter because we can't see it. We can't detect it. So we're just going to call it something.
They did actually say that they know what it is. They say that there should be gravitational effects here, but there's not. So it must be that there's some sort of dark matter that doesn't interact with light that's causing these gravitational effects. So what they've essentially done is they've passed the doubt for gravity not working onto dark matter. And that's why I always ask Globers, what are you skeptical of? This guy was talking about the multiverse, which was a total first for me, because that's the first time I ever heard that. Most people say that they're skeptical of dark matter, but they don't realize the cleverness of the trick, right? Because if they said dark matter and I explained to them, well, actually, that's the shortcomings of gravity, they would never utter the words that I'm skeptical of Einstein's gravity.
Anyway, sorry, Tito, go ahead.
That's all right. Our interlocutor has left anyway, but wait for someone else. I mean, it really is like intellectually dishonesty, right? And holding on to that anchor bias, right? Like, because instead of going, okay, we were wrong. What might we be wrong about? Is our foundation wrong? Let's go back to the drawing board and start again. No, they didn't do that, did they? They've got to. They don't want to restructure the entire model and start again. That's sunk cost fallacy, right? Like, can't do that.
So they went from a space-time continuum to an ad hoc continuum.
Well, it's the idea like the mud just keeps getting thicker and thicker and more difficult to get through. And instead of turning around and going back and seeing, where it went wrong, they're just like, let's just keep going through it.
Yeah, I think they hang on to a lot of it's because it can appear like they were on the right track at some, right? Like, because they made predictions, right? It's like, even though they were post-dictions, but the math checks out up to this point, right? Like, but literally their math is just letters and numbers. I mean, like, and they give these letters like a meaning, right? But what if that letter actually doesn't represent what they think it does? So the math could be correct, and sure, the prediction could be good, but what the fundamental reasoning behind it could be absolutely way off, way off.
Well, it's just like with the cesium atom, not to get too far off track, but it has a precise time to it, but its time is slightly off differently compared to the cycle of the sun. And so when, they're like, oh, it's not 24 hours, it's 23 hours and 56 minutes. It couldn't be that the clock is wrong. It's the sky has to be wrong.
Yep. And you see it in geodesy, where they say, well, based on this modeling, we get to this latitude, longitude, and at this particular time, we should go up directly above us should be this particular star. Oh, it's not. It's off by a few degrees. Like, oh, well, that's because of Willy Wonka density changes under the Earth's crust, blah, 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 gravity. Let's form a potato model Earth, to explain all this, blah, 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 blah. Like, it just goes on and on. They don't go and check to see if any of it's true. That's crazy.
And people are right.
So I just posted something. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, dude. You haven't spoken a lot.
So I just posted something to show you that why you don't see anything on the horizon. You can only see it 15 degrees and above, really 10 degrees. Just like that says. You're not going to see anything anyway.
You get a haze.
You're not going to see anything. If you on the ocean, you don't see a star like 1 inch above the water when you're looking out there and the water's still, do you? No.
Yeah, it's like I've said before, like, they say, well, watch the sunset, then climb the Burj Khalifa and watch it again. Okay, now do it with a star.
Yeah, watch the sunset, then take 15 minutes to get to the top of a building. It'll be in the same place it was before. Set.
Right.
How come
yeah,
people
now do it with a star. Watch a star set, and then climb a mountain or a building. Watch the star set again.
But yeah, I'll admit there was a coordinated effort by a bunch of smart people to design a model that's different than the reality that presents to us. I'll admit to that. And if it sounds complicated, it was made that way on purpose because the devil's in the details.
Yeah, well, they had to keep adjusting it, didn't they? Right? Because Copernicus, big circles, right? And Tycho and Kepler that came after him were like, well, that's wrong because it doesn't accept that is checking out automatically, geometrically, blah. So let's adjust the center. This is the center, blah 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 blah. Like, you know what I mean? And it just keeps going on and on.
Yes. Yes.
You agree?
Yes.
Oh, very good. How are you today, Brian?
Thank you.
What brings you here? You interested in this topic?
No, I don't speak very well English, but I can understand.
Ah, very good. Have you been learning English for very long?
Yes.
Okay, so your comprehension of English being spoken is better than you being able to speak it. Is that right?
Right.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. You're here to practice and learn, I guess, right? The more you speak it, the better you'll get at speaking it.
Yes, thank you.
What's up, George?
Not much.
How are you doing?
I'm pretty good.
Right on. It says that you're advanced English. Are you here to learn about the shape of the Earth?
Just interesting in like what are the arguments and learning English a bit. Yeah. I mean,
well, what do you think is?
Yeah.
What do you think the argument is for the globe?
For the globe or against the globe?
For the globe.
I think
we'll do against the globe next, but I want to do for the globe to see what you understand.
Yeah. So that's a good question. I've never asked to be like to confirm that this is globe, that the Earth is globe. For example,
that's a very fair answer, by the way.
Yeah. So, for example,
well, let's go with that. You've never been asked to confirm that it is a globe. What do you think is the argument for flat Earth?
I think the curvature, because with some approximation, we can assume that the Earth is flat. Like even if it's a globe, I think that's the place where we can find the common ground. Like if the distance is close enough, it approximates to the flat Earth. But
no, that's not true. You were halfway right, but then you diverted to a locally flat Earth. Even though the Earth is a sphere, locally it measures flat, and that's not what we think. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
How tall are you?
1 meter 87 centimeters. It's like 6'1", 6'2".
Yeah, 6'1", 6'2". Fair enough. From your height, have you ever been to like a large body of water, like an ocean or a sea?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How far away do you think the horizon is from your eyes at 187 centimeters?
I never measured it. I believe it's like probably a couple kilometers at most.
A couple of kilometers? Just like 2 kilometers?
Yeah, I think maybe 3 or 4. I don't know. We need to measure. It depends on the atmosphere.
It's at this point, it's not about measurement, because they assume you're assuming they already measured the size of the Earth, and so from the size of the Earth, you can use the Pythagorean theorem to get the distance to the horizon. Correct?
Yeah, but I need to be higher than 6'2" to see the difference. So I need to be higher than that.
You don't. You can be any height to see the difference, because like the closer you are to the Earth, the closer the horizon is. Correct?
Yeah, that's true.
Like if you sit down on your butt and then look out over the water, the horizon's going to be closer than if you're standing up, right?
Yeah, it probably will be overlapped with something, but yeah.
So, I mean, that was a fair guess, a couple of kilometers, right? 2 or 3 kilometers. They actually say from your height that it's about 4.9 kilometers away, so almost 5 kilometers. They might actually even say it's 5 kilometers. The only problem is when we actually go out and test for that, we can see a lot further than 5 kilometers, and then the horizon is beyond that. It's not in front of the things that are, like if you see an object 10 kilometers away, the horizon's not in front of the thing that's 10 kilometers away. It's behind the thing that's 10 kilometers. And we can tell because when we use high-powered optics, we can zoom into those things and then clearly see that the horizon is behind them.
So basically with good enough optics, I can see every ship in the water, right? Like every ship, if the water is like, it's the only matter.
You would have to remove all the air off of.
Yeah. I mean, in the optimal air condition, if we zoom in.
Oh, you'd have to remove all the air because air has a density at 14 psi. You're looking horizontally. You're not looking vertically.
Yeah, I'm looking horizontally, but if it's flat, then I should see like 10,000 kilometers away. Assuming that we can look through the atmosphere, right? So the only thing that
you can't look through the atmosphere like that.
So do you know any, like with good optics? I'm pretty sure we can zoom in into like 50 kilometers, right?
Well, I mean, here I'll show you an airplane observation where the guy is 30,000 feet in the sky, and he can see for 1,200 miles. Is that a fair enough observation?
How many from the sky, and how far away?
1,200 miles, about 1,600 kilometers, or 1,700 kilometers.
But it's from the bird eye view from the plane, something like that.
From 30,000 feet, yeah.
But I mean,
30,000 feet is like 10,000 kilometers. Is that 10,000? Or 10,000? It's like 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers.
But when I'm standing on the beach, why don't I see like every ship within like 50, 100 kilometers with a clear view?
If I was standing in front of you holding a penny and I walked a mile away, would you still be able to see that penny?
With good enough zoom optics, yeah.
Sure. But I mean, at some point, you're not going to be able to resolve the penny, right?
Yeah, but let's imagine we have a telescope or something, like we can just zoom in.
No, that's incorrect. You're not going to see that penny from a mile away, so try something new.
Why so?
Too small. Too small.
I will zoom in. I will zoom in.
How big of a telescope you're going to get? You're going to need one with about, I don't know, a 50-foot diameter lens on the front.
For example.
That's my example.
With a really good optics, I'm not saying you can see this just with a human eye.
Well, he's explaining how the optics
you can't see. You forgot about air and how thick that shit is, and how it distorts stuff, and heat distorts through air. Optics.
I tried to explain that to you, man.
He doesn't understand, I don't think.
Well, he's like, well, if we imagine that we have a big enough zoom camera and we remove all the air from Earth.
Yeah, that's the one thing you can't do. You can't use imagination and pretend. It doesn't work on our stuff. We have to actually do it. Using pretend and imagination to prove a point just fails every time.
I'm not trying to prove the point. I'm trying to understand the argument. So what you're saying is basically
if you could create a lens that could see forever, and you removed all the air off the Earth, then yes, you could see forever.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. So basically, you're saying that the atmosphere and the density of the air,
yeah. The density of the air. There's particulates in the air. Also, there's dust in the air. There's a lot of things that get in the air that prevent us from seeing horizontally. Not only that, but things just get smaller as they get further away.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, what is the edge of the flatness? Like, is it infinitely flat, or it's have some?
Well, we're contained. We just don't know where the container is.
We don't know where it ends?
Yeah, we don't know where the container is. There's a container, because you can't have gas pressure without a container.
I don't get the argument. So, like, in this our observation, like the flatness of the Earth, do we know the like the radius of this coin?
No, it doesn't have a radius. It's not floating in space. It's not floating in space.
But
it's not
the shape of it?
It's not a shape. It's flat on the surface.
Yeah, it's not a shape claim. It's not dimensional. Like, we're not saying it has this length, width, depth, height, etc.
So the math is not applied to it.
What math?
The shape of the perimeter is unknown. So what math?
All right, let me see you apply math that you normally would apply. Well, let me see the normal math that you use, that you apply.
If I have a plane, right?
Yeah, perfect. You have a plane now. I want to see the ball math. Go.
Ball math? What do you mean?
The math that says you're in a plane and you have to fly around the ball.
So on the surface, on the plane surface, if I go high enough, let's say on the when I'm flying, I can measure the distances, the distance I travel, how far I can see.
No, you can't.
You can't. You can only measure
what are you lying to me?
What exactly I cannot measure?
Because you don't have a little wheel on the ground that's flying, that's down on the ground underneath your plane, measuring how far you're moving across the ground.
I have a laser point.
Don't be silly.
What's the problem with that?
You have a laser. What's it doing? What's the laser doing?
measuring the beam of the light and
what's it doing?
How fast it will come back. So basically measuring the distance.
No.
Why
nope.
no?
That was a good guess, though. Try something different. That's not how it works.
Don't know how works the laser measurement?
You don't use that to measure distances on the ground.
I'm using it when I'm building a house. I'm using the laser measurement.
No, you're not. If you are, then your shit's all wacky off if you're using a laser tape measure to build things.
It's pretty good, pretty accurate.
Yeah, pretty accurate, except when your one wall's out a half inch and you're wondering why, and they're already putting a drywall up. Well, I just used a laser one like this. Oh, I didn't know there was a piece of dust in the way.
So you're saying we cannot measure the distance without a wheel, right?
Yeah, you can measure 28 feet. That's what mine goes, 28 feet.
No, it's what you see. I mean, can you apply?
No, you say you use one from 40,000 feet. You just point it at the ground, and it tells you how far you're gone. According to you, that's some kind of new technology that exists.
The new technology called laser.
That's not how planes do it.
You just point it from the laser.
That is how planes do it.
Planes doesn't measure anything. You can just do it yourself.
No, you can't. Stop being silly.
You cannot measure things.
No, you can't measure things from an airplane.
Okay, let's forget about the airplane. Let's go on a
you finally realize you're wrong. Say yes, I am wrong. Yeah, I'll go with something different. Say that.
No. So what's wrong?
Say that first.
In what wrong? So we cannot measure distances. Let's agree to disagree. I see it in another way.
Which imaginary way do you see it? Since I'm using reality and you're using imagination.
What's your point? So we cannot measure distance.
My point is that you can't just come on here, say shit, and have people listening on YouTube make them think that you know what you're talking about when you don't. So then I come in and I slap you around a little bit and say, you're totally wrong, dude. So that they understand that you're just making up shit. Now, do you want to go on?
Yeah, I want to understand what's your point. What's your argument?
Tell people you're just making up shit. You're just making up stuff.
I'm making the laser pointer.
Yes, you're making up a laser pointer from an airplane that shoots 5 miles to the ground. A laser pointer that you chase your cat around with. Because all airplanes let you carry laser pointers on them. What is wrong with you? You never even been on an airplane, have you?
To you, not
it's not an experiment. It's not an experiment.
You're not listening. You're just trying to argue.
It's not an experiment. So you just saying, hold a laser pointer out an airplane, that's your experiment? Your arm's going to get cold.
No. Let's go back to initial discussion. Why we're discussing this? Perfect. I was asking, what is the how to measure this? How do you imagine this flatness of the Earth? How big is it? Do we know that?
Really big.
We know that some points are thousands of kilometers apart.
So
we can guess that.
At some point, we can go to the edge, right?
If you want to, you should probably try. If you think there's an edge, you should write a book about it.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know about any edge. Edge sounds like a cliff that you can fall off of. No, I don't think there's anything like that. That's for sure.
Okay. So we don't know what's on the other side.
On the other side of what?
Of the surface. The surface, do you have a book or something?
You dig down and you hit dirt. When you dig down, you hit dirt. Where did you think the other side of what? It's not floating in space. Now the other side of what? It's not floating in space. Now tell me the other side of what?
If you can go to the edge, right?
What edge?
Are you going to
fall off or just be stopped? Are you going to fall off or is it going to be a wall? Since you're making up a flat Earth edge now.
I didn't get your point. So you're saying there's no other side of the...
Is there a wall or is there a cliff that you can fall off of?
Dude, answer the question.
Is it
You're
a
the one who
question?
made it up. Yeah, you made that up. There's some kind of edge. Do you fall off of the edge or do you get stopped at a wall?
I didn't make up anything. You said that this is the surface, and I'm trying to understand what's the opposite side.
I don't know why you're worried about an edge. You should be worried why there's no curve measured on a globe. That should be a real question. You should be sitting there right now going, why can't I see any curve on a globe? That's what you should be asking yourself. But you don't. You're asking weird shit like, what color is the edge underneath when you lift it up 3 inches? It's dark brown, black kind of. It's good. It's good farming soil.
I'm just new to flat Earth understanding of the Earth, and I'm trying to get what is the model.
Can I try explaining something to him real quick? Just this, and I'm gonna mute up again. Here's the thing, my friend. If you're in a lake, right? You're swimming in a lake, just relaxing, enjoying the nice weather during summer, and you swim to the shoreline of the lake, are you going to fall off the lake? No, right? That's stupid. You're going to go to the landmass that is above the lake because it's containing the water, right? That's what's going to happen. It's not an edge, right? As he said it before, it implies that you're on a cliff, you're going to fall off. You're just going to the landmass that is higher above in altitude than the water itself. That's it. I'm gonna mute up again. Hope that clarifies something for him.
So we don't know, right? Like the answer in the chat also said that.
Yeah, he didn't hear anything you said. So
I tried.
Okay.
Just one
you just
he doesn't hear nothing.
You just
go ahead,
showed an example.
Say whatever your made up stuff is. I like it when you make up stuff. It sounds better.
Okay. So I'm not making. I'm just trying to explain what I see. So I was once.
You see a flat and stationary Earth. Okay, we both agree on that. You don't see any curve. There's no curve measured.
I didn't see anything about the curve. I don't really worry about the curve.
No, right, because there is none, right?
Sure.
Okay, so the Earth is flat. Welcome to Flat Earth. Congratulations,
Yeah.
you finally made it.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to
finally made
understand
You're finally
all
here
my
with
observations.
us.
Yeah,
you're with us now.
So it is flat. Then I'm trying to understand why, when I'm in Japan and USA, I have different time. I have.
The sun moves. Have you probably never noticed because you live in their mom's basement?
Okay.
But if you go outside, the sun moves when you went during the day. It moves across the sky, and then it gets nighttime when it goes away. Did you ever notice that?
No. So at some point it should cross the plane, right? Or it just go around the plane and
what does that mean? Cross the plane. What does that mean to cross the plane?
I don't know what this means. I'm trying to explain how it works.
George, when the sun moves across the sky, it looks like it's moving down because of perspective. It moves from one location to another location.
Yes, but at some point we don't see the sun,
I don't even
right?
have to bring up the fact that he wants to say down because if we just see it moving away just like an airplane. We don't see when an airplane is pointing down that it's actually going down, is it? No, it's flying away from you. If you could put wings on the sun, it would look like it's going down.
So it never goes down.
No, it just goes over your head, over to the next place, lights that up for 8, it keeps on moving, real slow, all the way.
At night, where it goes, it just stays somewhere.
Remember when we talked about the air has a thickness?
Well, hold on. Yeah, he's really confused. You guys went way too fast with him. I knew he was going to be confused about this. Go ahead and say that again, George.
My question is, in 2 different places, I have in one place day, in the other place night.
The sun moves. I knew you were going to get lost with that part.
Yeah, I
knew
agree
you were
with
going to
that.
get lost.
I agree that.
I knew it. You know how you can prove it? Go outside, put a stick in the ground, and take a picture at 8 in the morning, and look at the shadow, and then take a picture at 3, and take the 2 pictures and look at them. You'll see the shadow move. Do you know why?
Because the sun moves. I don't.
Thank you. There we go. Yay! Now we know why it gets lighter other places and
that
darker.
doesn't explain all the answers. So
what answers?
I want to understand how it moves related to.
Okay. I want to know. I want you to tell me how your globe spins.
Which globe? I don't. What are you talking about?
The globe that you live on.
We already agreed that this is flat.
No.
Are you talking about?
If you want to know how the sun moves across the sky, I want to know how a globe spins forever and ever and ever, like a perpetual motion machine.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So we're at an impasse.
I want to understand the real view.
I want to understand how the globe spins forever.
I wish
if you can't tell me how the globe spins forever, if you can't tell me how the globe spins forever, the Earth is flat.
Let me ask you this: How does the sun burn forever and ever and ever, and never loses its mass?
Oh yeah, we don't even. It's going off into some other part of the solar system. Hold on, come on, George, keep up.
What was the question?
Whatever. He wants to talk about the sun. How does the sun burn forever in the universe?
Okay. That's pretty complicated topic.
Okay, so how does the Earth spin forever? You want to know how the sun moves. How does the Earth spin in your globe?
I don't want to discuss thermodynamics.
Thermodynamics has nothing to do with a spinning globe.
I was talking about not about the spinning, but about the burning.
I'm talking about the spinning globe. On your globe model, it has to spin to make the sun appear to go up and down, huh? What makes your globe spin forever?
I already said, I don't know what you're talking about. What globe?
I don't know what you're talking about when you're asking why the sun does what it does. I don't know. So now Earth is still flat. Do you see what I mean? If you can't debunk me, the Earth is still flat because you still have no measured curve.
I'm not trying to debunk you. I'm trying to understand why it is
trying to understand the Earth, why it's flat. Because it was all wet at one time and kind of settled that way, probably.
I think he wants us to develop a computer model of flat Earth.
No, we're not going to give him some story and explanations that he thinks are cool. Okay, here's what I think. Okay, you want what I think's going on? Earth is flat and stationary, and we're contained. The end. That's how much I think about it.
Okay, your model is kind of silly, small, but...
Well, hold on. Let's look at my model. I'll post a picture of it for you since you think it's kind of silly, and you tell me what's silly about it, okay? Here's my kind of silly model for you. Here you go. Here's my kind of silly model. That's how we see the world. So now what?
Okay.
Flat, stationary, and contained. There you go. So how the
sun moves here?
What else do I have to explain to you?
So how the sun moves here?
How does the globe spin forever?
Why are you asking the question?
I don't know, just like you don't know. I shouldn't have to know how the sun moves, just like you don't have to know why and how the globe spins forever. Do you understand the difference?
Let's take it as an answer.
No.
So then explain how it moves.
You explain how the globe spins forever. No, you explain how the globe spins forever first.
Do you know how we launch rockets in the flat Earth?
Not with spinning globes.
I think it will be hard to explain the basic physics within a couple minutes.
So you probably don't even know how to explain it anyway, so I'm not worried about it. You know you require air pressure to launch a rocket. You know that, right?
You know what? The air pressure... What?
Yeah, say, you know what? Triggering triangle, you're correct. Say that.
I can say that, but I don't know what was your point.
Because you're not even listening. You need air pressure to launch a rocket, don't you?
Air pressure where?
Oh my goodness!
Basically, just bombarding me with different statements.
I thought you were the physics master.
I'm trying to
you were going to school me in physics. I thought you were going to school me in physics. Do I have to? Let's get to basics. Do you know what a balloon is?
Okay, I know.
Do you know how to blow up a balloon?
Mm-hmm.
What happens when you let go of the balloon?
So
and you
I
don't
understand what's your point. So you're talking about the like reactive movement. I don't know how this in English, but so you're basically trying to point me how the rocket flies, or what?
You wanted to know. I'm telling you how they work. They work from air pressure. You can't, like, if you put like a rocket, a big rocket, like in a gigantic vacuum chamber and pulled all the air out and you lit it won't light anyway. But if you could somehow get it to ignite, it'll just sit there. Did you know that or no? I thought you were going to teach me about physics. You were coming in here swinging degrees around like they were a set of nunchucks.
Okay, I think you're not really wanted to discuss something, but you just want to prove some points. I don't know which exactly you want to prove. I already agreed with the flatness of the Earth. I want to understand why is that.
I don't know. You're going to have to go investigate, do some research. I don't know why. Nobody knows why.
Okay, you don't know why. Okay.
Nobody does.
Okay.
Nobody ever. Nobody.
So then I have another question on.
You want to know why the Earth is flat, George? You want to know why it's flat?
Yeah.
Because there's no curvature measurable.
That's what I told him. He doesn't believe me.
I know. I don't have to explain everything in the sky.
Yeah, I think we cannot. We already agreed that we cannot measure.
I don't have to explain everything in the sky to know that the Earth is flat. You agree with that?
You can measure distances.
You cannot even measure distances. We started from then, but this I didn't forget his name. He said that we cannot measure distances from the plane.
You're talking about large distances over countries, etc.
No one can. 10 kilometers is not very large.
So how are you going to measure that with a plane? How do you measure that with an airplane?
You just
do it, don't you?
You just get a laser.
I love your lower logic. That's why you wouldn't get hired in a place where I work when we ask these crazy questions. We expect good answers. Like, you can't. That would be the proper answer. You should go like this. You can't do something like that. That's what we expect to hear.
And where is it? Where do you work?
You have estimates over these large.
You can't even estimate because of all you can do is get close by timing it and hope that you're kind of close on how long it takes and whatever, how fast you think you were going. You're going to get an average that's always roughly the same.
But you know what, George? You could do 10 or 15 kilometers on the surface. You don't have to go fucking 15 kilometers into the sky or 5 kilometers into the sky. You could do it like a couple of feet off the surface.
Do you mean on a high hill or?
Oh, God. No, I'm talking about at sea level. Go ahead, Sensei. I know you want to jump in.
Earlier he asked a question, why is the Earth flat? I mean, is that more of like an existential question, or are you asking what causes the Earth to be flat? What are you asking?
I'm trying to find explanation on my observation. I see that the Earth is flat, we have no curve. So what can I do with that?
That's it. That's all you get.
Beyond this.
That's all you get, son.
No, I don't want to stop there.
That's all everybody's ever had for the whole history of everything. Nothing. You know nothing about the sky except clouds go by.
Okay, so your point, we don't need to dig it. But nope. I disagree. I want to understand
the sky. All they're doing is looking at lights up there, just making up stories. You know that.
So let me get this straight. You observe the Earth to be flat like we do, and then when everyone goes out to test whether or not the ground is curving, they can't find any curve. I don't understand why that's not satisfactory for you. You don't like that everyone's measuring the Earth flat?
I like that, and I want to go further and explain my other observation with this proven point of view that we have.
What's your other observation?
So, first, we agreed that it is flat. Then, my second question was, where is the edge of this flatness? We agreed that it's some kind of a wall or a cliff, something like that. Actually, nobody knows.
No, we didn't agree to nothing, man.
No, we didn't agree to anything like that, dude. You're just
George, you making stuff up now?
We're letting you build your own flat Earth, just like you build your own globe. You're just
What's what's in your flat Earth? What is the edge?
Here, I got it. Let's write this down. Ready? You're gonna love this one. It's flat. It's stationary, which means it doesn't move, and it's contained. The end.
And there's topography.
There you go. And topography. So what else do you need to know about flat Earth?
Contained in what? What do you mean?
That's why we have air pressure. Yeah, that's why we breathe air pressure. You can't have gas pressure without a container, can you? You're the physics man. You need a container to have air pressure, don't you?
So it's more like a cup, right? Not just
Good grief.
I know. He thinks you can fill a cup with air pressure. He thinks you can take a cup out of your cabinet in the kitchen, and then you go out in the garage and take your air compressor, and then you fill that cup with like 27 psi, and then you walk around with a glass with no lid, just a glass full of 27 psi air pressure.
You mean fully contained, like with the ceiling, right? So it's basically
yes.
How else would you make air pressure? Would you be able to hold 27?
And what is the shape of this 3D form?
I don't know. You guys don't know what your globe looks like. You say it's a sphere. Some say it looks like a potato. Others say it's some kind of weird pear. Some say it's a weird shaped rock. But none of you guys can figure it out, but you want to know our stuff.
Yeah, I don't understand the questions that you're asking, George. You're asking non sequitur questions. The point is that the Earth must be contained because we have the gas pressure. Now, we didn't elaborate or make claims about what it's made of, how high it is, how far away it is, any of that stuff. We're just telling you it's contained. We're not giving you a claim about something that we can't know. I have no idea how to test what it's made of. I'd have to figure out how to find it in the first place.
Or what it tastes like. Does it taste like poop? I mean, that's the questions you are going to have to find out for yourself. Because it's nobody ever asked those questions ever in their life until we told you that the Earth is flat. Now people want to know, why does the sun do this and that? Well, you never asked that before.
You know, what's funny is every single person that comes in here too, when they say, "Where's the edge?" Right? They're like, why doesn't a flat earther go and find the edge? Like, we don't need to prove that there is one.
It's not the claim.
Whether it's a cliff or a fucking wall, we don't need to prove there is one.
We could ask the same of them.
It's not even part of our argument anyway. We just humor people by going along with it. We could tell every single person, non sequitur, goodbye, next.
Yeah, I mean, like, where's the edge of... Oh, wait, you guys have just not made of material, right? It's a magical force that stops gases from expanding into volume. Yet nobody can demonstrate that to be.
You cut it in and out, Tito. I'm sorry, man.
We heard most of it. The irony and the hypocrisy where they don't have answers to.
You're cutting out still, dude.
Physical. Am I still cutting in and out?
You guys in Australia buy 3/4 internet. I don't understand why you just don't get the 1 inch.
Doesn't matter if they had a 10-inch, man. It's just because they're on the other side of the globe. Starlink isn't working there.
Starlink doesn't work upside down.
Yeah. Gravity's fucking it up. But I'm not sure which gravity. There's too many to decipher.
And that's another thing. How do you flat earthers explain Starlink then?
So anyway, George, some things we know, some things we don't. But what we do know is the Earth is flat.
Okay, and how about other planets and maybe the sun? Too?
Wow!
Whoa, George!
They also flat.
You said
now he's talking about
George.
the sun again.
Okay,
George, you said
quickly.
Other. You said other. You understand the problem with using the word other in this particular question?
Say it.
Now that you know that the Earth is not a planet, then the planets themselves are not other planets. They're just planets. And planets means wandering star. So yes, there are wandering stars. Yeah. So that's not anything new. There are, lights in the sky, but they're not other planets. If you're imagining some kind of big giant ball of gas like Jupiter is supposed to be, well, you're going to have a problem because you're going to need containment for that gas. The other thing that you're going to have to deal with is that you don't have any evidence that any of these are balls. They're just lights in the sky.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Let's talk about moon, for example.
He's going to ask us about things in the sky, even though we all live on the ground.
The story about Jupiter should automatically be a red flag to you. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
I'm not talking about the Jupiter. I'm talking about the moon.
But you said other planets, right? Like Jupiter should be a red flag to you.
Red flag? Why?
Because it's a giant gas ball. You can't have gas pressure without a container. So how the fuck do you have a gas ball in the sky?
So which shape of this container? Also,
Dude, bro,
it's shaped like a maple leaf. Shaped like a maple leaf. How's that? It's maple leaf shaped.
I think it's shaped like an octagon. I think the UFC got it right.
Yeah, it's shaped like a maple leaf with cinnamon powder on it.
You're just imagining things. That's good.
George, why are you disrespecting us like that, bro? I already told you we don't know what shape it is, and you asked again. Are you just ignoring us completely and asking dumbass questions constantly?
You didn't answer the question. I was talking about the moon.
We don't know what the shape is. The surface is flat.
That you were answering about the Earth. I'm talking about the sun and the moon.
We don't know.
You asked what shape the container was. That's what you just
don't know
asked.
what you see in the telescope.
One more time. I want you to repeat after me. Flat earthers do not fly in outer space. Say that out loud.
I'm asking you to fly.
Okay. Flat earthers
look with your own eye.
Do not go up into space and investigate the sun, and they do not go up and investigate planets.
Hold on, Triangle. Hold on. George.
Just explain me what shape of the moon.
Yeah. Look in the side chat. All right.
Wow.
Tell me which one of these are spheres.
What is this?
Here, I'll post a picture of the moon for him too.
That's what I'm talking about. So it's like a coin, right?
The moon looks like. Here's a picture of the moon, just so in case you don't know what those look like.
It should be like a coin. It always rotated towards us.
Excuse me, George. Sometimes the moon, I don't know if you've ever seen the moon before yourself. Let me walk you through this. Sometimes the moon looks like a circle, and it's got some texture to it. Sometimes the moon looks like a crescent and a real skinny sliver of it. Sometimes you can't see the moon at all. In fact, it's not even detectable with any kind of technology that we have when you can't see it. It's like it completely disappears. So those are the different phases of the shapes of the moon. Are you getting that? Are you picking that up? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, it looks like a miracle.
Okay. Yeah, right. So why are you asking us what the moon looks like when you see it all the time? Or do you not look up?
With the sun is the same thing, right? But it doesn't. Why the moon is hiding from us? Sometimes we can see.
Wow.
The
You're
small
asking
one, the big one, but the sun is always circle.
Why does your globe spin forever like a perpetual motion?
I don't know what is the globe. Why are you asking me? Keep asking me about the globe. We already concluded that the Earth is
No,
flat.
you can't do both. You can't do both. You can't be a flat earther and then.
Why? I'm not saying that it is not flat. We already agreed on the Earth. Earth has no curvature.
Let's talk about the sun real quick. Well, that's fine. Let's talk about the sun real quick. Let's see if you ever look up when you're outside. Sometimes the sun looks like a circle. Sometimes when there's a solar eclipse, it does all the things that the moon does. It's like a crescent, and then it completely goes away, and then it's a crescent again, and then, it comes all the way back out, and it's a circle again. Have you not seen this?
Exactly. That's how it
is. Circles. Right. So the sun is a circle shape and the moon is a circle shape. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. Why is this so hard?
Nothing hard here. I agree with that.
Why are you asking the question then? Why are you asking the question when you already know this to be a fact?
The question is, what is the shape of it? Is it circular?
I just told you. Do you know that a circle is a shape?
It's a circle is a 2D shape. I'm asking about.
Yes, it's a shape. There you go. Now, sometimes, did you know this? A crescent, that's a shape. Did you know that?
Crescent, I'm not sure I know this word.
Okay, well, it's kind of like, in the moon, you almost can't see most of it. And so you see like that hook shape to it. That's like a crescent. That boat shape.
Like in Ron H's profile pic.
So these are all shapes. And those are the shapes that the moon and the sun are. I don't understand why you're having a hard time with this.
I'm having a hard time because I'm trying to understand if the Earth should be the same shape.
Why would the Earth be the same shape? Why would it be? Why would it be?
I don't know. I'm trying to.
Interrupt. Is this for real? Like, are you talking about flat Earth?
Oh yeah, I know the Earth is flat. You didn't know?
But I thought it was like a joke name, just for people to hang out. Are you really? This is so
hang out, Alfonso. Hang out. We're almost done with George. We'll get to you in a second. Hey, George, do you think that the floor in your home should look like the shape of the lights on your ceiling?
Okay. Like what?
Do you think the floor in your home should look like the shape of the lights on your ceiling?
It will be the shape that I will make it. Any shape. I can make a crescent ceiling. I can make any shape of it.
No, like if you're comparing the things in the sky, like the things underneath your feet, and then so what I'm doing is making a similar comparison of the things on your ceiling and comparing them to the floor underneath your feet.
So your point is they're totally different, right? The shape of the moon and the sun and
not a comparison. You're pointing to lights in the sky and saying, "Oh, because the lights in the sky look circular, therefore the thing under my feet should also be circular."
It's borderline psychotic. I mean, it really is borderline psychotic that you would even think that way.
Why so?
Because it's crazy, dude. It's a very good analogy. What shape is the light bulb in your kitchen?
I have LED lights. It's like
LED lights. Okay,
they're flat actually.
They're flat, right? So they're flat, but like, are they like a rectangle or?
Are the LED lights individually spherical?
No, they don't look like that usually. They look like little chips. They're diodes. So those little diodes, those little squares, right? But there's a ton of them. But let's use a light bulb just so it's easy. Most people use light bulbs, fluorescent. They're cylinders. Sometimes they're like a bulb. So they're all kinds of different shapes. Why do you think, for any reason, that your floor would have to be the same shape as your light bulb? They serve two totally different purposes. They're two totally different things, and they don't look alike at all. So why would you think that a light should also, I mean, the floor should look like the light? Silly.
Okay, it's totally different things. The Earth and the Moon and the Mars and the Jupiter. I got it.
Right.
That's
Nothing
all
in the
different.
sky looks like the thing underneath your feet. You don't see
Okay.
no water in the sky. I don't see a McDonald's in the sky. I don't see grass in the sky. I don't see trees in the sky. Nothing in the sky resembles anything on Earth.
You're working off the idea that, or the principle that, like, okay, this place is an object. Those things in the sky are objects, right? They share a similar space, right? It's a cosmology that you have in mind, right? These are
So
worlds.
it is possible that it will be like I don't know, the cylinder planet or something.
Oh my gosh, dude. Let's move on to the next dude.
There's something really wrong with him. Cylinder planets now.
You don't even know if the things in the
You just
sky
said
have
it can be
surfaces.
different shapes.
You don't even know if the things in the sky have surfaces. You just see light, right? You don't know what they are.
Do you think the moon have no surface? You can see the craters.
Oh my God!
No,
that's enough.
You can see the craters. You can basically see it.
You don't even know what those marks are from.
We're obviously being trolled.
Why?
How do you know it's a crater?
Hold on, let's move on to somebody else.
The only thing that got named a crater was the moon. You got that word from them looking at the moon. Nothing else.
Who was the guy that couldn't believe we were talking about flat Earth? Is that guy still here?
No, I can't.
Does anybody else have a question?
It wasn't Jubilant?
No.
Jubilant, did you have a question? We got Luke. We got Myrrh. Anybody, please. We even got Shaggy up in here. Anybody, please, please, please.
So please leave Myrrh out of this.
Okay, I'm just hoping that there's somebody that has a lick of sense more than George here. And George, I'm not trying to say that as an insult, but you are not grasping the concept. Because, you know, with the cylinder, you'd still have curvature to measure. You know what I'm saying? My goodness gracious, man.
Yeah, what do you disagree with? What was
No, he wants it to be a shape floating in the sky, and I already told him space is fake, and that went over his head and keeps going over his head.
What are you disagreeing with? Like, what is the point?
I don't even know if you have a point.
Do
Is
you
your
think
point
my questions are offensive, or what? Do you have some?
No. I don't understand your problem,
no?
George. I don't understand your problem. How come you think that the floor should be the same shape as the light bulb? Why do you think that?
I don't really get the analogy.
So you're asking about the shape of the Earth, and you're saying, well, if the moon is a circle, shouldn't the Earth be a circle? Why do you think that those two are at all connected? Why?
That's a good point.
Thank you.
That's what I'm asking. Are they should be the same shape? No, you're saying no. There are two different things.
Yeah.
The moon and the planet, there are different things.
This subject might be too much for you, dude.
Is not
it might be too advanced for you. I told you it's not floating anywhere.
And
I'm just I'm first day into this flat Earth. I don't know how to call it, but like first day in here, I've also already agreed that this is the no curvature, the flat.
Okay.
So I'm just asking the questions, and I don't know why are you so offensive.
Yep. Yes, listen. Observably and measurably, the surface we live on is different to things in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If we were to assume that, let's take Mars for instance. Right. We look at Mars through a telescope, and we see some red light, and we assume that is a reflection of light off a surface, right? That could be made of rock, dust, gases, who knows what, right? Okay, we make that assumption, and that we assume that it's spherical. That means its surface has curvature. So if we want to think, maybe the Earth's surface is like that, right? Then we can test it. And if it doesn't display that characteristic, then we can rule out that what we live on is like that thing. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So we can observably and measurably determine that what we live on is not like what we are assuming the thing in the sky is. A ball. Why it's different? How it's all arranged? We don't know. We don't have that perspective. We can't get out of reality and look back on it and say, oh, that's how everything is in relation to one another. That's what that light in the sky is or isn't, right? But we can determine what certain things that it isn't if people make claims like about Jupiter being a giant gas ball in an infinite vacuum, right? Well, that's a lie. That is physically impossible because gas expands to fill available volume. It doesn't just collect itself into a ball when there's available space for it to fill, right? So we know that we can rule out certain things that they are. That's not a giant gas ball, all right?
But we don't have an answer. What is that, right? So we just.
Well,
You don't have an answer anyway. I told you never had an answer to begin with. Even before you were a flat earther pretender, you didn't have an answer for what everything is.
Let me ask you this, George. If you don't have an answer, are you going to assume something after that?
No, not really.
Not really, or not at all?
Depends on the explanation. If I see that some really convincing evidences, that I probably change my point of view.
No. What we're going to do is we're going to stop you there with what we can prove with evidence, and then anything that we cannot prove with evidence, we're going to stop with a hard stop and say, I don't know, and then we're not going to assume anything else. So when we say the Earth measures flat, it measures flat. We're not going to talk about the sky.
No.
Okay, so can you...
we're not going to talk about an egg.
What is the main evidence of this measurement? Like what do you measure? And just to help me to explain other globe earthers why it's flat.
No worries. Every day there are surveyors. Do you know what a surveyor is?
It's a thing that flies around the flat Earth.
No, my goodness gracious. A surveyor is a job or a job title. It's a job title for people who go out and measure the Earth each day to create maps. Okay, and they also check for levelness in case they're going to, build something like a large building or a bridge or anything like that, or even if they want to build like a huge reservoir. Do you know what a reservoir? A big lake. Mm-hmm. Then they need to know the elevations of the valleys that they're about to flood. So they have to measure the surface of the Earth. And they measure it against a horizontal plane, which means that all of the elevation angles or depression angles that they get with the terrain, they're measuring against a flat horizontal datum. They measure the Earth to be flat. That's their baseline. Even the sea level is a big flat horizontal plane. So they measure the Earth flat and all the hills and valleys and everything in relationship to the flat Earth. And then they put it all together and give you topographical maps, topography, right? So when they navigate the Earth, they take elevation angles between their position and the ground position of the star, and they make this big, huge triangle. And it's a big flat Earth for sometimes thousands or more miles to where the GP or the ground position of that star is, and it's flat. And so they navigate that way. So everybody on Earth every day measures the Earth, references it, builds on it, navigates it as a flat plane. And stationary, by the way. They have documents from NASA that says they treat the Earth as stationary. right? And all of your ground speeds are assuming a stationary Earth, so on and so forth. So the Earth is measured flat, stationary, and enclosed because we measure air pressure. So everybody, every day on the Earth only treats the Earth and measures it as a flat, motionless plane. Nobody measures any curvature. Nobody even knows how to measure curvature or where they would find it because it's all flat. So you can tell all your friends that the way that they experience the Earth, just like you know, where up is up and down is down and side to side is the same for everybody. And you experience air pressure and you experience that the Earth is not moving. And so you can just tell all your friends that they weren't crazy, and that all the stuff that they saw in the science textbooks and on Discovery Channel and from NASA was pure propaganda. You can tell them all that. See how it goes.
Okay, I have a question regarding these measurements. Are they like doing it by feet, like this surveyors, how you call it?
They do it by anything. They take distances as best they can because distances are tough. Right? Huh? No, good grief, man. No one's flying. What are you talking about flying? They're measuring on the ground.
Why they're not flying? It will be faster.
Dude, they're taking small sections, really small sections, like, I don't know, quarter mile at most, right? Because
they probably love their job.
They're using an optical lens with a crosshair on it, and they're measuring an angle to the object that they're looking at.
But the elevation angles that the nautical, the navigators are using, they're measuring for hundreds, sometimes, thousands of miles to the GPs of the stars. And they're creating circles of equal altitude, which means large flat circles on the surface of the Earth that are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, in area, square miles.
We're also looking for the necessary conditions which must exist if we are on a spherical surface, right? With the claimed radius. For example, if we look across a large body of water over a specific amount of a certain distance, we should expect to see a certain amount of surface, right? If we see more surface than is predicted by that globe geometry, then we can determine that that geometry, that claim is false, right? Also, certain other methods, but like light propagation over long distances. You're talking about lasers earlier. You like lasers, do you, George?
Not really like, but I used some of them.
Right. Well, what if you have to shine a laser, or shoot a laser over a large body of water at a target in the distance to see if it hits the target or not? Because if the Earth's surface is curving and you shoot a laser across its surface over a certain distance, if it's curving, it should not hit the target, right?
At some distance, yes. Let's say 100 kilometers. I assume if the Earth is flat, we couldn't measure the distance to some object that is like 100 kilometers away. 10 kilometers may be possible, depends on how big height this object.
Well, how much curvature is there over 10 miles or 10 kilometers? Sorry, you said kilometers, right?
Yeah, but we can calculate that. Depending on what the height, we are standing above the.
Let's say 0.
0 height.
Yeah, just from ground level, you draw a straight line out from your feet, and then 10 kilometers away, how much drop should we expect to see over that distance? Vertical drop.
I don't think we can see anything like. Do you imagine me on the beach, just laying on the ground and looking to the ocean?
Yeah.
We probably will see the waves only.
We've done that already. We've already got. Well, I shouldn't say directly at ground level, but we have an observation from 8 inches off the ground, and we can see beyond 10 miles.
Any examples of that? I'm pretty sure you have one. Can you share this? Just wonder where it is, and just what are the measurements?
No problem. We've also got laser tests if you want those. We have those somewhere in the ballpark of what, 40 kilometers? No curve. We can post that for you as well.
Yeah,
40.
Really interesting.
Here's one. These are 2 distance demarcations. The actual height of that camera is 8 inches, but we put it at 1 foot because it makes the math easier. So we gave you guys a little bit, but 8 inches. And the second oil platform on the left is 10 miles away, 9.41 miles. The horizon is beyond that. And there's another observation just like this where you can see an island in the distance, and I think it's in the ballpark of 20 or 30 miles. So,
we have an exact location, so I can just look. I'm assuming Google Map gives us correct distances, right? Or it's for globe pursers.
No,
Google Earth.
Google Maps is a web Mercator. It's a transverse Mercator. It's a big toilet paper roll of a map.
And anything that I can see as experiment, like this distance, that height, on this place on the Earth.
Well, I just gave you one, but I'll give you the video that goes with
platforms.
Because we have tons of them. We got a whole,
with the platforms, the oil platforms. That wasn't you. Sorry. So. Which one are you talking about?
Yeah, you see the names underneath those platform, underneath the oil rigs. It says Platform Habitat and Platform Hill House.
Okay.
If you go to Google Maps and type in Platform Habitat, it'll take you to it.
Which height it was taken? Like the camera, right?
8 inches.
8 inches. I'll post the video for you so you can check the veracity of this. You can go to Santa Barbara if you want to. This is...
I can't. I would love to. $20 centimeters. It doesn't look to me it was 20 centimeters, to be honest.
Well, watch the video. Watch the video. It's 8 inches. Or, I mean, you can call it a foot if you want to. We'll give you a foot. Now it sounds like we have a skeptic on our hands. He thinks that the information that we're giving him, these complete strangers on the internet are giving him bad information. Hey, did you ever check the information that they gave you about the globe like this? Were you this skeptical?
I wasn't really worrying about this too much.
Why not?
I just believed
because you were a little kid.
They told me, and I just believed what they told me in physics school, right?
Do you think it's messed up to tell little kids things that aren't true?
I think it's really a bad idea to tell them something and do not provide some truths, some examples, and evidence. That's really, I would love to see that more. But as a kid, it's really hard to draw that attention. If you can fit into the mind something simple, that's fine. But I agree that it is better to, like, if the kid asks the questions like, why is it globe? Can we measure the curve or something like that? It is really good. Yeah, but
you know
I would love to see that.
You know what they'll tell you, George?
What?
They'll tell you, oh, it's really, really big. It looks flat, but trust us, it's curving. That's what they'll tell you.
Yeah, that's why I think we should study from ChatGPT and AI, not from like the real person who convinced me that the Earth is globe. But
what?
When I was talking
You
to
think
ChatGPT,
AI and ChatGPT are going to give you any straight answers either?
I'm pretty sure he's not have no clue what he's talking about. But the teacher,
ChatGPT?
what I was, yeah, but the teacher was
ChatGPT,
teaching me.
these are learning machines that are they give you prepackaged answers depending on which question that you ask. They are still programmed to give you bad information sometimes. Are you aware of this?
I agree with that. But my teacher, if you saw my teacher like in ninth grade, when she was talking about the globe Earth and something that I'd better talk to ChatGPT instead. So I think we need to have these conversations in school when we like the kids ask anything, gives us examples. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Right. Yeah. So we shouldn't be teaching kids about things that we can't prove, right? We shouldn't be speculating or just making stuff up and telling kids that this is true if we can't prove it. I agree with you. Now, the question is, why is that being done every day across the surface of the earth by most Western owned or, Western nations?
I don't know. I think they have another criteria of this model, this globe Earth model. If it can predict something and
they can't predict anything. There's no predictions that the globe makes
somehow, right?
All they
have
did,
some
George,
models. Maybe it's wrong. But
No. All they did was they made a lot of observation. They found a correlation, and then they gave math that was similar to the correlation. That's it, dude.
So you're saying we are not launching rockets, launching the?
Nope, no one said that, George. No one said that. You think,
right?
George? Dang it, dude! I wasn't done talking. George,
go ahead.
The globe has nothing to do with how they launch rockets. Zero.
That's what I'm saying. They need to have some simple, fake, but model that have some predictability to launch.
They don't have one. No. Dude, launching rockets is engineering, okay? That doesn't have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is a globe or flat. You're engineers creating a rocket, right, to do a certain thing, go at a certain height, a certain speed, and get to a certain distance or location from them. That's how they engineer things. Doesn't have anything to do with the globe.
Do you know how Chinese didn't need it?
They have to. They're launching satellites, and somehow it shouldn't.
No, they're not.
Others, right? They should have some fake understanding how to do that.
They're not doing that, George. I'm telling you, they're not doing the thing that you think they're doing. It's on TV. No.
Okay. No GPS.
There's things in the sky, but they're not in outer space.
GPS.
Go ahead.
The GPS stands for Ground Positioning System. Somewhere along the line, they changed it over to Global Positioning System. But this technology has existed for at least 50, if not 60 years. It was an old military technology that just pings your location between towers. It's a trilateration.
It's triangulation, but you need to have a lot of towers, right?
It's not triangulation because it's not a triangle that it's making.
Then what is this?
Well, it can be, but it's a trilateration. It's across the surface of the Earth, pinging a signal laterally or horizontally between towers. And the time it takes to get between the towers to your receiver is how they determine your location. They do it from several different towers so that they can, yes, trilaterate it, right? So it's just about time of signals being pinged between towers and a receiver. That's it.
Yeah,
there's no satellites above the surface of the Earth hurling around a ball tethered by some magical force, non-force space fabric giving you your location. That's not how it works.
How do you do it on the island, for example? Because you need to have the full mesh, right? For a cellular, it's like
I said.
In a cellular communication, you can triangulate your position without using GPS, without using satellites, but somehow on the islands, when they trying to communicate with somebody, they can receive their coordinates without being connected to other mesh, right?
Yes, I understand that. It's not necessarily an internet signal. handheld, standalone GPS has existed long before your cell phones did. The point is that there are towers everywhere. There's even towers on buoys out in the middle of the ocean. So they're still pinging signals across the surface. That's how it works.
How far it should be pretty strength signal. It should
sometimes it's dozens, sometimes it's hundreds of miles. Yeah, there's a signal strength involved, but it depends on the frequency, it depends on line of sight, and that's how they determine how much juice they're going to use. If you're out in the ocean with nothing blocking you, it's pretty easy. You don't have to have a whole lot of power.
Especially at nighttime.
Yeah.
So your GPS should not work near in the ocean, right?
No, it should. That's the way it works.
It's just a ping. That's all it is. You send out a signal, you get a ping, and then it sends a signal back that says, "Hey, thanks for sending the signal. You're on track. We track you."
So in any position, I should have some points that they send signals nearby, right? I cannot triangulate my position if I in the island, right?
Can I quickly?
No, you can't. I don't know why you're not listening to me, dude. I told you already. On an island, it's even easier. You have a handful of buoys, a handful of towers out in the ocean. They put these even on oil rigs, right? So these towers are everywhere.
Any examples of what it looks like? What are you talking about? I'm just trying to understand. I'm just curious. Like, what is this? Some conspiracy theory? Some hidden?
No.
Projected.
No. What are you doing, man? Why are you asking these questions? What is this question now? What conspiracy theory?
Can you share like one example? What are you talking about? This like things that triangulate your position that installed in every oil rig.
I said they have them on oil rigs. I didn't say every one of them.
On any oil rig.
Okay.
Like, what's okay on any oil rig? Like what it looks like.
You haven't seen towers on oil rigs? These are just repeaters, dude.
I am so sure. What is that? Have you been there?
Oh, so now you're a skeptic. Great. I'm glad that you're a skeptic. You want evidence for these claims, don't you?
Exactly.
Okay, great. I want you to show me the evidence that you have for satellites in outer space. Have you been there? Can you show me a picture of one in outer space?
I don't know about satellites. I'm talking about triangulation without satellites.
Hold on. Let's talk about your claim. Because you said earlier, right, that the satellites in outer space giving you your ground position. Have you been there? Have you seen these?
I'm not talking about satellites. Well, I'm just.
You did this. The reason that we're on this topic is because you brought it up.
Can I try answering this question again for him? Let's see how it goes.
You go right ahead.
Thank you. Well, to give you a bit of a break. So when it comes to satellites, George, here's the thing, right? NASA will tell you this, and almost every other agency that does send satellites up into atmosphere. You can even Google this right now. They're not satellites, they're satelloons. They send all of their satellites with helium balloons into the atmosphere where they stay up there for a year, 2 years, 3 years before they fall down, right? You can Google this. You can do your own research and double check. Don't believe. That was the first thing. When it comes to ground positioning or GPS, right? In certain areas, right, where there are no antenna coverages, for example, when you're flying in a plane over a dense forest like the Amazon forest, right? You don't have an exact positioning, quote unquote, right? Because there are no towers there to ground position your area. You go into approximation mode for the most part, right? Which means they approximately know where you are, but not exactly. That's why sometimes planes and other craft, right, and that are in the atmosphere aren't necessarily visible. Like they lose the craft, right, on radar. Like, it disappears for a few seconds before it reappears because they have an approximation of where the plane or aircraft is. You can also research this as well. That's all I want to.
Kind of like that plane in the
Philippines. I just Google doesn't allow me to Google satelloons. He only correct me as satellites. But okay, it will be settled. Have you seen the Starlink?
Hey George,
right?
If satellites are real, then how did we lose that flight in the Philippines?
How we lose what?
How did we lose that flight in the Philippines? That flight that just
Which one?
disappeared, nobody can find?
You ask me a specific question how we lose some flight in Philippines. It can be any reason. You think that satellites guarantees your flight will not lose any signal? That's the that's the.
Oh, that's
I
your
don't know.
claim, GPS, man.
No. My claim. Let's get back
Malaysia,
to satellites, right?
Malaysia Airlines flight 370 just disappeared. Satellites were tracking it, and it was gone.
I don't know. It happened.
It's
probably.
magic. Gravity, probably.
Your signal can be lost. I don't know what happened. Anything can possible. But
so signals don't prove that the Earth is a ball. So what do you got next?
Signals don't prove that Earth. I didn't mention that signals prove something. We just get back to the satellites and.
Yeah, things in the sky don't prove the thing under your feet. Remember?
Okay. Regarding the satellites, so Starlink uses satellites or not?
Yeah, if they put a repeater in the sky and they dangled it off of a helium balloon, you wouldn't know the difference.
But how these helium balloons, if you, in a really bright night, you can actually see how they moves across the globe, or flat, across the floatness. Okay.
Okay. So now let's talk about that real quick.
That's just my previous experience.
Hold on. So the moving lights that you see at night, you think that those are satellites, do you?
No. What is it? Then?
Well, you think they're satellites, yeah?
Yes, I think it's satellites.
Okay. Do they look like light?
To me, as a naked eye, yeah, they look like.
Okay.
Just like
it looks like light.
Yes.
Where is that source of light coming from?
From the sun.
So you're on the dark side of the Earth where the sunlight is not reaching. Why are they lit up if it's on the dark side of the Earth?
The sun is underneath you.
They're pretty far away, so I don't think.
No. It's in the shadow of the Earth, and they're not that far away. They're only supposed to be, I don't know what.
What is
150,
what do you think in the shadow of the Earth? What are you talking about? It's pretty far away. They're pretty far away. They see.
How far away? How far away?
Let's Google it. I don't know how far away. Let's Google it.
Okay.
But you got to remember. So these satellites are in the sky at like 1 o'clock in the morning. The sun is directly nadir to your position, so it's directly underneath you. And then the satellites are in the shadow of the Earth, right? Because underneath you would be high noon where the sun is, but the sun can't be shining on the satellites because it's in the complete darkness of the Earth.
Why do you think it's in the darkness? It's far away. It's like
oh my gosh, dude.
Couple thousand kilometers from the Earth.
You can't even reason this one. You can't. Like, you're in the shadow of the Earth. Distance does not matter. Have you ever made a shadow before?
Yeah, we can do this experiment. And you actually, maybe not you, but somebody proposed here with that we were discussing the moon and why it's sometimes small, sometimes big. So
it's not an experiment. It's not an experiment.
Experiment in a really black room, like dark room. You can just have a
no,
and a couple of coins or maybe balls, but let's say coins. No, why not?
No, we're talking about distance and shadows. So why don't you get a spotlight and then get something like a ball to block out the light from the spotlight, and then you can get the distance, you can make it up to scale, how far away your little satellite is from the ball in the darkness of the shadow, and you tell me how far away you have to pull that satellite away from the ball to get the spotlight to shine on it. You show me. I'm calling BS on your magical satellite nonsense.
It'd be like you in your car with your headlights turned on, and then you're shining the headlights on a building, and then you ride a bike around the building, and you say, oh, the lights from your headlights are hitting the fucking building, or hitting my bike. Like, no, you can't fucking, you don't have any lights on the bike. You don't have any light on the satellite. The Earth is obstructing the light from the fucking sun to the satellite.
I think with that distance, with the sun and the Earth, you can see the sun as a spotlight. With the
No, you can't. You can barely see the moon when it goes through the lunar eclipse, according to your model. Turns fucking red.
it goes red because of the atmosphere, but I was talking about why it goes smaller and
Jeez. Okay, George, I want you to demonstrate this for us with scale. Okay, I want you to get a solar system model, okay, that's up to scale, and I'll make it really easy for you. So if we shrunk the size of the sun down to a basketball, you know what a basketball is?
Mm-hmm.
The Earth would be about 2 millimeters in diameter, okay? And then that would be about 30 meters from the basketball. That's where the Earth is supposed to be positioned in proportion to the size of the quote-unquote solar system. So I want you to get me a scale model of the solar system, and then I want you to show me how much light your little, satellite is going to receive. Now, your satellite should be maybe a micron or two. I mean, maybe not even that. So small that you probably can't see it. But you show me how this all works. I'll wait.
So imagine we have one LED light.
I don't want to imagine. I want you to go ahead and demonstrate it for me, George.
You're probably kind of far away from me. But I was talking about the differences in how big this light is. So if this light is a bulb, very big bulb, then yes. But if this light
just demonstrate it. Just demonstrate it, George. I don't care how you do it. You can do it on a video or whatever. You just show me how this works, okay? Because I don't believe you. Number one, I don't believe that the Earth is a ball. Why? Because it's measured flat. So that's going to really mess up your solar system. Now how are you going to get distances to, lights in the sky?
Are you expecting me to prove something?
Yeah, I want you to prove your satellites. I want you to prove those to me.
I could try, but I'm not sure if you're really listening. But yeah.
No, I want you to demonstrate how it works. I want you to go from the beginning to the end, because here's the claim about the satellites that you guys always want to kind of refer to. You think that somehow the satellites are a silver bullet for your globe. Actually, it makes it much worse. But here's the story behind the satellites. These are a piece of machinery made out of all kinds of weird metals and solar panels and lenses and equipment on them that takes all kinds of different readings, maybe temperature, maybe air pressure, all this stuff. And they are orbiting the Earth sometimes at ridiculous speeds, and sometimes they're called geostationary. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. They are tethered to a sphere Earth by a magical force, non-force, time-space fabric, and they are tethered to the ball through this kind of magical, invisible, non-material force, non-force. And the ball itself is 3,959 miles in radius. And that radius dictates that we are going to have a horizon at 1.22 miles for a 1 foot observer. And it also means that everywhere away from your feet, especially if you're out in the middle of the ocean, that this ball is curving away from you in every direction at roughly 8 inches per mile squared. So what I want you to do is to demonstrate to me, number one, that the Earth is a ball for these machines to be orbiting around. And then I want you to demonstrate for me this a scientific experiment where gravity is doing the thing that they're claiming that it does. So when they want something to be tethered to a ball, they use this force, non-force of gravity to do that. And then I want you to show me all of those things working in conjunction for your satellite to work. The first thing you need is the curvature of the Earth.
I'm sorry for interrupting. So since he Googled it and couldn't find it supposedly, here's a link to the official website of NASA that states that you have Satelloons, right? There's that. Secondly, give me 1 second. Let me find my tab again. Too many tabs.
They have them, or they use it everywhere.
They just read this. Just read the postman. I just put it in the link. Secondly, if you go on Wikipedia, right, which is not that hard to do, Echo 1 and Echo 2 balloon satellites. The first flying body of this type was Echo 1, which was launched into a 1,600 kilometer high radius in orbit, right, on August 12, 1960 by the United States. It originally had a spherical shape measuring in about 30 meters to that's about 98 feet, with a thin metal coat plastic shell made of mylar. It served for testing as a passive communication and geodetic satellites, right? You also have the second one, Echo 2, which was done after that, right? All of this is researchable. Either you're really fucking bad, pardon my French, you're really bad at using Google to figure out, to find information, or you're not being honest. Because it's
you're saying that every satellite that is launched is this balloon.
If you want, I can also pull up a documentary from Flat Earthers that actually talk to NASA employees that say, yeah, we've never sent up a single satellite.
How many balloons they sent? Can you share how many balloons from all of their experience they sent?
Bro, I'm not gonna do that.
Is it hundreds, thousands, or five?
Do you think they'll admit how many they send out? Do you think they'll admit, or do you think it'll be a matter of national security?
My point is you're giving some examples that they launched some balloons. I cannot disagree with that. They probably launched some balloons, but
again, wait, pause, George, yeah. pause. As I just said previously, I can also pull up a YouTube documentary on YouTube done by Flat Earthers, right, where they approach a NASA government, facility, right, where all they do is they send up quote unquote satellites, right? And guess what the employee said when they asked the employee, like, how do you guys send up the satellites with rocket ships, right, and rockets? He had the face like you asked him, are you sending satellites with unicorn fart dust into space? He was like, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. We don't do that. We only send satellites up with balloons. I've been here for 3-4 decades. I've never sent up a satellite with a rocket. So if you want, I can also find that video for you, right, where it's a NASA employee that has spent his whole entire life doing this. Or
you find it, I will watch you. I can guarantee that.
So,
but to me, it looks
now we're getting
that every balloon is every thing that launched from Earth is balloon. I think they probably launched somebody, some balloons. Yeah,
you're lying now. No one said every quote unquote satellite is a balloon, but from you, if you are telling us the story about the satellites and what I broke down for you, which I think you do believe that the Earth is a sphere and these machines are hovering or orbiting around the sphere, we'll see if your story is true. Can you show me the curvature of the Earth, please, with measurements?
I don't have any couple tense folders of the evidences. Maybe that's fine.
But no, I don't know. Can you find any? You got the internet right there, although you had a hard time finding balloons, which is pretty easy. So do you think that you could find somewhere on the internet where they have measured the curvature of the Earth? And then that maybe will have some validity to the argument that you're making about satellites.
Okay, I will try to spend a few minutes to do this.
Yeah.
And it's gonna take me a minute to find the exact minute in the documentary, just so you know. But I already found the documentary, so give me just a few minutes, and I'll find the exact minute of where they have the conversation with the NASA employee. This is just ridiculous.
So from now on, I think anybody who comes in making claims about GPS or satellites about the Earth, the first thing that they're going to need for their story to be true is that the Earth must be curving for the story to be true. If the Earth is not curving, then I can disregard any claims of satellites hovering or orbiting, tethered by some magical force, non-force, to the outside of a ball.
I do have a question, George. Are you in America by any chance?
No, but it flatters me. So if you're saying that I'm from America, but no, I'm from.
No. I was just asking because I remember a few years ago when the president of the United States used military force to shoot down a Satelloon. I don't know if you remember that.
No, I'm not aware.
Oh, if you look in the side chat, I'm posting it. I'll let you know when it pops in. There it goes. Should be in there now. This is a video image of that incident when he shot down the satellite that was hovering across the United States at low altitude.
Do you think every satellite is in this height, or it was just launching?
Well, anything with a radio can be like a repeater, right? At any altitude. I mean, even an airplane could be a repeater for that, right?
Yeah, if we have big enough mesh, I think we can triangulate everyone's position. The problem is
and even
how we
there's
can
like high altitude drones. There's lots of things up in the sky.
Yeah, how we can do that without falling into conspiracy? Like it should be.
Well, we can only go by what we can prove, right?
Yeah, so if it's mesh and we are triangulating positions, then it should be really big mesh and should be kind of visible. And basically everyone should just launching this or installing it everywhere so we can triangulate everyone. And
so what's a 20-foot object look like from 150 miles away?
Say again, what is it? I didn't follow.
What does a 20-foot tall object look like 150 miles away?
20 foot, how much is that in meters?
Say a 7-meter object.
Here's one video. I'm sorry for interrupting. I'm putting it in the side chat right now. The link is called Level With Me, right? There's other documentaries. You should probably look at all of them, right, and educate yourself. But this one is roughly around 29 minutes and 37 seconds. That's when the NASA employee comes out and talks to them, just by chance, right? He was gonna go to do something on terrain. Enjoy.
But yeah, blimps could be a high altitude repeater, like a satellite.
The guy even says, and I quote, yeah, unless they have some secret, top secret projects, right, where they're sending off rockets, I'm not aware of that. But yeah. Trust the science, Brack.
Have you watched all the video? It's like 1 hour long.
Yeah, it's a good documentary. You should check it out, man. Like there's was it Level, On the Level, Level With Me?
This one is, I believe, level with me, but for some reason, I have everything now in German titles. I don't know why. It's insane. But he has several movies. He has Level with Me 1, 2, 3, Behind the Curve. There's a whole bunch of documentaries.
Not Behind the Curve.
Yeah.
Behind the Curve is Jaren's.
Is George still here or no? Yeah, he is. Okay, he's probably watching then. I'm not sure.
Yeah, let me see. I think he's got them all in here. He's got the next level with me. I think level was one of them.
I'm watching these videos.
It's pretty good, man. They go around interviewing people. In fact, when they're actually recording for the video, some people drive by and like, "Hey, what are you doing, dude? You know you can't film right here." And they're like on public property, like on an island in the middle of a road. There's nothing wrong with filming where they are, but because they were filming, it leads people to say, "Oh, you know, you're spying," right? I'm glad Hitler's making his movies, man. See the next level. That was in 2021. Anyway. I'll put it to you this way, George. There's more evidence that there's satellites attached to balloons than there are of satellites. Because you can't show me one official picture of a satellite in space. All you see is cartoon images of what a satellite might look like in space. Says who? How many satellites are there?
In a space station, you saw these videos when somebody plays guitar and doing some cool stuff like in no gravity mode. Do you think they simulate this or something?
Well, you tell me, George. Is there any Earth curve measurements? Are those satellites that you're referring to hurling around some kind of ball tethered by a magical force, non-force?
You're switching the topic. That's one I should just.
I'm talking exactly about what you're talking about. So if the claim is that people are filming themselves in what looks to you like 0G, and they are going around the Earth, the ball Earth, at 17,500 miles per hour, that is the reported speed, then the Earth should have curvature. But if the Earth has no curvature, then your idea about what's happening is completely false. So you can answer your own question.
So how they do that? They just
I'll just tell you, they fake it. They fake it, George.
They fake it. Okay, that's what
you know what a 0G plane is?
Yeah, but it is kind of hard to do for a couple of seconds. You need to. By the way, how do you explain this?
You just got to go higher. Did you ever see?
Yeah.
The video?
I see how they do that.
Hold on. Did you see the video where Katy Perry went to outer space?
That one I didn't see.
Yeah, see that one. What about Dude Perfect when he went to outer space? See, they just went up a lot higher than just your standard 0G plane. And they just followed a trajectory that allowed them to float with inside the capsule as they were in a free fall. Pretty simple, man. There was actually a video out there. I'll have to look for it again, but they were doing an interview with the NASA astronauts, and they forgot to go to commercial on the news, and they stayed over too long, and you ended up seeing the NASA pilot or the NASA astronauts slam into the wall of inside their container because it took too long for them to go to commercial. So they watched them change altitude.
I remember that one. That was hilarious. I think I actually have a video of a compilation of all the NASA fails from the space station. If you want, I can pull that up and give it to him as well.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Because honestly, I would like to save it in one of my playlists. I have several playlists on my YouTube that I use to basically help find evidence.
Give me a few minutes. Let me finish my meal, and I'll find it.
I appreciate it.
I actually recall one evidence from the university that I was graduated. So in our university, in a really big library, we have a really big pendulum, like the actually a really big one with a huge ball attached to the bottom of it.
How did you start it moving?
It's like it just anyone can.
Did you lift it up and did you lift up one side?
Yeah. You can lift one side,
and then you cut the string to let it start swinging.
No, how you can cut? You can do that theoretically.
Okay, but you made it start swinging, right? It wasn't that it started swinging all by itself. That would prove Earth spin right there. If it just started swinging all by itself, rotating 15 degrees per hour.
No, it is impossible. Even if the Earth is globe, if it would be globe, it probably not possible that it will just swing by itself.
Right. So that's more or less like a parlor trick, right?
Just what I saw. That's the evidence that I see as an example. I saw that it just not like when I swing things, when I create pendulum by myself, it is just swinging from left to right. But it's small pendulum. But in the library we had really big one, and it just like 7 or 8 flats high. It's probably I don't know, like 30 meters, 40 meters, and it starts swinging with this star trajectory. I'm pretty sure you had you all look like
we know
you have the specific folder how to show an example for that. But
you have to move it in order for it to move, and then you have to use magnets and use a motor in order to keep it in motion.
No, they don't have motor. That's just a simple pendulum. It's just attached to the.
Oh, how long does it swing for?
I don't know, like probably a couple hours. I don't know. It's pretty smooth.
Well, like I would just be curious as to how long it's swinging for.
I don't know, like probably a couple hours.
Would it slow down after about a half hour? Would it start slowing down?
Yeah, it starts because it's not ideal. At the pinch point, it have some like.
I don't think it's ideal at all.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but it
starts slowing down. That means it's going to start doing something other than what it was doing to begin with, because it's losing strength, right?
Yeah, but why it is not swinging in one plane? It's just making this star.
I don't know. It's breaking through the wind.
There's no wind. It's inside the library.
I know, but there's air there, right? You didn't suck all the air out of the library.
It's always the same pattern.
Right. There's air conditioning going on, right? There's an HVAC system involved.
So you explain
Air
this with,
resistance.
so you think without the air it will be just one plane, right?
I have no idea what it would be, but I can tell you that no one's ever sucked the air out of the room to prove it otherwise.
That would be a good experiment.
I wonder why no Glover's ever thought about that. And even if it did swing 15 degrees per hour, what would that prove?
You even know how many degrees it swings. You probably even more aware than me in this experiment.
I'm just asking you to follow the logic. Even if it swings 15 degrees per hour, what does that prove?
It proves that something happening with the flat Earth. At least it should be spinning.
How would it prove that?
We need to explain it somehow, except the air. Air is not really good explanation. It may be in some case, but I'm pretty sure in this case it's not.
Tension and friction of the rope itself that is holding the ball, right? Air friction as well, or air resistance, if you will.
Yeah, that's why it stops spinning at some point. But till that, it draws this star pattern.
This has to be actually a conclusive and logical argument. The only thing that pendulums prove is that pendulums swing back and forth when they are started and let go by some kind of outside force or individual. Now, what the pendulum does after it starts swinging, on your part, would be pure conjecture, because how would that ever prove that this Earth itself is spinning? Oh, wait.
In physics, they have these things called Coriolis force, but it's really a bit, yeah.
Yeah, well, if it's the Coriolis force, even though the Coriolis force is a pseudo force, meaning not a real force, kind of like centrifugal force, it's just an effect. The correct term you're looking for is Coriolis effect, and that is just a viewing an apparent deviation from a spinning non-inertial reference frame into an inertial reference frame. It doesn't have anything to do with pendulums.
Let me ask you, George. Can you see what I just posted in the side chat?
Yeah, but why is that? Why should it swing?
Can you make that logically make sense?
I'm just trying to understand the point, like why it should spin the same. It's first, if it's globe or if it's flat. Let's start.
Sorry. You would have to tell us. We're not making any claims about pendulums today, other than the fact that if someone swings a pendulum, it will swing for a given amount of time. You would have to tell us how it works.
Do you start to see the logic now?
I think, yeah, but I think we have a really big gap between this.
Right. So in your college, they had a library with a pendulum in it, and it would probably process for 15 degrees per hour, whatever they think it's supposed to be. And they said the reason that it's doing that is because the Earth is in motion, and you never even bothered to ask how it works.
If you're asking about the educational system, I agree that it's not perfect. It's very far away from perfect. It's really bad, actually. And
I didn't talk about the educational. I didn't talk about the educational system.
I just not following like by faith that this. That's true. That a lot of things they explain in university, but yeah. I think having such discussion is a great way to to discuss and find some evidence.
Now, look, it's not really the university's fault. They told you something, right? You took it on faith that they were telling you the truth, but they didn't bother to tell you really how it works or what even the Coriolis effect is. So when they kind of bedazzled you with the Coriolis effect and a pendulum, and you didn't pay attention to the fact that there was not two different reference frames, there's only one, because the pendulum is attached to the building, which is attached to the Earth, which means you only have one reference frame, being the non-inertial spinning reference frame, then it doesn't matter what the pendulum does. It doesn't have anything to do with the Coriolis effect.
I'm trying to get your logic. So you're saying that this is inertial or not non-inertial system?
Yes, with the Coriolis effect is an apparent deviation viewed from a spinning non-inertial reference frame into an inertial reference frame or an object in that reference frame. I'll give you an example. So do you know what a merry-go-round is or about? You'll find them in parks a lot, but they're just a carousel, essentially. It's this big platform that spins. You know what I'm talking about? Kids play on them?
Yeah.
Yeah, merry-go-round. So let's say you're sitting on a merry-go-round, and it's going round in circles. And you have two friends on either side of the merry-go-round, and they're playing catch with a baseball. Okay, so they're throwing the baseball back and forth over the top of the merry-go-round. So when you watch the ball and you are turning, it looks like the ball is taking a curved path, but it only looks that way because you're on something that is spinning, and so it looks like a curve. And in reality, the baseball is traveling straight between each of those guys that are playing catch. That's called the Coriolis effect. It's an effect that you observe when you're on a spinning non-inertial reference frame and you're looking at an object in the inertial reference frame. The baseball is in the inertial reference frame. That's all it is.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I had a pretty good discussion. I really love your passion about this topic. Yeah, thanks for that. Really good place to learn English. Yep.
Who wanted the compilation YouTube videos for the NASA fails and stuff?
I thought maybe George did, but I don't know.
No, like for their own archives, so they have more like stuff, research from one of our guys. I said I would find a compilation of NASA fails for, to send to somebody.
Yeah, on another point, George, I have an example for you of what Coriolis effect is. There's a little GIF in the side chat, if you're still here. This comes from Wikipedia, by the way. They're explaining to you what actually is going on. Thank you, Indio.
Somebody keeps hot miking some kind of vibration noise.
Sounds like a phone or something. Is that you, Flat Earth Cafe? You got a hot mic, bro? There you go.
Says who? Did you always go by that name? Because your voice is very familiar to me.
Well, yeah, I've been Says Who for, oh man, at least 4 years.
Do you have a different name that you use on the politics server by any chance, or no?
Nope.
Okay. And I must be confusing you with another person as well.
Yeah, I do have a voice doppelganger out there somewhere. And I've heard him before, and it does sound a lot like me, but I forget who it is.
All right. So I'm not going insane. That's good to know.
Probably not.
And did George admit to the whole Satelloons things that he watched the video documentary from Level with me?
I don't know if he did or not.
I put the link inside and I told him at what minute it is. So if not, that's just, I don't know, man.
Yeah, usually it's always down to whether or not they have the courage, to challenge the paradigm that they've been living under for decades,
Yeah, I just don't. You can't say one thing, right? Even though people who actually work there tell you the exact opposite. That's just kind of, firstly, disingenuous and cowardly. It is what it is.
Yeah. I've been in enough debate forums and I've seen enough debates on all kinds of different topics where it's actually quite predictable, right? That you get these kinds of reactions because, in my mind, most people want to believe the thing that they're, telling us that they do believe. And if you give them something different, especially if it's true, they really aren't interested. In fact, it kind of freaks them out. You've become an enemy all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
And so they start to just kind of tell you all the tenets or all the dogma behind their religious belief, but they don't actually address how they know what they believe is true. They just keep repeating the claim. And, if we take the ball away, every claim that they would make that points to a ball is already, by default, incorrect. Because apparently it's predicated on the Earth being a ball. Well, if the Earth's not a ball, then whatever you say that comes after that is baloney.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I get, I don't like that. That infuriates me. So I just try to stay away. I'll tune in for a bit, right? Chime in and say a few things, but I try to stay away from the debates just because I really dislike, and I'll use the word dislike. It's a bit softer for people that don't actually have the courage and genuine attitude to say, okay, you know what, I'm actually wrong. I made a mistake, whatever it may be, right?
Yep. I agree with you. It does take probably too much time to wrestle with people intellectually, and then have to get the kickback of their anger or their doubt or their incredulity. It is tedious, although we do get a lot of good sound bites out of it. You're correct. I think it's probably less than 1 out of 100 people that we talk to are humble enough to receive the information, that don't have a very strong preconceived bias that they're okay with hearing new ideas and that they will just listen and not argue and not repeat themselves and chant and get upset. Like, it's really, really rare.
Unfortunately, right?
Yeah.
What's that? I heard somebody say this like a while back ago. Common sense isn't common sense; it's uncommon nowadays.
Yeah, that's a true statement. See, I think that the flat Earth is about the most common sense thing that there really is, because our experience is of that, right? Flat, stationary, and closed. That's what we experience. That's common sense, using your senses. But it also proves that the power of suggestion and mind control, indoctrination, hypnosis, force-fed imagery can undo all of your sensual or your sensible, sensual, however you want to call it, of the senses feedback in your real life experience. That can all be just erased by the power of the mind, which I think is pretty incredible.
Most definitely. I see that. You can see that not just in like flat Earth, right? How powerful the mind is. You have, if anything, when it comes to people who are successful or make something out of themselves, there's always one commonality. They had the faith, right, without a shadow of doubt that they would be that. And that just goes to show you how powerful the mind is. The only limiting factor is the mind and your perspective or belief.
Yep. I would agree. Welcome, Milk. Welcome, Brahim. Any thoughts on the topic, Brahim? Yeah, Indio's got this gif of a plane landing and looks like some pretty hefty winds. It's hard enough to land a plane when the runway ain't moving hundreds of miles an hour in one direction or another.
Yeah, I don't know. I think airplane pilots are like kind of like magicians or sorcerers, right? Like at times, right, depending on how or from which side of the earth you're flying, the trackway is actually flying away from you faster than you're coming to it, and you still manage to land it somehow. That's magic, bro.
Yeah. Of course, we had, and I can't remember if it was, it was one of our favorite old Globe Trolls. We had a guy admit that planes are actually taking off backwards. If they're flying, let's see, what was it? If they were flying to the west, of course, the ground speed is, I think it was Kosho, maybe it wasn't Kosho, but the ground speed is greater than the speed of the airplane taking off. So what he admitted is that airplanes are indeed taking off backwards.
That seems plausible, Maybe in some type of other multiverse. I'd have to ask Doctor Strange to check the other multiverses for me, but hey.
Say that one more time.
I said That seems like it's plausible in some other type of multiverse, but I'd have to check with Doctor Strange for him to, do his head banging to see it in which universe that's possible.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna hit the sack. I hope y'all have a pleasant evening/day. Take care.
Peace out.
Anyway, guys, I'm out of here. Geeks, I'd just like to apologise for making your apology.
Apologizing.
Right. I'm going
Apologize
to
for
apologise.
apologizing.
I'm going to apologise to you for apologising to me. So
I'm really, really sorry about what I said earlier, and I hope it didn't hurt your feelings.
I'm really sorry about. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry about you being sorry about me being sorry. So yeah.
Do you accept my apology?
Well, yeah, I'll apologise later. But yeah, of course, I'm messing with you, man. All right, nice to chat to you, bro. See you in a bit.
So, Geeks, you discarded the NASA infrared because you don't like it, right? Then
No, I don't trust NASA.
Oh, you don't trust NASA? Okay. So this long distance observation, I gave you the numbers right here. I gave you with the calculator on. The observation height is 9,136 feet.
Yeah.
The object distance is 255 miles. I was saying kilometers earlier, 300 kilometers. It's about, I think I said about right, 300 kilometers.
I don't think you can see that far. I'm not sure you'll be able to see that far.
Have you, bro? So you know that the one that you posted was a camera, a P900. The one that I posted, both of them are infrared. The infrared can let you see beyond what you will normally see with a regular lens, because infrared looks through that infrared spectrum of light, so it can see further.
I said I want a digital image. I said no.
This is a photograph.
It's not infrared.
It's not a photograph. Are you serious, Geeks?
It's not infrared.
Are you trolling me?
It's not
It
infrared.
is infrared.
I don't want infrared. We said a photo.
Look, I posted a photo. Remember the first one that I posted? I mean, not the NASA one. The one after the NASA, that has colors and everything.
Hang on.
And then we have the gray one, the one that I told you, that is a photograph of the same view, the same area.
Hang on. Just hang on. I need some help here, because this is says who are you about? I think this guy knows a lot. Says who you're about?
Listen, you see those big mountains that you see in the infrared that I told you to download? Do you zoom in into it? Do you zoom?
Hang on. I just need some help here, because I don't know what the formulas are. I've heard people talk about.
You're completely ignoring what I'm telling you. Thanks, man.
I thought
we would be able to have this conversation and come to a logical conclusion. But since you're ignoring what I'm telling you, I don't know how we're gonna do it.
What's the problem?
That Gates keeps ignoring me. He keeps obfuscating to something else for some reason. Like he's like.
So I posted it, like the Black Swan argument, right? Like I've heard it a few times said in it.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that right now, bro.
No, I'm talking. It says who. I posted that picture, right? That picture says who. Could you remind me? Could you remind me? Like, what's the the general rule around how far you should be able to see, right? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like how far the human eye can see?
Oh, how far the human eye can see? Well, it really it all depends on the environment, right? So if there's fog, not that far. If it's a clear day, who knows?
So clear day. Let's just say clear day, like, because I remember people
over 100 miles.
Limit. Is that true? Says who?
If you're saying a clear day, and if depending on the altitude, yes, you can. I've seen over 70 miles, but I was pretty high up in the mountains, but it was pretty clear. I looked to the south. Listen. I looked to the south, and I saw the Caribbean Sea, and then I looked to the north, and I saw the Atlantic Ocean. From the same position, I'm looking at the Atlantic Sea, the Caribbean Sea, and the Atlantic Ocean at the other side, south to north. And then I look east to west, and I was able to see about 70 to 80 miles to the east and to the west.
So yeah, I have an observation of 112 miles. there's observations of what seem to be in excess of 600 miles. Like, yeah,
Okay.
you can see a long ways.
Have you got that, like the Black Swan, I haven't got them, like those, because they were really useful. Have you got those photos of like the map, like how far you could possibly see? Do you know, like the map from the like looking down? And let me see if I can just find it. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be annoying you with this. It's just
you do mean to.
No. I mean bothering Mr. Sezhi with these requests. Where is this? Oh, there we go. 29 miles. Thank you. Santa Barbara. So you can see 29 miles. But why can't I see that in this picture where I see the two oil rigs? Why is that? I don't think you can see that far. You see? Oh, TW, you might be able to help.
Hey, Gigs, where is the horizon on that picture that you posted? Is it in front of the Hill House platform, or is it behind the Habitat platform? The horizon, where is it?
Behind.
Behind what?
The Habitat.
So it's beyond 9.441 miles, beyond that point.
Yeah, but you can only see, human eye got limits. You can only see a certain distance, right?
Yeah, you can see at a certain distance between, in the medium that you're looking across, there is particles, humidity, dust, sand. You know there's sand in the air many times?
Dude, thank you so much. Okay.
Contaminants in the air, so there is an obstruction of view, and at a certain point, you're not gonna be able to see anymore.
So why can't I see it in that one, the one with the platform Habitat? Why can't I see?
That is a crop image. You see how your image is cropped to a corner of the image, and you're still missing part of the Hill House. Then with the one that the dude posted, it's beyond that position that is you looking at in the image that you posted. Bro, come on.
Right.
It's pretty obvious.
Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you for being patient. It's just, okay, fine. So let's go back to this mountain picture. So what am I looking at?
So look, the Black Swan, it's a version, shorter version of the two that I showed you. The Canagou from Italy to France, or something like that. I think it was Italy to France. And then from the one that is 1,000 kilometers from NASA. So there you go. You got the 1,000 kilometers, the 300 kilometers, and then you have the 10 miles, or the 29 miles island that is behind the oil rigs. So
yeah, I hear you. So hang on. Hang on. So I'm just looking at the mountain one. So this is 255 miles, yeah? Okay. Why is the globe gone? You still there?
Oh.
You. Why is the globe gone? I'm just looking at a mountain.
Oh, the globe. It's not that it's gone. It's dead on arrival.
No. Yeah. Why is it dead on arrival?
Well, from the images that we've been discussing, the photograph and the crops and all that stuff that we've been discussing, the satellite image,
No, I told you I don't trust NASA, so I'm rejecting that one.
But okay, the black swan is not NASA, or the Kanogu,
the mountain one,
the mountain one. Yeah, that one is 300 kilometers. So there will have to be a drop over distance between the observer and those mountains there's no curvature between. And in the where is it? The calculator that I gave you, the the horizon calculator.
Wait.
It gave
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know there's no curvature if you're just looking straight? I can't see the rest of the image.
Did you zoom in the one that I told you to download? You still haven't answered that.
No, I haven't downloaded anything yet. And these mountains, like they're in the distance, and they look really, really low.
Really, really low because they're really, really far. That's why they're really, really. They look low, but they're really, really far. But you see, it's a horizontal line that is not curving anywhere.
Yeah, because you cropped out like I don't know, man. I'm not really trusting these images. And I said these look like digital images that have been stitched together. I want something that is just an image, like what old dude has said. These are indisputable images. That's obvious.
Dude, the one that I told you to download is the one is in relation to the world record long distance photograph. The one that I sent you, the one that I told you to look at, and you keep saying, "Oh, I don't want it," is the world record photograph, and you're saying it's not valid.
Why don't you just give me the photograph? I don't understand what the problem is giving me the photograph.
I did. I told you to download it. I sent it. I told you to download it, and you said, "Oh, I have it downloaded. Send it to me." But I did.
Okay.
You're gonna see towns. You're gonna see the shoreline. You zoom in into it. We're talking about over 300
really
miles.
Like this thin one. There's really thin
one. Yeah, exactly. And then you're gonna zoom in.
Okay. Oh, you want to zoom in? Okay, hang on. I'm gonna zoom in. Oops. It's all pixelated.
It's the world record photograph of this long distance, and he's no, I don't like it. I don't trust it.
All right. Well, I'll show you what I'm looking at. Right. So I don't know. I mean, I'll show you what I can see when I try and zoom in. I'll just take a screenshot and show you. Where is it? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? I literally screenshotted it to the desktop. Oh, there it is. No, not that one.
Aquí, mi amor, en mis pies. Bebé.
Let's go desktop. Okay. That's what I see when I'm zooming in. Which is useless. Which I can't see anything.
You see how big the photograph gets? You say, "Oh, you just cropped it." No, bro, that's why I'm telling you to zoom in. It's a huge photograph. Now you cropped it, right? And you cropped it in a low quality. You can't even see the names or anything. Bro, I'm telling you, if you open the long one that I sent, it's 14 megabytes, and you open it in the browser, you can download it, and then you open it from the computer program, but not in Discord. Open it outside of Discord, and then zoom in it, and you're gonna see that photograph is not just a cropped photograph. It's a huge image, a huge photo.
All right, I've got it now. I've got like the 14 megabytes one. Hang on.
The 14 megabytes one. That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay, I've got that one now.
Okay, everyone. Hey. Hello, geeks. Just open in browser, open original, and then you can right click and save as. And that's
I've got it. Yeah, I was messing about with the same the save as. I've got it now. I appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, I can see the names. All it is just a really long picture of the mountain.
Yeah, and then you can, when you look left and right, you can see towns.
So it's been stitched together, yeah. It's been stitched together, yeah.
Stitched together. Oh my god. Jesus, please. Listen, the photographers are in Italy, up in a mountain. I mean, what is it? France. One of the two. I think it's Italy. And then they taking the photograph across the sea towards France. And from the positions that they're at, towards the peaks of the mountains that we can see, there should be those mountains that we can see, they should be behind a curvature, over a mile curvature behind it. All of those peaks that you see.
You've also got to think that he's up a mountain, so the observer is elevated. So
yeah, I gave him the numbers. I gave him everything. Everything is there. The observer is 9,000. Let me check it again. Somewhere here.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, okay, I don't know what to say.
Remember when I showed you the one that you were laughing at? NASA took that one and it was funny for you, and you said, "No, I don't trust NASA. That's why it's so funny." Okay, and I show you another one that is not from NASA, and now you're like, "Okay." You're like,
so
not acknowledging anything. You're like just you're like a no guy. No this, no that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
So no NASA, no this, no world record kind of good photograph. You don't like that one either.
No, I didn't say that.
You told me you don't like it.
Maybe Mr. Amish, we shouldn't trust. Like, I don't want to. It's right not to be trusting NASA's, like, anything from NASA, right, Mr.
No, you don't. You don't have to trust anybody, but the instruments that are being used and the photograph that is being taken, it concords with what we already know, right? Because listen, think about it. Let's scale it up. I go to the beach. I look to my left. I see 15 kilometers at the seashore, right? I see 15 this way, 15 the other way to the right. 15 to the left, 15 to the right. And then I look forward and I see a vessel maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 miles. Perfect. I can see long distance myself. Let's scale it up. Then we go to the Black Swan. We can see beyond 10 miles across the water. Then we go to the Canagoo. In the Black Swan, my bad, you can see 29 miles, the island behind, right? Then we go to the Canagoo, you can see 300 miles, 300 kilometers. And then you go to the NASA infrared, and you can see over 1,000 kilometers. So just what we already know from the realist level, from the brick that you place horizontal to build your house, the first brick that is horizontally placed, to the last brick, to the table, to the TV on the wall, that is level horizontally placed, then to the beach and the water that is not curving, to the Black Swan, to the Canagoo, to NASA infrared 1,000 kilometers. What do you want, bro? Well, what else do you want?
Wait, geeks, let me try this way. Would you be happy saying that we're stationary? And would you ignore the curvature and just be like, yeah, I'm on the stationary side of things?
Oh, you mean like is the Earth like turning? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, because there's like two different. It's nothing to do with the curvature or the shape of the land, right? But it's still like a part of it, right? Would you?
Yeah. So actually, the fact that it's weird because I was just about to agree with you because you're right. It's like a different kind of thought, but yeah, like actually, it is to do with curving away because if you are spinning, you're spinning as a round thing, right? Does that make sense? I'm not saying that it is that case. I'm just saying I'm not sure you can get away.
But that,
do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's relative to like the stars and the planets and stuff. Nothing to do with the like other parts of the land. If it was curving away, yeah, I see what your point is, but
yeah. I'm not. It's not important. It's not important. I get your point, but yeah. For the sake of like us chatting, yeah. It's a different thing. Happy with that. I'd say, yeah, because I can't feel it. You know what I mean? Like I've been wondering about this. I can't feel it.
Because hand in hand, right? What NASA is pushing and what the cosmologists are pushing of the modern age is this heliocentric model. And if you can even just disprove the movement, then the whole model kind of falls to pieces.
Yeah.
Like a geostationary rather than a heliocentric. One or the other.
Well, yeah, it certainly leads to it. No, I see what you mean. Like, so, yeah, if you can prove that it definitely is not spinning, that means it's just sat, like, still, right?
Proof that it's not spinning. There is no proof that it is spinning.
Yep. That's correct.
Yeah. No. I was just repeating what Turquoise said. That's all. Unless, did I say the wrong thing? Turquoise.
Well, Turquoise said that if you prove that it isn't spinning, and ultimately everybody's experience, as far as I know, unless maybe everybody's either hammered or there's earthquakes or whatever's going on, but this Earth is observably flat and stationary, and we're breathing air. I mean, those are our experiences.
And we're breathing air. No, I agree. Like, so that's one of the things that I've had. Like, I can't, like, I just rack my brain around that. Like, I can't make sense of it about the whole spinning thing. Because, yeah, how can you determine it? Like, how could you measure it?
Yeah, because the spinning thing, you're trying to make sense out of it, right? Because think about it. The claim that you believe in, it's a nonsense claim because you don't experience the spin, you don't feel it, none of your senses are telling you that you're spinning. It's the opposite. Your senses, your vestibular system is telling you that the ground is not moving because guess what, geeks? If the ground starts moving, your senses are going to tell you that it is moving. So you see, claiming that the ground is moving is nonsense by definition. Claiming the opposite of what your senses are telling you is just nonsense. Oh, the ground, it's moving even though you don't feel it, right? That's nonsense. Oh, the sky looks like it's moving, but it's not. We are moving. That's nonsense. You're observing with your vision, with your eyes, one of your senses. You're observing the sky
just the clouds,
moving.
right?
You're observing the sky. The luminaries. The sky. The clouds move. Yeah, the clouds move. The birds that are flying across the sky are moving, and then the stars above that, and the sun. Right, the sun rises from the east, sets on the west. You can observe it with your eyes every single day. Can you? And then the moon, you do the same thing. You can see the moon almost every day, every night or day. You can see it. There's 3 days. There's like 2-point-something days that you cannot see the moon. But you can observe this movement of the luminaries, and that makes sense. Claiming the opposite, it's nonsense. So that's the globe position. Nonsensical. The opposite of the senses.
Yeah, so like obviously a lot of globers, what they say is like,
You can't trust your senses. Your senses are conspiring. Your senses are nature, and everything around you is conspiring against you to show you something that is. Yeah, they showing you something that is not there. Like, come on, bro. Your senses. The Glovers told you that your senses are deceiving you.
So I can't trust my senses, or I can trust. I can trust my senses. All right, fine.
What do you think? You tell me. What do you think? Can you trust your? Do you rely on your senses in your day to day? Do you?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Because, like you said, the sun rises in the east, sets in the west. Yeah. That's what a lot of Glovers obviously say, is that like the sun rising and setting, like that's like proof or whatever of the Earth spinning. Do you know what I mean? That's just
that's nonsense. That's the opposite of what is actually happening.
Yeah, I can't figure out what is happening. Like that's part of why I've had trouble, because I can't figure out.
Well, from the standpoint on the ground, because what is happening as a whole, there is a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of stuff that we don't know. But one thing we do know is that when the sun rises from the east, it's daytime, and when it sets on the west, it's nighttime.
Yeah,
we know that. It happens every single day.
I just can't figure out why, like, it's coming up and why it's moving in the sky. You know, I don't understand. I can't figure that out.
Why? Let's speculate. Why it's Sunday? We can speculate. Why? Maybe God wanted it that way. That's why. Maybe that's why.
No, I believe like a little bit of that as well. But I mean, like, it's still appearing.
Well, you're asking why? Why? Because God wanted it that way. But how? How did God do it? I mean, that's a good question. What is the cause and effect relationship to the phenomena that we observe? What is the mechanism behind it? What is the mechanism on the heavens above that causes the effects that we observe from the ground that we're standing on with our God-given senses, our eyes? What is the cause? What is the whole construct and every variable in place that causes this phenomena? Probably only God knows.
Yes, that annoys me that I can't come up with a good reason for it, you know.
Well, we can observe that movement, and we can tell that it debunks the claim of the globe, because the movement of the luminaries moving in cycles, converging and diverging from positions like gears, like clockwork, that will be impossible on a moving water ball or in the fantasy vacuum of space. Go ahead. I'm going to mute for now. Someone else wanted to say something.
Yeah. You know, geeks, all of us have experiences, and we do rely on our senses, but we do also ask questions and try to, you know, test and prove things if we can. So it is sort of an amazing effect to have the sun and the moon and the stars appear to rise and set, right?
Yeah,
but there's no way for us to sort of validate that, but there's other things that we can test, right? So if we see that apparently, and this is just, you know, flat earthers being honest, that the luminaries move, then we go, okay, well, let's just check. Let's check and see if it's the Earth that moves or if it's the celestial bodies. So every experiment that we can attempt to try and see if the Earth moves, we cannot prove it moving at all, right? Yeah. Accelerometers, all that stuff. It just seems like we're standing on a stationary Earth. Yeah, we don't have a 1,038 mile per hour wind at the equator. You know, that'd be a pretty stiff breeze.
So see that real quick, my bad. See that what your senses were telling you already. It was confirmed by equipment that we can devise. You know, so it was. I mean, that you're not moving. Okay, let's make a device that can detects the movement of the ground below my feet. Oh, the device says, I mean, it doesn't detect any movement, just like your senses. But if the ground starts moving, your senses and that device will let you know.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I can't, like, I don't. It's annoying that, like, I'm not. It's not your guys' responsibility to necessarily come up with the answer. It's like something that's like, it's like a thorn in my brain, you know. Like, I see the sun up here rise, pop up, like, every day, and like go through the sky, and it's like, the mechanism, I don't understand. I can't think of why. It's so annoying.
You don't have to. Don't turn to. I mean, let me tell you that the observations that we do of the luminaries, we do have equipments that go see spectrums that we cannot see with our eyes. Like, the people that actually hold these technologies, especially the ones that I've seen, the electro-opticals, that when it's pointed towards the sky, you can see a spectrum that normally you don't see. So the observations that we do of the luminaries kind of point out design, bro. It's a designed system that we are looking at. Like, when you're looking at a watch to tell the time, and you know that watch required a designer and an informer to be able to design it and put the information that causes the watch to work precisely, right? So the watchmaker adjusts the watch to the time to be able to tell the time as precise as possible, and the watchmaker adjusts to the movement of the luminaries like a clock, and they're adjusting to the clock of the sky. You see?
Why are they moving? That's what annoys me.
Why they're moving? So that's the thing. Why they're moving? You want to have those answers, but the thing is, we can go up there and check the mechanism, right? But let me tell you this: from the ground, when you can see these patterns, and you can tell that it's designed, and at least you know that it's a thing of wonder. And since you see, well, you know, when you see like a Ferrari or a supercar or whatever, it's like a wonder. You wonder, you know, what's the mechanism that makes it so powerful?
I can touch that,
you can touch that exactly. But you still haven't met the engineer, right? Or you can go speak to the engineer. So to have all the answers, you can reverse engineer the car, right? Because you can grab it and do it. But the mechanism behind the luminaries, we can't go over there and check. So that's what keeps you like with that spike that you're saying. Like, you want to know,
wondering,
but it's a wonder that you don't have to know. You don't have to.
I don't like a similar sort of thing. Like, where does it go? Like, when it's, you know, because obviously if we're talking like we're on flat Earth, right?
We are on the ground. Flat is a description. Flat Earth is not what you listen. When you are gonna put soil for your plants, you're not grabbing flat Earth. You're grabbing dirt, right? And you're putting it on the pot for your plants to grow, whatever. So flat is a description. It's not, the soil is not made out of flatness. The soil is not made out of. The soil is made out of, you know, materials, different elements. That stuff.
I believe he understands that. I believe that.
I'm annoying. It's annoying that I can't figure out where the sun goes. You know, that's frustrating.
The sun. Listen, let me tell you something that might put you a little ease. The sun is heaven-centric, and in heaven there is the throne of God where God dwells. Okay, and He's the source of the movement of God. That the Creator, the Designer, is the actual cause of the effects. I will tell you, because everything we doing here, right? Oh, what is the cause? What is the cause? What is the cause of the effect? And when you go working from the bottom to the top, at the center of the movement of creation, and we can see in the electro-opticals the shape of creation at the center of the movement of the sky, which is an input into this medium that we're in. And without that input and that design, you and I wouldn't be having this conversation.
Agreed.
So at the center of
doing his best with the best of his English.
It's the design of the creator.
I appreciate it. Have you got any brothers or sisters?
Yeah, Genzi was doing the best with the best of his English to articulate the metaphysical fact that the God is the sole necessary precondition for the uniformity of nature, hence the laws of physics.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I didn't. It's a little bit too complex for my brain, if I'm honest. Like, I don't get all of that stuff. But like, the reason why I ask about like brothers and sisters, right? I've got a brother, 2 years younger than me. He lives in Australia. He's lived there for 12 years. He moved over there like 15 years ago or something like that, right? And obviously we FaceTime, do video calls and stuff, right? And when I'm like, if I call him when the sun's set, like I see him out, like walking around, and the sun's there. And I can't figure it out.
And here you were wondering where the sun went. Where does the sun go? Where does the sun go? Well, mystery solved.
What? Well, no, because it goes down, right? For me,
that's the apparent effect.
Yeah,
right. That's the apparent effect. So
what is that? So I can't figure it out.
You are a very confused individual, geeks.
So let's consider a few things about the luminaries and the celestials that can kind of tell us that it's all above our pay grade, right? So let's take the moon, for instance. It appears to be a solid object, right? And yet, also the story is that it reflects the sun's light. But it seems to be missing a few elements that it would need for that. One of them is a specular highlight. The other thing is that, for the inverse square law of light to apply, there'd be a whole problem with how much light we receive down here on the Earth, according to how much it's supposed to be reflecting. There are times when it's, of course, the new moon, where it totally disappears. We can't find it with any technology. Where it should be, it just isn't. So it disappears, right? So it's missing, and we only see the face that we see. Nobody's ever seen, if there is a backside to the moon.
Yeah.
So just that alone tells us that something more mysterious is going on in the heavens than there is. We can try to compartmentalize or model here on the Earth. Same thing with the stars. So if you take an elevation angle from the ground, you'll get the same elevation angle if you go 50,000 feet up. In fact, it seems like no matter how far you go up, the angle never changes. So they don't seem to show any kind of physicality or physical height either. And, you just can go on and on about how the heavens sort of baffle us. Psalm 19:1, the heavens declare the majesty of God, and the firmament, shows his handiwork. Like, it's so amazing and pretty much above our pay grade to the point where you might as well sort of give up. We would like to model it. Believe me, we would like to model it, right? We would like to figure it out. We would like to just kind of put it in a nice compartment and make it easy for us to understand, but it doesn't do that for us. We can't figure it out. And I think that's on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's what I'm trying to kind of get. I like the way you put that, because it's essentially like, is there any necessity, I guess, in a way? Like, if we just take the sun specifically, because I was talking about the sun. Like the moon and stars, like for some reason they don't really bother me as much. The sun's the thing that really bugs me, because like I said about that, my brother in Australia, the question becomes, is it even necessary to even figure it out? Which
it's not necessary, but what is necessary, and our ancestors did it and we still do it, is basically adjust our day-to-days to the movement of the luminaries. You wake up in the morning, you are productive during the day, and you want to farm, you're going to put the seeds at the right time, you want to, that input from God in himself down to here, through the sun, through the layers above, down to the ground, that is an input into this system that is a necessity for this place to work the way it works.
Let's see if I can get through the geeks here. So you're looking for a model, right?
Well, before that,
yeah. Does this work?
It's even worth.
Are you able to get this concept, or is this beyond your skill set?
I don't. All on a string. I don't get it.
You don't get this. This is too difficult.
Can you explain it?
Yeah, this is one of those things like if I need to explain it, you won't understand it. This is that easy. This is this easy to understand that explaining it would actually be a detriment. That, like, it's so pain. It's like it's something like saying, "Hey, you have to open the door before you walk through it," and you're like, "I don't get it." I really don't
I
get
hear
it.
you, man. You don't have to kick me while I'm down. I get it.
Yeah, it's like, dude.
I hear you.
Yeah, so you're asking for a model when even the basic most model that someone could come up with, you don't get it, and you won't get it. And trying to explain it to you won't work either.
Yeah.
Yeah, his skill set is to attempt to sow confusion.
Yeah, and you're starting with confusion, you're ending with confusion. You'll stay confused as long as you want to be confused. The moment you say, you know what, I'm going to try. I'm going to put my two brain cells together, rub them together, and see what makes them smoke. That's when you'll start to get it.
Yeah, there's no reason to be in disbelief as to why you're so confused.
Yeah, fair enough. It's just not very nice to people who just say you're too stupid to get.
No, it's not stupid. That's not what I said. I said like, hey, this is a good starting point. You should get it. I know you'll get it, but you surprised me. You didn't, and then you asked me to explain it. And my feedback was, if you have to explain this concept, you won't understand.
I'm not going to bother.
Listen, the thing is that that this image, from what I comprehend, is that nor the globers nor the flat earthers know the mechanism of the sun or what the sun is exactly. Because when it's exact model of the flat earth sun, I mean, it's like a glober saying this. A glober could be saying this, or a flat earther could be saying this, and it's the same thing. They don't really know. They're just words and an image that doesn't actually represent what the sun actually is and how that works, because we don't really know. So someone saying they know and put it on a meme, that's just a claim, just like the globe, that they claim that they know.
Yeah, I just feel like a little bit like attacked is all, because I'm looking at, because when Crip put that in the side chat, I'm looking at all these messages. It's like,
yeah, but remember, you want to know how the sun works, and the only thing you can do is observe it.
I don't anymore now, because I'm just exclaiming how confused I am. My skill set is to attempt to sow confusion. It's like, all right, well, cool.
No, because the thing is that it's easy to explain these concepts if someone's trying to understand it. If you're trying not to understand it, it's completely impossible.
I got it, man. You just keep kicking me. It's like I feel bad already. So anyway, what?
No need to feel bad.
Well,
it's good to find out you're confused. If you're searching for some information, it's good to find out that you're confused.
Here, how about I'll try
good news.
I'll try one more thing, okay? Let me see if
No, I don't. I just don't want any more insults. No,
it's not an insult. Okay, these aren't insults. It's meeting you at your level. I'm not insulting you. I'm accepting unconditional acceptance. I'm not. Okay. I'm not telling you that you have to change or anything. You're perfectly you.
There's nothing. Hang on. Old dude is giving me a new diagram.
Yeah, I'm not old dude. Okay, I'm an old dude, but I'm not old dude.
I'm not saying you. I just saw another. Okay, so. Sun.
Yeah. Look at the one I just posted. The adventures of the guy who just started paying attention. What if the sun moves across the sky exactly as it appears to? Do concept, is this too much, or is this, you get this?
Yeah, but then why is it where? And then I see my brother in Australia, and the sun's up.
Okay, don't worry about that part. Just this guy right here. See this guy, right? He's confused. Yeah. This guy's definitely confused.
Sounds like you're just making fun of me again, mate.
Yeah, see, offense is taken, not given. If you want to take offense, I can't fix that. You're just gonna, it doesn't matter what I say. I could just say, "What a beautiful day," and you'll take offense to it. Because your goal would be to
that's nice. Your
goal is to take offense. Just factor that out. Just subjectively change it to that you're not being offended. Offense is taken, not given. No offense was given, so how could offense be taken unless you decided to take offense?
I just want to figure out why, like when it disappears for me, like why my brother.
Let's start with some very low level ideas. Okay, so right here, here's the adventures of this guy, not you, just some guy. Okay, who started paying attention, and he says, what if the sun actually moves across the sky exactly as it appears to do? What if? What does that mean then? The sun moves across the sky. Is it the sun moving or the earth moving if the sun is moving?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Is it the sun?
Do you know what if means?
Geeks,
if we take your answer at your word, then you are rather imbecilic.
What makes sense, Geeks? Please, Geeks, what makes sense? Is the sun moving or is the ground moving? Tell me, what makes sense?
The sun's moving. I don't understand why my brother can see it in Australia and I can't. That's
because it moved over there.
Okay, so let's explain that to him.
Yeah, if you could.
I'll do it if no one else.
What is the question? Go ahead. You're gonna explain him.
I don't understand why my brother can see the sun when he's in Australia, but I can't.
Okay, that's the question. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, because you don't see that far. More specifically, the sun is over there in that location. The extent of the sunlight rays is not infinite, right? Or it doesn't extend the face of the earth. Furthermore, light is attenuated through the atmosphere, of course. And so if it's out of your field of view, and your field of view is not infinite either, or it doesn't extend across the whole face of the earth, then the limited extent of light rays, especially as it's attenuated through the air, and the limited extent of your field of view, if they're not enough, if the sun is not in your field of view, then of course you won't see it.
But this diagram that Mr. Old Dude sent, like the sun's just like above us continuously, right? So it's going to move to Australia, so I can't see it. But what I see is it rises and then disappears.
Just as it appears to.
There you go.
It does exactly as you see it. Don't add anything else. Just exactly what you see. Write that down.
So you're saying Australia is just too far for me to see, but the sun is just when it dips.
I've got a way to describe it. All right, man. So you know, like aircraft and like planes, right? They fly across the sky and they're roughly right at the same altitude, right? 30,000 feet or whatever. And they seem to set on the horizon just like the sun, right? And we know that they're not like hitting the earth, right? But your brother or whatever in Australia would also see the sun appear, the plane appear to rise from the horizon. The exact same, and we're establishing that it's the same elevation. Exactly, like it's the same kind of idea.
Yeah, but he has it at a different time. So comes out.
Well, the sun on the plane would be traveling around the Earth in one day. Okay. I've got some homework for you anyway, man. Rather than being bombarded by all this shit, I'm gonna slap some Wikipedia and Britannica in there for you, and I just wanted you to kind of get a grasp on the geocentric idea, because that's kind of part of the story, which these guys are trying to explain to you with the sun's moving and with the stationary one.
It'd just be great if like I could have like I've been trying to find this diagram of like a diagram that makes sense for me of, like I said, it appears like from horizon. Right, goes across the sky, disappears on like
just like it appears. Yeah, exactly like it appears to.
But then it appears to my brother like
a second observer.
Yeah,
just like it appears to him too.
Also remember that the position of the sun is apparent because you're looking through a medium of thousands of miles. And like the other gentleman was saying, that the light attenuates, right? So even the Globers tell you that when you're looking at the sun up in the sky, that's not the sun, that's an apparent position. So the medium, the medium might be having some type of effect. And also remember that you know you're standing on the ground, right? And you have lights in the ceiling, right? You have lights in the ceiling. Eventually, that the ground has a limit, and the sky has a limit as well. That's my belief, right? Because I haven't checked that. That's my the sky is the limit, right? I remember people saying that a long time ago, right? The sky is the limit. So that ceiling also has an angle from where you won't be able to see the light at the ceiling anymore if you are further in a position away from it, because you're gonna see exactly that effect, a similar effect that what happens with the sun, because you're combining the medium, the observer, the angle of view from the ground, and also the angle at the ceiling itself, and the light moving across that ceiling, and getting away from your view.
I think you're adding more. For me, I think it's adding more complexity.
Maybe.
I think
I don't really understand. Like, if it's moving across the ceiling, that'd be fine. But I just see it. It doesn't stay at the ceiling. It like disappears.
No, because it's moving across the sky. So the angle of view, the angle of which you look in the light, and the limitations in between those angles, because it's not just the angles to the light. It's also the limitations to it. Because you're on the ground, there's stuff in the ground. You cannot see behind walls, right? And there's also stuff in the air. There's stuff in the ground. There's stuff in the air, right? You have a limitation of view yourself. You have light attenuation, and then you have the limitation of angles for the light is pointing towards. So that's it. Once the light reaches that limit, you won't be able to see it anymore. I don't think it's that complicated. Like if you're in Walmart looking at a light, I know the lights at Walmart doesn't move, but if you are 90 degrees below a light in Walmart, you know there's another light at the other corner of the building that is, I don't know how many hundreds of feet away from you.
Yeah,
right?
That's a different light though. There's only one sun. Right?
Exactly. So it's not moving. But you see the observation that you're doing from this light that is above your head at noon, and then to the other light that at the other side of Walmart that you probably can't see.
Yeah, but they're not moving. They're not moving. They're not moving there. The sun is.
You already said that, and I said yes. But how are you gonna be able to see the light if it's away from you? I mean, there's many variables. It's not just one variable. There's a lot of things.
What did you guys send in the chat? Oh, Turquoise sent me some stuff. So what am I supposed to be? Just all of it, yeah?
All right, let me try and delete this confusion, right? So we see that plane idea where the plane seems to sit on the horizon. If you're on like a flat enough part of the Earth or like a Minecraft like flatness, right? The plane would never really touch the horizon. What would happen is it just disappear before the horizon, just due to the atmosphere.
Because there is no horizon in a way. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't exist. Is that what you mean?
Right. It's just the lack of light. It's just light attenuation of light, or the light doesn't reach your eye, or it bends, or it gets deflected away. Basically, that's what mirages are. That's what any kind of optical interference is on the horizon. It's just the light doesn't reach your eye and
doesn't reach anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that a lot of people have confusions about the sun not reaching your eyes if it's a flat Earth or whatever, right? Because they look at this, they have having like two beliefs, working with two beliefs at the same time, because they're looking at the stars and they say, hey, look, the stars are trillions of miles away, and the light is reaching. The light is reaching. No, it's probably not you, but a lot of people believe this. They looking at the stars, right? They said that stars are trillions of miles away, but they can still see the stars. Therefore, if the Earth was flat, they should be able to see the sun forever because they can see the stars trillions of miles away. You see?
Oh, here's another thing, James. The stars, you'll never also see the stars at the horizon either. Maybe the only fair few, like Venus or Mercury, will appear quite shallow in the sky, but they'll never appear from the horizon if it's a, flat style like Minecraft land. There's always like that 13 degrees elevation or whatever they start appearing at, and it's all to do with the what would it be, the lumens? It's just they're measured in lumens, right? So only certain stars would appear at certain elevations because of atmosphere.
Trust me, guys. I don't want to get into the stars thing because, like, that's another thing that fucking confuses me, like, even more. Right? Okay, that's why I just wanted to think about just one ball.
Well, you're told the sun is a star. Yeah, you're told the sun is a star.
I'm not sure if I believe that or not. But like with the stars,
what are you taking? Are you taking the outer space mythology a la carte?
Just like with the stars thing, just to give you a taste, I don't want to talk about this anymore because it's just going to explode my brain. But again, it's the whole Australia thing, right? Like if I'm looking with the stars, they look different.
Can we go back to the plane?
Different.
Can we go back to the plane for a moment? Because that's a good example, especially at dusk or at night. If you're looking out over the sea, you can, if you have a flight tracker or whatever, you can see lights that appear on the horizon. I've thought were boats. 20 minutes later, it's a plane. What I'm saying is a distant plane with a light on it will appear so much towards the horizon that you can mistake it for a boat.
Yeah.
But what is it?
That's true.
It's a plane. What? It'll fly right over your head and then do the same thing if you have a clear...
It's because I thought when you're saying a plane, I was getting confused because
No, I'm just talking about like a sunrise. If you're confused about a sunrise...
Yeah.
You can see planes in the distance that you can mistake for boats at night or at dusk.
I hear you. Cool. My poor brain, my poor head.
Or give it food.
Yeah, well, good on you for even being in the discussion. I mean, that when you start repeating these things about being confused about the sun, it just sounds a little trollish. Maybe that's hopefully don't feel bad about it. No need to take the whole mythology that was fed to you personally.
No, guys, like I said, this isn't for you. This isn't for you, like you lot to solve
Geeks,
for
Geeks
me.
is all right, man. Thanks, Geeks. Yeah, no, I dig it. I've been making steaks in the other room, but good conversation, and I'm glad that you've stuck around most of today. It's been nice, but no, I'm gonna just vouch for you, not a troll.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know if that's a compliment or not, but yeah, like it's not your lot's responsibility to do the work for me, right? It's my job to do it. I'm just orating and just telling you like one example of some like I said, it's like when you get like something in the back of your tooth that you can't get out with your tongue. Do you know what I mean? Like a bit of popcorn or something, and that the sun rising.
Okay, if you watch a plane fly away, if you watch a plane fly away from you and disappear into the horizon, where do you think that plane is? Do you think someone else may see it?
That's a good point. I mean, I've never seen that happen, if I'm honest.
Well, if a plane travels from LA to New York and you're standing in Nebraska and seeing it fly over and disappear into the horizon, it's still in the air headed to New York.
Well, let's bring
the
this into
sun's
the
just
scene,
making it rounds.
But why?
Right, so like, how like sundials work, dude? Geek, sundials work, right? So at each point on the Earth, every hour or so, or whatever, you can have like a solar noon, right? And if the equator would be like the path of the plane, for example, or the path of the sun, either one. Yeah, like I'm just giving a location so it can circumnavigate the Earth, if you want to say, so to speak, like the sun would, right?
What do you mean? No, circumnavigate.
Yeah.
That means it's
If it,
just navigate.
Pardon?
Hello?
You're very quiet, dude.
Can you hear me?
You've changed. I don't know what's happened.
Oh, hang on. It's because I had to take my headphones out. Can you hear me okay? Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just you said circumnavigate, and that's going to confuse me more when I'm trying to think like on a flat plane. You know what I mean?
Well, it could go in a circle, right? It's kind of in the word, right? So you'd assume it's a circular kind of path, right? So noon would be at different intervals for the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
And that noon would be when the sun is at its highest or the shadows the shortest. You know, that's noon, right? Solar noon. And that point changes throughout the day, just like the path of the plane would appear in a different location, but still stay in the same elevation. Just kind of a perspective thing.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna leave it there, lads, because like I've done a lot of listening. I really appreciate it. Like, you know, I know must be difficult, you know, to deal with people coming in and, you know, shouting and blah blah blah, and then having to explain stuff. And
yeah, it's fine. Just don't get bummed out about. No need to get bummed out about being bogged down by an outer space mythology. It's not.
No.
Don't make it personal.
I'll be fine in 5 minutes. I'll be fine in 5 minutes. It's just with the thinking, you know. It's like, yeah. But I'm just saying I appreciate the time. I hope I haven't made anyone's like day a bit boring. That's all.
You've been more cordial than other people coming in here because most people don't actually want to listen. Those 2 links I sent you, maybe take a look at that. Give some other cosmologies because you're not just stuck between the heliocentric and the flat Earth cosmology, so to speak, right? There's been many cosmologies in between. There's been geocentric ones that are still a globe, for example, and they've phased out over time. And now we've got the heliocentric model where the sun's in the middle, but even that's changed over time because they thought the sun was in the center of the universe at some point, but then obviously now it's it's in a galaxy, you know, far away, you know, these days.
Cool. All right. I'm just gonna do some washing up, so I'm gonna go on mute. But I'll stay in here for a little bit, and I'll pop in and out for the rest of the day. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Geeks. Good talking to you, man. Have a good one. Kirby Cat.
Yeah. As a flat earther, do you have a specific a specific model to which you attribute all your beliefs?
That will be a stereotype fallacy. I'm an under heaven earther.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there is.
So you mean there is a dome and there is the heaven above and there is the earth?
The dome will say there is a shape to the firmament above or to the ceiling above, and the dome will be a shape. I'm not gonna make a claim about the shape of the layers above.
Yeah. But you mean it's something we cannot observe?
Container. You know the antecedent. You know what Kirby Cat, an antecedent, a thing that has to be before something else can be, right? Let me look at the definition again. I was looking at it a few days ago. An antecedent, the thing that must be before the other thing can be, right? Like if you want a steak, you need a cow.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. So the antecedent to the gas pressure is a container, because gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. So you see, what causes the pressure is the walls of the container. Is that the force that the gases exert on the walls of the container. So the container is the antecedent to that pressure. So you see, the impossible cannot be, because we have, in reality, we have gas pressure around us. And when you expand, when you use your God-given muscles, design muscles in your lungs, and you expand the volume of your lungs, the gas pressure around you rushes towards the volume available that you expanded with your lungs, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So that gas pressure that is all around us, and we can breathe that pressure in, the antecedent to that is a contained environment. It's a container. And also the antecedent to the container, guess what it is, Kitty Cat? A designer. You see, Kitty Cat?
I mean, why couldn't it be gravity? Is
But
there a reason
why can't reality be because of a falsehood? That's the question that you just asked.
I don't understand.
What you're saying, why isn't the gas pressure contained by gravity? That's what you said?
Yeah.
So, do you know what happens when water boils? What happens to the water when it gets hot enough?
It's evaporating.
And where does the vapor goes?
Up.
Up, right? It goes up.
Space-time. Why isn't space-time saving that?
What?
Contrary to the vector of gravity, gases go to all directions. So you're saying gravity is containing the gases, not you're throwing away the container, the antecedent to the gas pressure, the thing that we can demonstrate, verify. I could go to the propane store right now, or to the gas store, to the tire place right now, and I will need a container to get the services, like the tire, to get the air pressure in, the tire of the car. Kitty Cat?
Yeah.
You need a container to the tire to be able to put pressure and be able to drive the car. Also, when you go to the propane gas store, you need a container to get the propane to bring it home and cook, right? Kitty Cat?
Yeah.
So now you're saying that the container that we know of, the containers that we know we utilize to keep the gas contained and the pressure, you're saying that's not necessary. Now we're gonna use gravity to go to the propane guy and to the tire guy to be able to get the services. We're gonna use gravity for that.
Yeah. Okay. I have a question. If we are in a container, shouldn't the pressure
not
be
if
everywhere?
It has to be. It has to be.
I don't like that word. Okay.
But
shouldn't it be the same pressure everywhere?
Should it be the same pressure everywhere? Do you know that we have an input into the system? The sun is inputting, the light is coming from the layers above into the system that you are in, and it's exciting the molecules in the medium, and these molecules are expanding and doing all sorts of changes, right? High pressure, low pressure, storms, hurricanes, tornadoes. So
I think you mean the different altitudes.
How can he say that it has to be the same pressure everywhere?
Yeah, there's delta X. There's a gas pressure gradient, and that's inside every container with 2 or more gases.
Bro, we have a dynamic system. There's high pressure, low pressure systems all over the place.
Mm-hmm. I see.
And you're saying, hey, why isn't it different than what it is? Bro, it is the way it is. And you're saying
maybe it'd be easier if you understand.
Go ahead.
But
it'd be easier if we explain this in algebraic terms. So just so you know, in algebraic terms, gas pressure is represented by X, and the gas pressure gradient is represented by delta X, and delta X comes after X.
Mm-hmm. But still, I don't see the point in it. I don't see the point in believing that it's.
This is not a belief thing, bro. Okay, let me find the sources for you, right? Because before you and I, there's been people in the fields, right, working with gas pressure, and people have been using this for a long time, and people know how this stuff operates, right?
Is the sun in the container?
Hey, that's a pretty good question. Can we go to the sun and check for that?
The answer is sometimes we wonder ourselves, but nobody can validate that at the time. This time.
That might be a thing of wonder. Maybe we can speculate about it, talk about it. Maybe I say it's in. Maybe the other guy say it's out. Maybe the other guy said it's in between the two places. I don't know.
I mean, we can see other planets going in front of the sun, so I would guess it's outside.
What type of fallacy is that? He's saying we see other planets. You're already implying that the thing below your feet is as or like one of those things in the sky.
It might be an affirmative consequence fallacy, because he's basically affirming the consequent that the Earth is a ball, basically in that question. So it might be affirming the consequence, but I'm not sure.
Not quite, no. He's just a non sequitur. But at least he's on the verge of committing a non sequitur.
When he said the other planet, he said, "Oh, why our planet is different if the other planets are a certain way?"
Yeah.
Gregory,
so he doesn't realize that he's doing it. Apparently.
You mean that I first need to prove that the Earth is a planet?
Yeah. What makes you think the ground you stand upon is like one of these lights you see in the sky?
Because I don't see why it would be different. I mean, it's enough to me. I mean, okay. The other planets would need to be...
Other planets other than what?
Other than the non-planet under your feet.
Okay, but I mean, do you believe at least in the laws of the physics?
We acknowledge it. It's not a question of belief. We acknowledge the laws of physics.
Okay. So those laws should apply the same for Earth as for other planes, if you want.
Yeah, like high pressure moving to low pressure. Yeah. That happens every time, right?
Okay. So if gravity makes it so things have the tendency to have a spherical shape, because it's the shape that takes less energy, and that explains the way gravity works, why shouldn't other planet and ours work the same way?
You said laws of physics, and then you started talking about gravity. Gravity is not one of the laws of physics.
It is.
Do you realize that?
It is.
Okay, hold on. Please post in the chat what specific law of physics gravity is, and to the best of my knowledge, it's not. I'm not even saying it's not a real thing, gravity. I'm just saying it's not technically one of the laws of physics.
It's a force.
Well, it may or it may not be, but it's not one of the laws of physics. Like, let's be careful with our words. Gravity is not one of the laws of physics. Okay.
What? Okay, so what is it then?
Well, it just may be a thing or may not be a thing. It's just a separate thing within itself. It's a separate category.
I never heard someone saying that gravity is something else.
Well, don't get me wrong. We learn about the term gravity and such in physics class, and we also learn about the laws of physics in physics class, like I did in physics class. But that doesn't mean that gravity is one of the laws of physics. Gravity is not one of the laws of physics. But But anyway, like the point of us even talking about gravity at all is that the part we're in contention with in regards to the heliocentric model and what we were taught in school is that they say that the gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth exists due to gravity.
Mm-hmm.
The part that we're in contention with about that is that every example we have of gas pressure existing in a consistent X value form involves two things, a container and a fixed volume. So we're waiting for a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity so that we can have a logical reason to assume that the gas pressure we're breathing right here, right now, may exist due to gravity.
I see. But that okay, but isn't the sun a ball of gas?
There's an unverified light in the sky. The composition of it is unverified. Someone might tell you a story or tell you what they think it is, but no one has actually taken a sample of it and analyzed it and validated what material it's made out of. So what it's made out of is unverified. The distance to it, also unknown and unverified. The size of it and the dimensions of it, also unknown and unverified. So it's a real thing and it keeps us warm and provides lots of light. But as far as what it is, the composition is, we don't know.
We know the composition because of the light.
People say that.
But you can remake the experience.
Yeah, good point, Orion. People say that, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true. But Orion, what he said, right? I mean, let's say we do observe, we do look at the sky. We see colors. We see, Mars is red, Jupiter is orange, and these gases kind of correlate to the colors of the planets. And let's say, sure, but that doesn't prove that the thing below your feet is a spinning water ball. Even if, let's say we are correct that on the how do you say when you look at the colors? My bad. When you look, what's the name of that process? You're looking at the colors of the lights and
spectroscopy.
What was it?
Spectroscopy.
Exactly. Yeah, you can maybe utilize that to do certain observations, and you might be correct to say certain things. But until you go up there and actually verify it and check it and sample test it, you can't know for certainty all the claims that you're making on the ground about the things up in the sky just by looking at them.
The thing is about spectroscopy is that, keep in mind, Kirk or Kirby Cat or whatever, spectroscopy requires isolation of the material, and you have to set the material on fire and then analyze the light from it. But keep in mind, it's not just setting the material on fire and analyzing the light from it. There's an important part of the process. You have to isolate it, meaning like put it in a glass box, a glass metal box, and isolate it from everything else. So the question you have to ask yourself is, when anyone says they're doing spectroscopy with the stars or the sun or whatever the hell, are they taking that star or that sun and isolating it in a box? Of course not. So it's not spectroscopy, it's just nonsense.
I will say that there is certain stuff that we do that people have done.
Nigga cat, nigga.
Your daddy. So there is certain stuff that we can do on a lab environment, and people not on a lab, but people. Your mommy and your daddy are. I can't look at him, so I wasn't. I couldn't see him. Anyway, so someone else, if you could see him again, mute him or boot him or whatever. I couldn't see him.
He has an Egyptian pharaoh as his picture.
Okay, so if you can copy his ID whenever you see him again, copy.
I got him. No worries. I got him. He's back.
Oh, cool. Thanks. we can the ideal gases that people put in chambers or containers, and then they kind of add electricity, and the gases light up like light. Lights that have gases inside. So there might be something of that nature in relation to the luminaries. But what Orion is saying is a pretty interesting fact. What Orion said. What do you think about that, Kat?
I need to look into it, but it's interesting. Yeah.
Do you think people should be able to verify the claims to be able to make sure that the claims are correct? The claims should be verified, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how people have verified the sizes, the distances, the makeup, the medium that the luminaries are in, and the medium in between the luminaries and the observer. How can people verify that?
How can we verify the distance?
Yeah, exactly. The distance, the sizes, the makeup, what these things are made of, the medium that they're in. You know how you and I are in the medium of air right now? Or we can jump in the water, we'll be in the medium of water, right?
Yeah.
How do you know the medium, what is the medium made of where the lights are in? How do you know that? You don't. That's the answer. You don't know that. And that's one important variable that you want to know if you want to start making claims of knowledge about how that stuff works and all of the other claims. You see, Kat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
24/7 flat Earth, Discord, the best place on earth to talk.